At the second academy in the city of Lydian, an awakening ceremony was held, with high school students lining up in Central Square. The academy's principal, Mr. Luo Teng, said that the awakening always determines a person's future. Students shouldn't rush to choose the combat class, as summoners and engineers require a great deal of energy, and not everyone can handle them. All the students were filled with anticipation. Some wanted to become berserkers, while others dreamed of becoming pharmacists. Many years ago, a virtual reality game called Eternity appeared in the world. Due to the new sensations and extreme euphoria from the killings that resulted from the game, more and more people joined Eternity. But one fine day, the world's surface expanded 1,000-fold, and a vast number of quests from a secret realm descended upon the earth. From there, countless monsters and representatives of all manner of races broke free. Of course, they weren't exactly peaceful, and soon they posed a real threat to all of humanity. Eternity merged with the real world, and now everyone could level up and change classes to increase their strength and fight back against the monsters. The main character, Zhou Yi, moved to this world a year ago. His mother died very early, and he was left with his younger sister, who was suddenly struck by a strange illness. Zhou Yun suffered from an incurable illness, and it was only thanks to the help of low-level priests that she was still alive. The young man was forced to sell their house and beg for money from older relatives to keep his sister alive. But this was only a temporary measure. If the cause of the illness wasn't found, Zhou Yun would spend her entire life in the clinic. On top of that, the cost of treatment was getting higher and higher, and Zhou Yi's income from his part-time job was clearly no longer enough. The young man dreamed of awakening his combat class to earn money through card battles, and just then the mage announced the start of the awakening ceremony. The organizers called out the number of the student who was to step into the magic circle, after which the magic circle determined the candidate's specialty. Zhou Yi looked at the mage and thought that the income from conducting the class awakening ceremony amounted to at least a six-figure sum. It was a very lucrative job. Teacher Li Xiangyang called the first student, who was to step into the center of the magic circle. Zheng Cheng stepped into the center of the circle, and soon the awakening determination process began. There were thousands of classes that could be awakened, but only 3 types of classes appeared during the awakening ceremony. In this world teeming with monsters, combat classes were held in the highest regard, while, conversely, everyday classes occupied the lowest ranks. According to statistics from previous years, roughly half of the students were expected to awaken a combat class among the 3 classes of spellcasters. And now, finally, Zhou Yi had been called forward. Unfortunately, academic performance and statistics were not decisive factors in class awakening. The world is very unpredictable, and anyone can turn out to be a dark horse. The teachers were also competing among themselves, trying to guess how many students would awaken the combat class. Right now, one of the teachers was boasting that 21 of his students had already awakened the combat class, and there was even a rare class among them, which meant they would meet the quota for the annual exam. But at that moment, the teachers' conversation stopped because they were watching Zhou Yi with interest. For some reason, the boy wasn't moving. He was standing in the center of the magic circle, and suddenly his pendant began to rise and glow in the air. After that, some kind of whirlwinds began swirling around the young man, all concentrated around the cross hanging from his neck. Soon, the system announced that energy had been detected, triggering a system activation that enabled support for the strongest class. Zhou Yi had bought this pendant at a street stall in his past life, and it had accompanied him during his reincarnation. For a while, the young man had thought the pendant was valuable, but after having it appraised at several places, it turned out to be just a cheap trinket. Yet now the pendant had activated the system and bestowed an enormous gift. The protection of the holy angel C+ means that one's affinity with light increases significantly, and all light and divine type skills have an enhanced effect. Most importantly, the 3 classes that appear in class awakening ceremonies are closely tied to the talents you possess. And now the young man had obtained a talent of the highest rank. Everyone watched the young man with anxiety. Zhou Yi simply looked up, and almost nothing was happening. Perhaps he would be unable to awaken his class, a situation that hadn't occurred in many centuries. And suddenly something strange happened. It seemed as though the sky had split open, and holy energy poured down from it in a concentrated burst. Everyone watched with a mixture of awe and fear at what was unfolding. The academy director and the lead mage both realized that this was a talent awakening phenomenon, or perhaps even a class awakening phenomenon. At that moment, an angel descended on wings within the pillar of holy energy. This angel took the form of a beautiful young woman with wings on her back. She descended closer to the young man, who was still standing in the center of the magic circle. The angel was blindfolded, and she said that the light was faith and the source of Zhou Yila's power. Bolstered by faith, the sacred light would always protect the young man and burn away all evil. After that, the divine light began to gradually dissipate, still maintaining the connection between the young man and the heavens. The angel who had descended from the heavens in a stream of divine light said she would always stand by Zhou Yila's side. The divine light was so strong and powerful that it seemed as if the young man would burn up from the inside at any moment. After that, representatives of various professions appeared in the sky, but they were all imbued with divine power. The spectators had never seen anything like this before. The holy angel's protection was Zhou Yila's new talent. Everyone understood that it was an incredible stroke of luck to receive a new talent at the awakening ceremony. Even the teachers watched the events unfold with trepidation. Nothing like this had ever happened in their memory. Now the young man had received 3 hidden classes at once: Light Mage, Holy Priest, and Holy Paladin, an excellent result for an awakening at the academy. The Light Mage was an excellent class that boasted strong capabilities, but they lacked self-defense skills. Therefore, when faced with large numbers of various monsters, they could easily be wounded and killed. Priests possessed a multitude of healing skills and had an unmatched ability to resurrect, but their combat skills were too weak, and they relied too heavily on others. The Holy Paladin is a well-rounded class with a full set of skills capable of defending, attacking, and applying buffs. Although Zhou Yi hadn't excelled in any single area, he now had a talent and could make a choice, so the young man chose what suited him best. Once he had made his choice, a massive paladin stood before the young man, clad in armor and wielding a weapon. Humility, honor, bravery, empathy, responsibility, and performing deeds for the greater good. These were the hallmarks of a good paladin. And also to seek justice and carry out one's life's work. That is the essence of the Holy Paladin. And so finally, the process of choosing a talent and profession was complete. Zhou Yi awakened the Holy Paladin class. The young man received a blade of pure white light, slow regeneration, a weapon blessing, and additional unallocated points. The other students at the academy were absolutely thrilled. They wanted to get closer to their classmate, offering friendship and collaboration, suggesting they form a team together and take the final exams. The teacher was still in shock as well. He dispersed the students, saying there was no need to crowd around. Mr. Lee himself wanted to spend some time alone with his star pupil. The man immediately assessed the potential benefits and told the young man to go home and rest, but to be sure to report to the principal's office the next day. Zhou Yi was glad to go home and reflect on what had happened in peace. After waking up, not only had his stats increased, but he also had unallocated points. Strength was his top priority, followed by physique, because only with sufficient strength could a person kill monsters most effectively. Zhou Yi could feel energy surging through his body. These were the changes brought about by the stat points, and they felt wonderful. The young man studied the Holy Paladin's mission. He had to complete a mission every day to earn rewards, either extra points or new skills. Zhou Yi didn't want to wait. He was eager to test the mission and claim his reward, so he chose a random training ground. It turned out he had to kill a Class E monster. He had to take the trial seriously, because death in the trial meant death in real life, and that was no laughing matter. Soon the young man found himself in some kind of abandoned cave or mine. That's exactly what they taught in class, that the ancient Rebbe monsters mainly live in mines. Although they aren't carnivorous, when they encounter humans, they become vicious and bloodthirsty, just like other monsters. These beasts possessed low intelligence. Their method of attack was roars and fury, and their claws were sharp enough to cut through minerals. This was Zhou Yi's first encounter with a monster, and he wanted to try to kill it without using his skills. The young man felt that his body had become much more agile, and his jumping power was much greater thanks to his increased stats. Zhou Yi was fighting the monster at that moment. He had enough speed to dodge the predator's attacks. The young man noted with satisfaction that Rebbe's movements were now too slow, and he could see all of its attacks coming. However, unexpectedly, the monster extended a huge, long tentacle that struck the young man in the chest, slamming him against the cave wall. Zhou Yi stared in surprise at his stomach and saw blood flowing from it. It became clear that he couldn't afford to let his guard down. He mustn't underestimate his opponent. Rabbi towered over the young man, preparing to thrust his tentacle into him once more. The young man realized he had been careless, and although he had trained extensively at the academy, this was nothing like fighting real monsters. Zhou Yi initiated the slow regeneration process and realized that even if he was dealing with a low-level monster, he couldn't look down on it or underestimate it. When the regeneration was complete, the young man declared that it was time to fight back, and he drew a blade of pure white light. First, he had to concentrate his power in his arms and swing in a cross-shaped pattern, wielding the cross-shaped scythe to attack enemies all around him. Zhou Yi activated the tiger attack. He had to charge at the enemy from a running start, dealing several stages of damage. Soon, the young man looked down at the defeated monster with a happy expression. He had claimed his first victory and was very pleased. Zhou Yi's fist once again plunged into the monster's body, and shortly afterward, a notification announced that he had slain the ancient monster Rebbe and completed the trial. As a reward, he could earn stat points, which form the foundation of a class's power. In addition, he could choose suitable gear, and fortunately, the system rewarded players with equipment. Otherwise, not every beginner could afford good weapons. The young man received his reward, additional stat points, and a basic one-handed sword, after which he left the trial area. The news was reporting on how one of the students had summoned a holy angel. According to the report, this student had awakened a talent prior to his class's awakening, and then chose the hidden class of Holy Paladin. At that moment, Zhou Yun was watching a report about the remarkable student who had obtained the first hidden class in the last 50 years. A nurse entered the ward and told the girl that it was time to pay the medical bill. The girl was worried because the cost of treatment was twice as much as usual. Her older brother worked 3 jobs, and now she didn't know where he would get the money to pay the bill. The nurse was indignant. She explained that more medication had been used than usual that month, and on top of that, they had called for a priest several times, all of which cost a lot of money. The medical worker was outraged by the accusations. Was the girl really implying that they were deliberately raising the price? If she didn't like it, she should go get treated somewhere else. Either she shouldn't suffer from a rich person's disease, poor people must accept their fate, or if they can't pay, they'll simply have to leave the hospital. At that moment, some unfamiliar men appeared in the ward. They threatened the nurse, accusing her of insulting the patients, and now it's unclear whether she'll continue working at this hospital. The woman was very upset. She repeated once more that Zhou Yin must pay for the medical services today. Zhou Yun didn't know these men. She assumed they had come because of the money, but one of the men introduced himself as a friend of her older brother. Zhou Yi couldn't understand what was going on. He went to pay the medical bill, and the hospital system showed that there was $100,000 in his personal account. The young man entered his sister's room and saw some unfamiliar men standing near her, entertaining the girl. One of them introduced himself as Mr. Zhao Wenbing, the mayor's secretary, and said he wanted to discuss some matters with Zhou Yi. The young man felt bewildered, for the mayor was the most influential person in the city, and his secretary could even make many decisions on his own. So why was such a person seeking him out? The young man said that his sister's room wasn't a suitable place for a conversation, so he suggested they move to another location. Mr. Zhao left his assistant with the girl and went off to speak with Zhou Yi. The teenagers gathered at a cafe, where they discussed the news that a hidden class had appeared at the academy. Everyone wanted to know who this person was, and they soon found out that the boy's name was Zhou Yi. He was very handsome and charming. The mayor's secretary congratulated the young man on acquiring his talent and awakening the Holy Paladin class. The man said that the mayor was very interested in Zhou Yi. He had specifically asked the media not to bother the young man and had arranged a supply of resources for him to prepare for the exam. These resources were stored in a city bank vault, and the mayor handed the young man the key to the vault. The young man understood that the mayor considered him a powerful asset and that it wasn't a bad thing to receive this investment, but the mayor hoped to reap his dividends in the future. The mayor's secretary said that starting today, a professional medical team would be on call for Zhou Yun around the clock. In addition, the mayor had already contacted a priest to come to the city and heal the girl. Zhou Yi understood that the mayor and his secretary knew how to play the game. He took the key to the storage room and thanked them for their help. After that, the brother and sister were finally alone, and they could discuss their plans. Upon hearing the good news, the girl realized that her brother was on his way to the top, and she wanted to be his good luck charm. But Zhou Yi asked her to stop talking nonsense and focus on getting better. Each class had an exclusive skill, and Yun wanted to know exactly what her brother's was. The Holy Paladin had 3 exclusive skills: Blade of Pure Light for attacking, Slow Regeneration for healing, and Weapon Blessing for support. Slow regeneration could restore a certain amount of health. And now the young man placed his hand on his sister's head and decided to try slow regeneration on her. Soon a pillar of the Holy Spirit appeared above the girl, and the healing process began. Yun said she felt very pleasant sensations, as if she were in a hot spring and receiving a full-body massage. After the regeneration process was complete, the girl said her arms no longer hurt. They had become warm. Her brother was pleased, as he had specifically chosen the Holy Night class to alleviate his sister's pain. The next day, the academy director said that he had received calls from several dozen universities looking to recruit Zhou Yili. 4 of the instructors were affiliated with the top 10 universities, and he could choose the very best among them. All of these teachers possessed secondary awakened classes, and if the young man chose to study under them, he would receive the best education in the future and be able to develop his abilities to the fullest. The principal said that the top 3 universities always admit students based on exam scores. They never consider talent or class, and they do not have a special admissions process. At that moment, the principal and the young man approached his office, from which came the voices of people who had traveled from all over the country specifically for this meeting. The principal threw open the door, and now the young man found himself face-to-face with admissions officers who were there to tell him about their universities and offer him the best possible terms. Mr. Zhao Tianfu represented Rongyang University, and Mr. Liebing was from Chuanan University. In addition, there were Miss Joey and Mr. Yuan. They had all traveled a long way in an effort to recruit this new genius for their universities. Zhou Yi bowed deeply to the professors and greeted them. The teachers were very impressed. The young man wasn't arrogant despite his hidden class. He was humble and level-headed. The professors got straight to the point and began explaining their university's offers. Mr. Zhao suggested he attend his university, where the young man would receive 2 million yuan and 3 exclusive Holy Paladin class skill books. It was a fantastic offer, since the monthly income of an average family was 6,000 yuan, and exclusive Holy Paladin skill books were out of reach for most people. The next representative said that while the university was clearly trying to save money, they were offering the young man 3 million yuan upon enrollment and 3 Holy Paladin skill books per year, as well as training under a level 56 awakened paladin. The director was thrilled to hear this proposal. If he studied under such a teacher, he too could reach a high level and gain unprecedented advantages. Miss Joey replied that everyone here wasn't taking this seriously enough, and she would now explain her terms to the young man. Her university didn't have much funding for admissions, just a few yuan. But if he chose their university, he would immediately receive resources to advance to Class B. Even the principal was completely shocked. He hinted to the student that he should accept this offer because Class B resources are impossible to quantify in monetary terms. All the university representatives waited with bated breath to see what the young man would choose. But Zhou Yi thanked them, apologized, and said he was declining the special admission offer. The young man said he wanted to enroll in one of the top 3 universities. Among the top 10 universities were 3 that were commonly considered the best in the country. They admitted only 1,000 students per year. Not only humans, but also members of other races, elves and giants, could apply there. Other races are naturally stronger than humans, so gaining admission to these universities is extremely difficult. It's like climbing to the heavens. One of the university representatives was simply furious. The man said he thought he was dealing with a gifted student, but standing before him was just an ordinary, ignorant boy. The man said he had reviewed Zhou Yi's application. The young man had fallen too far behind over the years, and he wouldn't have enough resources to make up for it all. He was weak and had poor academic performance. Zhou Yi sensed a powerful aura and struggled to resist it. Just yesterday, he wouldn't have been able to get up from his knees at all. Mr. Zhao said there was no way the boy would get into the top universities. At that moment, the academy director activated his energy. He wasn't going to let the man mock his student on his own turf. Miss Joey watched the young man, who could withstand the aura for more than 3 breaths. She realized that he was truly extraordinary. The university recruiters said that when admitting students, they consider not only potential, but also attitude toward learning. And now it was clear to them that Zhou Yi would amount to nothing. The other representatives also decided not to linger, given the young man's lofty ambitions. Miss Joey sincerely remarked that their country had many elites, and that other races were naturally stronger than humans. Getting into the best universities was extremely difficult, and although Mr. Zhao's words were harsh, they rang true. The young man thanked them for their concern and said he would prove his strength through his exam results. He was ready to use his system to raise his power to a terrifying level. Miss Joey really hadn't seen such strong and determined eyes in a long time. It was as if she had been transported back to the days when she fought on the front lines, and now she realized how much she missed people like him. The girl said goodbye to Zhou Yi, wished him good luck, and said she would eagerly await his results in their next meeting. Exactly 1 month had passed, and the day of the exam had arrived. Everyone was very nervous. This time, the examiner was the demon Yang. When this examiner had administered the test a couple of years ago, the average passing score had been very low. Some students had already heard the news that Joe had turned down the special admission offer and wanted to get into one of the top 3 universities. Of course, everyone thought it was incredibly foolish to turn down the offer, and now the guy was going to fail because he wouldn't get in. After all, there's a fortune to be made there. It was at that very moment that Zhou Yi appeared among the students. He was deeply focused, and there was a palpable energy around him. The students realized that their friend had changed. He wasn't the same as before, but they still couldn't quite grasp what that change entailed. Zhou Yi approached the entrance to the portal, and everyone could tell that this man was very powerful. A quest soon appeared at the entrance to the portal. It was about a secret realm deep within a dark forest, inhabited by cat-like monsters, specifically minotaurs that love to eat human flesh. Upon seeing the quest, the students began discussing the details. Some knew that the area was marshy, that minotaurs had thick skin, and that the cat monsters were very agile. The teacher reminded the students that they needed to act according to their abilities, and if they encountered a deadly threat, they should use the return scroll and come back immediately. Dying on the map meant dying in real life. The students had to save their own lives, even if it meant failing the exam. Soon the time was up, and the candidates had to enter the map. As soon as a student appeared in the map, an information window popped up next to them. Zhou Yi belonged to the Holy Paladin class with a nightmare difficulty level. He was the only member of his team. Almost all students took the exam alone, except for 2 teams made up of students from elite classes. Going solo allows one to gain the maximum amount of experience. However, this carries the risk of death, so only high school seniors in elite classes dare to go it alone. At that moment, Zhou Yi was walking through the forest where countless glowing eyes were staring at him. The young man had single-handedly challenged the nightmare level. School administrators were observing the exam. The Holy Paladin possessed exceptional support abilities, and he would be the leader no matter which team he joined. And now the vice principal couldn't understand why the boy had decided to go it alone, and on top of that, had chosen the nightmare difficulty level. If this boy were to die, the government's public image would suffer greatly. The boy's actions were aimed at cultivating that image. But the principal remained calm and asked everyone not to worry. They would soon see how well the boy would pass his test. The school principal was certain that Zhou Yi must have some kind of trump card up his sleeve if he dared to take such a step. By this time, Zhou Yi had already drawn his sword and was preparing to fight the monsters dwelling in the forest. Just then, a huge minotaur leaped out of the bushes, and it was perfect timing. It was high time to begin the mission. Now Zhou Yi held an axe in his hands, with which he struck quickly and powerfully. The fact was that over the past month, the young man had leveled up and now felt perfectly at ease facing such opponents. He stood next to the body of the minotaur, which had been split in half, while the other monsters watched him from the bushes with great interest. Since they didn't dare to attack, Zhou Yi was forced to take the initiative himself. His weapon blessing increased his attack power and accuracy. Soon, a couple more monsters were destroyed with absolute ease. Over the past month, the young man had strengthened absolutely all of his skills and increased the power of his axe. Zhou Yi realized that the other students would envy such a powerful buff as the one he possessed. The protagonist knew that the university exam restricted weapons to a level below 3-star bronze. But the axe in his hand, after the buff, had an effect equivalent to 5-star armor. All of this was enough to put him a cut above the other students on the exam, and now the young man was wielding a blade of pure white light and handling the monsters with ease. The young man timed it perfectly. He wielded the blade of pure white light almost the moment he was attacked. The blade of pure white light had been upgraded to level 5. It dealt massive light element damage, and under the protection of the Holy Angel, the blade could instantly kill any low-level monster. Another group of wild cat monsters was also wiped out with little effort. The spectators in the stands watching the exam were absolutely thrilled. They knew that axes were very heavy, but in Zhou Yi's hands, this weapon seemed light. Everyone assumed the young man was using power-enhancing glasses, but the teacher pointed out that Zhou Yi's speed was faster than that of the cat-like monster. Furthermore, he cast spells very quickly, and they were powerful, and his intelligence was also exceptional. Everyone who watched this battle couldn't understand how this boy had been able to attend a regular school all this time. He was a true genius. Even his detractors realized that Zhou Yi possessed strong combat instincts, but his methods were ill-advised because he had exhausted his stamina on the first wave of cat monsters. On nightmare difficulty, there are powerful monsters that can band together in large groups. Even excellent mages fail due to the drain on their magical energy. Fighting without an axe is also a very significant factor and a heavy burden for a warrior. Of course, you can swing such an axe a couple of times, but no one can do it hundreds of times in a row. And now practically everyone was certain that he wouldn't be able to hold on to the axe, and that in the end, the cat monsters would tear him to pieces. Just at that moment, the next wave of cats had already reached the clearing. There were more than 100 of these cat monsters, and it was unclear how to deal with them now. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, completely calm, swung his axe and used his new skills to destroy all the monsters. No one really had time to figure out how it happened, and before they knew it, the young man was standing in front of the portal's entrance. Holding the heavy axe on his shoulder, the young man advanced to the next level. The new level greeted Zhou Yi with a huge number of monsters that needed to be dealt with. Meanwhile, a host named KK was broadcasting live, talking about the Academy's most popular student, the holder of the Holy Paladin talent. In just 3 minutes, Zhou Yi cleared the first wave of the Nightmare map with incredible efficiency. This meant he had beaten last year's record holder and could now set a new record. Right now, this student was swinging his axe and landing blows. He didn't even seem out of breath, and even Teacher Lee began to smile. Mr. Lee was very worried about his student and feared that his smiles and unnecessary hopes might jinx him. At that moment, Zhou Yi moved on to the next stage. A new group of monsters was waiting for him in the forest. They were minotaurs with the wild charge skill and superb physiques, as well as cat monsters with healing abilities and mastery of fireballs. Zhou Yi scanned his opponents. There were ordinary feline warrior monsters, monsters serving as healers, fire and dark feline warriors serving as mages, as well as a silver rank minotaur. The minotaur let out a battle cry, which the other monsters immediately echoed. The threat was now very serious, because the enemies were a team of trained soldiers. The risk of death had increased many times over, and now the minotaur charged into battle alongside the other attacking monsters. The feline mages activated their abilities, and in an instant the young man was cursed by a feline monster. Fireballs flew ahead of the attacking group, intended to neutralize Zhou Yi's abilities. Warriors charged forward, mages cast buffs, and healers applied healing effects. The teamwork was excellent. Zhou Yi began to gather his energy and activated the Cross of Holy Light. Soon a torrent of holy energy rained down from the sky, literally incinerating the monsters upon contact. He had to summon the sacred cross and form it behind him, dealing continuous damage from a light elemental fire to every enemy. The deputy director was in shock. The student was still incredibly powerful, and all the lower-level monsters were killed instantly. The man realized that the resources the government had allocated to this young man could at best have secured only a C-class skill, so where did he get a B-class skill? Now only 2 opponents remained on the battlefield, Zhou Yi and a silver-rank minotaur. The young man still held the axe and the cross of holy light in his hands. Zhou Yi turned to the minotaur and said that he was the only one who had survived and could now attack. The minotaur activated the berserk ability and superior body. He looked incredibly powerful. Furthermore, using a military-style charge, the minotaur shattered the stone floor, which crumbled as if it were a house of cards. After that, the minotaur launched a frenzied charge that, combined with superior physique, could not be interrupted by any other attack or ability. But Zhou Yi used the blade of pure light in an air slash to interrupt the minotaur's attack. It took some effort because the monster had thick skin, and even after being slashed, it was still alive. He had to finish it off literally with his bare feet. As soon as the minotaur was defeated, a portal window appeared before Zhou Yi once again, leading to the next stage, the boss room. The viewers were absolutely thrilled. They watched in awe as the young man knocked the minotaur, which was also under the effect of a buff, off its feet with a single swing. The stream host couldn't believe his eyes, just like the rest of the viewers, since completing the second stage took less than a minute. The deputy director also began to smile. He said that the student had used his skills perfectly and demonstrated absolute control over his power. It was hard to believe this was the work of a student who, just a month ago, had been a complete novice. The man congratulated the academy director on the emergence of an outstanding student within the academy's walls. The director had considered this a stroke of luck, but now the academy truly had its own elite. Deep down, the academy director really wanted Zhou Yi to be able to elevate the second academy to new heights, because so far none of the academy's students had even made it into the top 100. At that moment, the men grew anxious again because they saw Zhou Yi, without resting for a single minute, immediately head to the boss's office. It was unbelievable. If the young man lost his advantage because he hadn't recovered, it could be a huge mistake for him. But the director believed the young man had his own reasons for acting this way. The fact was that they lived in a densely populated area, and those students who wanted to make it into the top 100 chose the solo nightmare difficulty level, and on top of that, they still had to be the best in the rankings and post the fastest time. To do this, they had to complete the exam as quickly as possible. And now the young man had entered the hall, where the boss of this region sat on his throne. It was the king of the Minotaurs. The difference in their levels was simply enormous, and it was impossible to believe that the student could handle him alone. The king of the Minotaurs said that if the young man dared to cross the threshold of his palace, he must be prepared to die. Zhou Yi activated the blessing of dawn, the gift of courage, the gift of God, and the gift of protection. Now he looked much stronger, as all the buffs had activated the initial form of the Holy Paladin. The Minotaur glared furiously at his opponent, who had even called him a cow. It was immediately clear that this little human wanted to die right then and there, and the Minotaur Lord prepared to kill him. Zhou Yi attacked the boss and realized that even his axe, with all the buffs, couldn't pierce the opponent's flesh. The apprentice's next attack caused the Minotaur to roar loudly, unleashing his fury and energy all around him. The Minotaur held a massive hammer in his hands and swung it at the young man, declaring that nothing could stop him. As a result of a single attack, Zhou Yi took a powerful blow and realized that thanks to the Holy Paladin's armor, he had managed to survive it. But now the young man knew what to do, because he hadn't received this ability for nothing. After exchanging powerful attacks, he needed to activate the Spear of Victory, which was exactly what he set out to do. He had to throw the spear forged from condensed divine light, and the opponent struck by the spear would take heavy damage. The Minotaur stood completely still, holding his hammer in his hands, while a multitude of spears flew toward him. The Minotaur waited until the spears came closer, then deflected the attack with a single blow of his hammer. It's impossible to defeat such an opponent on one's own. Usually people prefer to weaken him gradually, but that takes a long time. Zhou Yi noticed that the Minotaur Lord's agility was lower than his own, and he could take advantage of that. By attacking the enemy from different sides, he could put the boss in a difficult position. Zhou Yi received a notification that he needed to replenish his mana, as his reserves were running low. In addition to agility, the Minotaur King had another weakness: resilience. The fact was that during an attack, he took heavy damage and suffered negative effects. The Minotaur King had high stamina and health points, but it was necessary to unleash several high-damage skills on him within a short period of time. And just when the opponent was at his most vulnerable, an opportunity arose that he had to seize. At the same time, Zhou Yi was already low on mana, and he needed to time his skill cast precisely. If he couldn't pull off his plan on the first try, he'd run out of mana, and the test would be a failure. Zhou Yi didn't want to get too close, but unfortunately, he had no other choice, so he launched a head-on attack and landed a powerful blow on his opponent. Zhou Yi felt completely exhausted. He leaned on his axe, but it turned out that the deep dark forest dungeon set to nightmare difficulty had been cleared, and the entrance exam was over. What's more, the young man had finished clearing the dungeon with an SSS rating and took first place for clearing that map. The young man was overjoyed. Over the past year, his mother had died, his sister had fallen ill, and he had accumulated debts and medical expenses, all of which had weighed heavily on him. But even under such difficult circumstances, he didn't give up, realizing that if he couldn't improve his stats, he would continue to train his combat skills and cultivate his fighting spirit. The system's arrival had given his life a second chance, but his fate still lay in Zhou Yi's hands. He had to work harder than anyone else and seize this unexpected opportunity, and now the young man's resolve remained as strong and unshakable as ever. It was time to leave this location. Zhou Yi knew he had done well and could now return to the real world. After completing the exam, the young man earned extra points, leveled up, and received the item Forest Ring. As soon as he stepped into the stadium, he heard a chorus of cheers from the spectators who expressed their admiration for him, calling him a god and an idol. The director came out personally to greet the student who had single-handedly completed the nightmarishly difficult challenge in 10 minutes. The academy director believed the young man had every chance of becoming #1 in their province. Moreover, the director predicted a brilliant future for him, and all of this greatly embarrassed the modest Zhou Yi. At that moment, a luxury car pulled into the stadium. It drove right into the hall, and all the spectators watched with interest, trying to guess who was inside. Government officials said the exam results would be available in a few days, and they would immediately inform the academy director. For now, everyone needed to get some good rest. First thing he did, the young man went to the city hospital. After speaking with the mayor's secretary, major changes took place there. Zhou Yun was transferred to a deluxe ward, where a professional medical team monitored her condition around the clock. In the elevator, the young man met the doctor and said he had come to visit his sister. He had good news for her. As the young people rode in the elevator, it suddenly became very cold. The nurse couldn't understand what was happening since the hospital's air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature. As soon as the elevator doors swung open on the correct floor, Zhou Yi and the nurse were stunned by what they saw. Everything around them was encased in ice. At that moment, the unfamiliar girl was administering treatment, activating all her abilities. She asked Zhou Yi not to attack just yet. Zhou Yi now approached very cautiously so as not to cause any harm. He wanted to know what was going on. The girl explained that if they weren't careful, Zhou Yun's heart might shatter. She too was in a frozen state. It turned out that for some reason the girl's cold disease had suddenly activated, and everything around them had frozen solid, turning into ice. The best thing to do right now was to suppress the cold so it wouldn't spread beyond this floor. Zhou Yi had to leave immediately. But the young man didn't want to do that. He didn't want to leave his sister behind. The doctor said that without the help of a high-level priest, this was all she could do. Zhou Yi knew she was right, but he activated the system and ordered all skill points to be used to enhance slow regeneration. After that, the young man used enhanced slow regeneration, which restored health and mana within its radius. The female healer was shocked when she realized that the magic contained in the Holy Paladin's healing skill was so powerful that it could surpass the effect of the 23rd level priest spell that Qing possessed. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi continued to cast slow regeneration, and soon his sister began to thaw. The young man sent Qing to inform the secretary of what was happening and ask him to urgently summon a high-level priest. The girl didn't believe that Mr. Jia would be able to do anything for them in time. Zhou Yi asked her to tell the secretary that if he summoned a high-level priest, the young man promised to unconditionally carry out one task for him in the future. Qing understood everything and immediately rushed off to carry out the request, while Zhou Yi continued to cast the regeneration spell. The flash of cold was what his sister had been experiencing every night for the past year. Under the influence of the cold, she felt intense pain throughout her body. Lately, this cold had intensified, but no one could have imagined that it was so powerful and capable of affecting the outside world. Zhou Yi didn't stray a step from his sister, even though his own body had also begun to gradually become covered in a crust of ice. Suddenly, someone cast a healing spell in the form of powerful restorative buffs, but the effect was exactly the opposite of what was intended. Zhou Yi didn't understand who was influencing the events unfolding, but the young man shouted for them to stop and not to touch his sister. The next moment, a powerful surge of healing energy knocked him off his feet, and all the shards of ice flew in different directions. The priestess turned to Zhou Yi. She told him to calm down and just watch. The priestess held a powerful quill in her hands, which she used to apply healing ink, thereby neutralizing the ice's effects. Soon the ice began to crumble, and gradually she reached Zhou Yun and was able to cast healing buffs on her. Zhou Yi watched with interest as the treatment was carried out so quickly, it really only took a few moments. The priestess continued her work. She said she had already heard a lot about the school's new star, Zhou Yi, and was now glad to see him. The girl's name was Chui Lina. She was a level 35 second awakening priest. Miss Chui said she had been specifically instructed to take care of his sister. She didn't mention that she had broken the rules for the sake of a boy who had a chance to take first place. Chui Lina explained that the girl was suffering from a leakage of cold energy in a solidified form, a sign of a bloodline awakening. Zhou Yi thought it was some kind of illness and had never heard of a bloodline awakening. When the game Eternity first came out, many players chose other races for their characters, and after the game began to merge with reality, the players acquired the traits of those bloodlines. People with elven bloodlines have greener eyes, while those with giant bloodlines can grow to be very tall. Gradually, such players married ordinary people and lost their traits and powers. But the awakening of one's lineage remained. It could bring either good fortune or misfortune. Either a person could control the powers of other races, or that power would paralyze them and lead to death. Zhou Yun was suffering from the cold because her body couldn't cope with the power of her bloodline. Perhaps the girl had awakened a rare, freezing bloodline. She needed to alter her constitution to bear this rare lineage. The sorceress said that only the magical elixir, Freezing Lotus, could alter a person's constitution. But this item was extremely rare. It had appeared at an auction 30 years ago and cost several hundred million. Zhou Yun would be unable to suppress the cold, and it would completely burst forth from her within a few months. There was another way. He could use the Great Sealing skill to seal the bloodline. Zhou Yi was to contact the mage once he had made his decision. A few days passed. Zhou Yi held his axe in his hands and did physical training. This was his daily task, for which he also received a reward. At this stage, the young man preferred to gain stat points. More often than not, that was the choice he made. Physical build and intellect were important for a holy paladin. But other aspects could not be neglected either. The young man had developed a specific system to develop his skills in a systematic and balanced way. At that moment, confirmation arrived that he had finished the exam in first place and received the corresponding awards. And now all the media were reporting on the new star and champion. The assistant principal was giving an interview. He said he had been confident in his student, who had revitalized the Paladin class. The man claimed that it was he who had suggested to the city administration that they intensify Zhou Yila's training. In one of the cafes, young people were also discussing this news. Everyone assumed that the Paladin belonged to a support class and would take an eternity to clear the area. Some students didn't believe it was possible, and soon arguments and disputes broke out among them. It became clear to many that the Holy Cross was stronger than the fire magic of a high-level wizard. Besides, no one knew exactly how many buffs this guy had. But clearing the area in just over 9 minutes was very fast, much faster than the young man sitting in his apartment watching the news report on TV. The young man realized that Zhou Yi was quite an interesting character who had dared to steal his glory, and that only meant that this guy was tired of living, and they were bound to meet soon. Zhou Yi received several messages stating that the city administration had transferred large sums of money to his account. The young man called the mayor's secretary to find out the details. Mr. Zhao said that in recognition of his brilliant performance on the exam, the administration was rewarding him with cash and a mansion in a luxurious neighborhood, and now they would like to know in which part of the city the young man would prefer to live. Zhou Yi replied that he would leave it up to the secretary's discretion, after which the secretary said that representatives from the top 3 universities had already set out to recruit the young man. But this news came a little too late because the recruiters were already there. One of them was standing in front of Zhou Yi, ready to invite him to his university. But before the men could continue their conversation, a terrifying crash rang out, distracting them. It turned out that a helicopter had appeared in the sky, and another recruiter was just stepping out of it, hoping to be the first to snap up this new potential star. As the stranger stepped out of the helicopter, the man began explaining that his university would pay Zhou Yi an enrollment bonus and offer all sorts of perks. At that moment, the guy from the helicopter said that his university would offer twice as much of everything as had just been proposed. But before the young man could say anything in response, a beautiful stranger with long pink hair appeared beside him and said she would take the boy with her. And in the very next moment, Zhou Yi felt himself floating in the air, caught by the beautiful stranger, who had enormous wings on her back. The girl whispered in his ear that no one but her university had such abundant resources for cultivation. During his 4 years of study, Zhou Yi would receive A-rank cultivation resources from the university every year. Zhou Yi didn't understand what was happening, but it seemed as though he had lost consciousness and was now simply being dragged away somewhere. At that moment, another stranger appeared nearby. She said that her university could provide the same or even better, and that there was no point in kidnapping a student. The girl was told that she could, of course, take Zhou Yi with her, but she couldn't force him to choose her university specifically. After that, the man began explaining that, in addition to the annual A-rank cultivation, his university would also provide a full set of gold-rank equipment. The girl finally set Zhou Yi down on the ground and said that she hadn't kidnapped him, but simply wanted to talk to him in private. As soon as the young man was back on the ground, Su-han, a representative from the university, approached him with her latest and very tempting offers. Soon the two girls got into a trivial argument, with one of them telling the other not to get too big for her britches. The brunette said that no one could deny the fact that her university was winning. Instead, they should focus on taking better care of their own students. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was deep in thought. The conditions at all the universities were similar, and any of them could ensure a brilliant future. But if he wanted to become stronger, he had to choose just one university. Zhou Yi paused, letting the recruiters get nervous, and announced that he was choosing Su-han University, much to the delight of its representative. The young woman immediately produced Su-han's student enrollment contract. He needed to review it and sign it if he had no questions. The other recruiters calmly accepted their defeat, but just in case, they said that their universities would always be happy to accept the young man if he didn't like something there. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was reading about the abilities he would be trained in and realized that these were all skills for high-level mages. Zhou Yi looked at the recruiter with interest. It turned out she was a 42nd level mage, and for her level, she looked very young. Zhou Yi signed the contract. Now none of his peers would be able to compete with him, and as soon as he arrived at Su-han University, he would face powerful opponents head-on and become even stronger. After that, a special magical seal was applied, and the contract was finalized. Ms. Su announced that she was giving him a week to prepare, after which she would personally take him to the university, and she hoped that this time would be enough for him. The academic year for special students began earlier because they were required to receive training of the highest caliber. This way, their strength would develop even faster, and they would achieve better results in the freshman competitions. During that week, they needed to get his sister settled in. Moreover, the estate now had its own private mansion for this purpose. Yoon was in a wheelchair and her personal maid was pushing her. The girl really liked the huge room. The deputy mayor reported that the mansion had a training hall, a relaxation area, and everything else she needed. It was owned by Zhou Yili. The man explained everything necessary and said he would take his leave and not bother Zhou Yili any further. But the young man wanted to discuss something. He was worried that his sister hadn't fully recovered yet. Her body was very weak, and although a healer was always by her side, he would like Mr. Zhao to look after her for a while. It seemed the deputy secretary to the mayor had nothing else to do, so he replied that it would be an honor for him to look after Zhou Yili's sick sister. At that moment, the girl was examining a new nanobot that was supposed to help her and make her life easier. Finally, the week flew by and the recruiter arrived to pick up the new student. She watched as the young man said goodbye to his sister and advised her to call, not to forget to take her pills, and to be a good girl. Yoon was clearly feeling a little better already, so she didn't want to listen to yet another round of advice, and she especially didn't want to hear about the trip to school. The young man got into the car and kept waving to his sister for a long time. This was the first time he was going so far away from her. Su Mayer said that if this was their first such long separation, the young man should prepare himself. It sounded strange, and it wasn't clear what she was talking about. But the very next moment, the car accelerated to a crazy speed and sped through the portal. After that, he emerged on the other side of the portal. It was a college town, and the locals didn't find anything strange about it. Zhou Yi felt a little dizzy. Did they really need to use teleportation magic, especially since they had plenty of time? Ms. Su explained that her university collaborated with the military, which is why they had built a large-scale teleportation system near the university. It was safe, convenient, and very fast, since they had already arrived at their destination. As surprising as it might seem, they were at Suhana University, which was truly stunning. Students of various races could be seen there. Su Mayer was in a very serious mood. She didn't give the guy a chance to look around, saying they needed to go register. At that moment, right before the astonished Zhou Yili's eyes, a student flew past, one whom a pretty blonde had just taken down. The stranger shouted at the young man that she had already told him repeatedly that she didn't want to talk to him. The blonde, with a huge sword on her back, said that this was her final warning. If the young man bothered her again, he wouldn't get off so easily. It was hard to say whether this young man had gotten off lightly, because he didn't yet have the strength to get up. People in the crowd were saying that this guy tried to hit on freshmen every semester, but Zhou Yi immediately realized that this stranger was a descendant of a demonic race. Ms. Su said that many students and faculty members are descendants of various races, so there's no need to be too surprised when you encounter them. The young man replied that there was no need to worry. As long as these members of other races remained on humanity's side, he wouldn't treat them with hostility. Su Mayer was satisfied with this answer and immediately used magic to produce a student ID, surprising Zhou Yi once again. Ms. Su began to explain how things worked there. First, each class had its own ranking. The stronger you were, the higher you ranked. And freshmen were ranked based on their performance on the entrance exam. At the moment, Zhou Yi held the top spot in the rankings, but this was temporary. In a month, a competition among first-year students would take place, and then the rankings would change based on the results of that competition. Starting today, Zhou Yi would become everyone's #1 target, because everyone would be trying to take his place in the rankings. The young man replied that since he was already in first place, he had no intention of giving it up to anyone. Ms. Su didn't respond to this and continued explaining the point-based ranking system. First-year students earn points based on their ranking. These points can be used to purchase food, equipment, potions, skill books, and so on. If a student has enough points, they can get anything they want, including S-rank skills and resources. Aside from the ranking, there are 2 ways to earn points. The first is by completing quests. Students can use their ID card to access the bulletin board and check for available quests. The second way is through the global ranking. Students receive a certain number of points each month based on their ranking. There were 5,000 students at Suhana University, and many want to make it onto the global ranking, so it's best not to be arrogant. There were 3 locations on campus. The Goblin Dungeon is designed for levels 17 through 21. The second is the Twisted Forest, designed for levels 23 through 26. The third was Purgatory, reserved for the highest level students, in addition to meeting the level requirement. One needed a certain number of points to gain access to this location. Students could also use the training hall to level up. The strongest possess absolute power and the greatest resources. This is the key to survival at the university. Zhou Yi listened attentively to Miss Su, and so far he liked absolutely everything. At one point, they ran into a group of students who greeted Miss Su, and she thanked them for their work. The young people were curious about who this guy was, since a teacher was personally giving him a tour and accompanying him. All the other students had been divided into groups and were being shown around the university by upperclassmen, but this guy was apparently some kind of rich, high-ranking big shot. One of the students said there was a group of students in a special admissions program, and they were assigned a teacher who handled their admissions. Soon, the students realized that this guy was #1 this year, and now everyone wanted to know what kind of person he was. It was already known that this guy, Zhou Yi, was a 13th level paladin, but that sounded very implausible since a paladin was a support class. But Wang Li kept insisting that he was right and knew for sure, and that the guy in second place was a berserker, even though he had lost. The girl realized that the stranger who had caught her attention was the top-ranked freshman. Another student noticed that the blonde was staring intently at this cool newcomer, and that her mind was completely preoccupied with him. Lu Jing, a level 13 knight, shouted for everyone to hear that he didn't believe Zhou Yi had earned first place fairly, and that he was therefore challenging him right then and there. The upperclassman really didn't want a scandal to break out, since he was counting on getting a credit for this field trip, so he tried to hold the freshman back. But Lu Jing said there was no need to worry about him. He was confident in himself, and he was about to prove it to everyone. The upperclassmen knew that the top spot had been unanimously determined by the dean and 5 other professors, so there was no room for error. The students realized that some kind of show was about to unfold, and that Liu Jing wanted to use the best student to boost his own ranking. Zhou Yi looked very confident. He asked why he had to accept Liu Jing's challenge. Liu Jing promised him 100 points if he won, and if he lost, he wouldn't have to give anything up. Zhou Yi knew that for the sake of his future, he had to accept this challenge, but if he wanted to teach them all a lesson, he needed to raise the stakes, then they'd remember it. Zhou Yi looked at the students and demanded 300. Yes, he would fight. This was, of course, unheard of, incredibly bold and brazen, but Liu Jing could no longer back down even though he was already fed up with the whole thing. The students realized that if Liu Jing lost, he would lose far too much. The guy had wanted to show off at the beginning of the semester, but turned out to be a complete, brainless idiot. Liu Jing glanced at the girl once more. She hadn't taken her eyes off what was happening, and of course, there was no way to back out now. Zhou Yi waited a moment and said that if his opponent lacked the guts, he'd walk away. And naturally, Liu Jing agreed and suggested they head to the ring. Zhou Yi was very pleased since it turned out his opponent wasn't a coward, but there was no need for them to actually go into the ring. Zhou Yi said that if his opponent didn't fall to his knees after 3 of his attacks, then Liu Jing would be declared the winner. Su Meier agreed to serve as the referee. She announced that the fight could begin as soon as she counted to 1, but the teacher warned that lethal moves were not allowed. As soon as the fight began, Liu Jing rushed into the attack, sword in hand. He was a retribution knight, and the paladin class was a hidden subclass of the knight class. In theory, Liu Jing excelled at dealing damage, while the paladin excelled at support. The young man wanted to attack as quickly as possible before the paladin had a chance to use her buffs, and before this beauty turned her attention to him. After making sure the girl was watching the duel closely, Liu Jing cast Blood Strike and leaped high into the air, intending to bring it crashing down. But his opponent instead thrust out a knee and counterattacked, knocking the wind out of Liu Jing with a single blow. The young man flew across the entire training hall and came to a halt when he slammed into the wall. Blood was flowing from his mouth and he was in a pitiful state. Zhou Yi was very disappointed. He had hoped the guy had a trick up his sleeve, but it turned out he couldn't even withstand a single blow. A senior student who was accompanying the freshman at the time informed the instructor that Liu Jing had 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and had lost consciousness. Ms. Su told the priest to heal the young man immediately. She transferred 300 points to Zhou Yi's student ID and handed the card to the young man. The girl knew that the Retribution Knight's attack, combined with the Blood Strike, was difficult to block, but this top-ranked player parried it with a single kick. He was on a completely different level. The girl realized that the difference in strength between the opponents was at least 20 points, so she called out to Zhou Yi. And when the young man turned to her, she asked him to fight her. Zhou Yi had activated his testing mode the moment he first saw this girl. He immediately realized that she wasn't just a descendant of demonic blood, she had inherited special equipment, and of course he wanted to test something like that. The girl was a swordswoman who wielded the ancient sword Dark Moon. Her rank and the sword's effects were unknown. This made the upcoming fight all the more intriguing. Zhou Yi, of course, agreed to it, and now the opponents were standing in the ring once again, with the young man holding a battle hammer of mystical light in his hands. Students began to gather nearby to watch the kids have some fun. The freshmen hadn't even enrolled yet, and they were already eager to fight. Li Dongsheng was one of the captains of the Aurora Club. He wanted to know why Instructor Su was there. But at that moment, the signal to begin the match was given, and the swordswoman immediately rushed into the attack, preparing to deliver a shadow strike, a slashing blow at the speed of light. In response, the young man prepared the storm hammer, which dealt massive damage and knocked the opponent backward when swung with full force. The girl immediately realized that the guy possessed immense strength. He was simply a monster, so she coated her weapon with dark elemental energy to deliver a powerful demonic strike. Zhou Yi was absolutely thrilled, for he had finally met a worthy opponent. In response to the girl's next attack, he used knockback, a bottom-to-top strike that sent the opponent flying into the air, followed by a crushing blow, a shockwave, and an enhanced rapid strike. In the end, both opponents stood facing each other, exerting considerable effort but refusing to yield. Their duel then took on the character of a back-and-forth exchange of defensive and offensive maneuvers, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. This clearly didn't look like a fight between two students. Li Dongsheng was certain that without a trick up her sleeve, this swordswoman would soon lose, even though it now seemed that the opponents were evenly matched. Initially, she only needed to block 1 out of every 3 strikes, but now she had to parry every single one. Those wielding heavy weapons typically fight by defending while retreating and counterattacking. This is done to conserve stamina, and as soon as the opponent leaves an opening, they attack immediately. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi isn't even trying to conserve his strength. He's either foolish or absolutely confident in himself. From the very beginning, he restricts the swordswoman's movement, forcing her to block his hammer. This paladin must be very hot-headed if he's decided to fight at full strength against such a beauty. At this point, the girl could barely stay on her feet, leaning on her own sword. Zhou Yi said he was done warming up. The young man activated God's gift, courage, blessing of the weapon, and blessing of light. The swordswoman felt an insane amount of power and an overwhelming pressure emanating from the young man. Zhou Yi pressed 2 fingers together and activated Spear of Victory. The swordswoman quickly moved a certain distance away and tried to strike back at her opponent. But he already knew such an attack was coming, and now he smiled as he looked into the face of his stunned opponent, because he had appeared exactly where she least expected to see him. The girl sat there, completely surrounded by the Spear of Victory, while Zhou Yi towered over her, holding his gigantic hammer in his hand. The girl closed her eyes, realizing that her end had come. There was nothing more she could do. Zhou Yi halted his attack and asked his opponent if she wanted to fight again, but the girl said the result would be the same. Zhou Yi realized that she hadn't used her full strength and hadn't employed the dark element in this battle. The girl was happy, saying that this was just a friendly match and she didn't want to play her trump card. Besides, she knew her opponent hadn't fought at full strength either, because she'd seen a recording of his exam. But they would definitely fight again someday. After that, the young woman took the young man on a tour of the campus. Not only had he earned 600 points on his first day at the university, but he'd also made the other students fear him. This year was going to be interesting. The freshman dormitory was located on Little Mountain. The building for regular students was at the foot and on the slope of the mountain, while the dormitories for priority admission students were at the summit. Depending on a student's rank, they were provided with luxury items and equipment, and the freshman dormitory consisted of separate mansions. Ms. Su led the young man to the mansion where he would now be living, and as they entered, she mentioned that she'd heard Zhou Il was searching for the Ice Lotus. The woman said there was a group that had spotted the Ice Lotus in the Stormwind Mountains, but they had refused to retrieve it because the flower was guarded by high-level monsters. Since this information was 6 years old, Su Meier couldn't guarantee its accuracy. As soon as Zhou Yi was left alone and gained access to a computer, he immediately sat down to gather information. Stormwind City was formed after reality merged with the game. It is a rather vast territory containing various treasures and exotic flora and fauna. Even professionals don't dare to venture there. With his current strength, Zhou Yi could only flee if he encountered a high-level monster. But after passing the exam, the system rewarded him with the ability to be resurrected in the event of death. Zhou Yi decided there was no point in hesitating. He would set out after purchasing a few skills and pieces of equipment. He immediately began researching what he could currently afford to buy. His purchases included immunity to physical damage, a skill that could be used without a weapon, and a skill that could be used from a distance. It turned out he could get all of this for free because he was ranked #1 at the university. However, the young man still had to spend points to obtain the forest set, which he'd been given as a reward for passing the exam. And so, wearing his new gear, the young man set off for the Stormwind Mountains. Of course, first and foremost, he wanted to see what was going on there. It was very windy, and everything was ablaze with flashes of fire. Zhang Chuzhan suggested that the protagonist go to the training hall with her, but he replied that he would be busy because he was heading to the Stormwind Mountains. The girl called her friend and told her she'd met a special guy. Chuzhan confessed to her friend that she'd challenged him the day before and used all her charm during the fight, but it hadn't had any effect on him at all. He must have some incredibly strong willpower. After talking with her friend for a while longer, Chuzhan announced that she too would go to the Stormwind Mountains. The car crashed into the monster at tremendous speed, sending it flying a great distance. The other monsters, seeing what had happened to their comrade, hesitated for a moment and wondered whether they should intervene in the battle. At the wheel of the massive military vehicle was mechanic Zhu Zhao. The girl fired round projectiles at the monsters. The projectiles rolled toward the monsters and then exploded, scattering them in all directions. Summoner Wen Tianjun summoned an ice spirit and directed it against the group of monsters as well. The two girls worked quite seamlessly together, aiming their weapons and helping one another. In the back of the military vehicle was the gunner Zhu Dan, who was raining fire on the monsters from a massive firearm. She gave the signal, and the swordswoman Su Qing Lian stepped forward to slay the remaining monsters. It seemed that victory was within reach, but at the same time several monsters were still alive, and the summoner directed ice at them. However, the girls were suddenly hit by a very powerful fire attack. They didn't understand what was happening, but their vehicle was completely destroyed, and everything around them was burned to the ground. The girls tried to figure out what had happened. First and foremost, they needed to see if everyone was alive, but it soon became clear that they couldn't hold out. A huge horde of demons was closing in on the girls. This was an extremely vicious race that fed on living creatures. The girls realized it was useless to try to do anything. Even using all their abilities, they'd only managed to kill 4 of them, and now, most likely, their end had come as one of the demons engulfed everything around them in fire. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a rider galloped in on a white wolf. As he extinguished the flames, he unleashed a sacred storm. And now that fire crashed down on the demons, swirling them into a fiery vortex. The young man concentrated the light, which was about to strike like a powerful storm. It seemed as though all the demons were tangled in a tight knot, with a spear of sacred light hurled at them. This spear pierced right through the group of demons, and now amidst the flames, a young man could be seen sitting astride a huge white wolf. The wolf drenched everything with a torrent of ice, and soon the fire was extinguished, while the terrified girls stared in amazement at their savior. Zhou Yi activated slow regeneration and directed it toward the injured girls. This came in very handy because some of them were feeling quite ill and were very weak. Finally, the girls were able to speak. They thanked their savior. It turned out that Zhou Yi was very familiar with the Blue Phoenix team, which was ranked among the top 3 at the university. The girls were ashamed that they had ended up in such a situation and could have died if not for his help. The swordswoman suggested they return to base because it was very dangerous there. Zhou Yi had been exploring the outlying areas for a whole month, but still hadn't found any traces of the ice lotus. The freshman competitions were set to take place in a couple of days, and only after they were over would he be able to continue searching for the flower. Zhou Yi was ready to leave the area and agreed to continue the conversation with the girls once they were back on campus. Zhu Zhao activated Metal Roar, Spirit of Speed, and Phantom Rumble, and also summoned a giant mechanical spider. Soon a huge metal robot, resembling a spider, appeared before everyone. The mechanic said there wasn't much time and urged everyone to hurry inside before the demons converged on the area. And now the spider was racing away at tremendous speed from the Stormwind Mountains. Qing Lian explained that their team had been coming to this area for over 2 months, but today was the first time they'd encountered demons. Either the demons are coming from the very depths of the mountains, or there's an interdimensional rift nearby from which they're emerging. They need to return to base and alert the military. Of course, there should be a tower in the military zone that monitors the entire area, but there are so many monsters in the mountains that it's not always possible to track every group. To prevent monsters from escaping and attacking peaceful cities, a supply and trade base is located at the entrance to the zone. The magic tower is protected by an army that constantly monitors the monsters' movements in the mountains. The demon population in this area is low, but Zhou Yi would not agree that the demons here are weak, given what happened today. The Magic Tower primarily monitors epic and legendary level monsters in the depths of the Stormwind Mountains. If a monster's level is below the minimum threshold, the Magic Tower may be unable to detect it. But if there really is an interdimensional rift here, it's unclear why the demons would send low-level demons into this zone. After all, such demons would be instantly destroyed if detected by the military. Demons as high as level 50 could emerge from the interdimensional rift. Weak demons would not only perish, but also reveal the rift's location. There were simply too many unanswered questions. In any case, the students were supposed to pass the information on to the military, and they would decide what to do in this situation. Standing on a huge mechanical spider, the young people saw a strange flash and an inexplicable aura in the distance, in the mountains. Everyone realized that there was someone in that spot who was surrounded by demons, and that person was trying to fight them. Zhou Yi jumped onto his wolf and told the girls to head back to base. He'd catch up with them. The girls tried to shout something about how they had no idea how many demons were there and that it was too dangerous, but Zhou Yi was already racing off to save the stranger. The thing was, the young man recognized that aura very well, but he couldn't understand why she was there. Another team was sitting in the forest. They were discussing that about 20 silver-ranked demons had gathered, and the girl wouldn't last long. Was there any point in helping her? The young people thought it wasn't worth it. They themselves had fallen into a trap, and if the girl managed to escape the demons, she would become famous in the future. At that very moment, the girl was already surrounded by demons on all sides, and the circle around her was tightening like a noose around her neck. Jiang Chuzhan fought desperately against the demons, dealing damage to them. The situation was becoming critical. The demons realized that her skill had a time limit, so they surrounded her but didn't attack, in order to drain her strength. The demons moved in groups of 10, and even if she killed many of them, their ranks were quickly replenished. Chu Zhan knew that if she couldn't break through before her power faded, she wouldn't have a single chance to escape back to base. Suddenly, everything around her burst into flames as fire rained down from the heavens onto the demons, burning them to ashes. Zhu Zhan watched the scene in astonishment. She didn't understand what was happening, but the situation was clearly in her favor. Soon Zhou Yi appeared from deep within the forest. The young man was sitting on a huge wolf and burning the demons with holy light. The demons let out a loud scream and radiated their aura. They were clearly uncomfortable in the holy light. After letting out a scream, one of the demons activated berserker mode and with renewed strength, charged at the people. The young people were not yet strong enough to stand up to such a demon. Zhou Yi scooped the girl up into his arms and then activated the punishment of light. The young man watched as the sacred light incinerated the demons. Now he understood why everyone wanted a magic class. After all, killing monsters from a distance was a real pleasure. The berserker demons continued to advance on the young people, with more and more groups of monsters arriving at the battlefield. And now everything around them was swarming with demons, while the young people sat on a huge wolf, surrounded on all sides. Zhou Yi could have used area of effect skills to deal with the demons, but they were scattered over a large area. The young people had made too much noise, and demons from all over the plain had flocked to this one spot. The young man placed his fingers on Chu Zhan's forehead and told her to distract the demons on the left, but not to try to fight them. Zhou Yi activated slow regeneration and cast Blessing of Dawn along with other paladin buffs. Chu Zhan checked her profile. Her main stats had increased by a quarter, all thanks to the buffs. Zhou Yi used his hammer to hack down the demons, who, to his surprise, took damage and turned out to be weaker than a human. The young man swung his hammer relentlessly, and everything around him was already engulfed in sacred fire. Chu Zhan stood near the wolf and watched the battle, still marveling at just how powerful the paladin's buffs were. The girl was well versed in the various classes. She knew that an ordinary paladin was incapable of anything like this. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a demon that appeared before her. The swordswoman braced herself to fight it. Zhu Zhan realized that now was not the time to think about the paladin. She had to fulfill his request and hold off these demons. Zhou Yi was deeply focused. He continued to destroy the demons, gradually reducing their numbers. At one point, a demon appeared behind the young man, and things could have ended very tragically, but unexpectedly it fell, cut to pieces. Chu Zhan used her shadow whip. She concentrated demonic energy in her hand in the shape of a whip and used it to strike her opponent. Zhou Yi thought that people with the light element really did attract demons the most, and most of the demons had already gathered in this clearing. The young man decided that now was the time to use this technique. The sacred light shield was directed at the swordswoman, who watched the events unfold in surprise. A protective field formed around the girl, a sphere of sacred light, granting her immunity to physical damage and protecting her allies. Zhou Yi ordered everyone to stay inside the sphere while he himself activated the Holy Cross. He summoned Holy Light, forming a cross behind him, and all enemies took damage from Holy Fire. Huge demons buckled under the Holy Fire. It looked incredibly epic and awe-inspiring. Under the power of the Holy Light, all darkness would be vanquished. The light concentrated, and then a holy storm summoned by Zhou Yi swept in. This storm dealt damage to all enemies within a certain range, and now it seemed as though holy crosses were crashing down upon the demons' heads. The demons could not survive such holy light. Their bodies were torn to pieces, and it was simply madness. Bystanders watched the scene in astonishment. The man realized that despite his high level, he and his companions wouldn't be able to defeat even 10 demons, let alone fight alone. And this guy is way too scary. Plus, he's very young, so I need to go make friends with him right away. Soon, some girls on a mechanical spider appeared nearby, and Zhu Dan announced that they'd come to help. However, once the smoke and fire had died down, it became clear that their help wasn't really needed. The area was littered with the bodies of slain demons. By this point, Zhou Yi had already received a notification from the system about leveling up and gaining attribute and skill points. The young man quickly opened a bottle of potion and drank it to restore his health. Thanks to the potion, his mana level recovered slightly, but it still wasn't enough. Zhou Yi decided to ask his instructors upon his return how he could increase his mana level. Su Qinglian was very surprised. Could Zhou Yi really have taken on all those demons by himself? All the girls marveled at their friend's strength and power. They couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. The young man glanced at Chu Zhan, who could no longer stand on her own. She had expended too much energy and exhausted all her strength. The swordswoman wanted to know if there were any high-level monsters among the demons. Zhou Yi replied that the highest-level demon among those he had destroyed today was a 23rd level gold-rank demon. This information upset the girl. She looked very concerned. The Demon Legion has a commander-in-chief, just like any army. If he isn't here, then the Demon Legion's main forces aren't here either, so there's no point in staying. They need to return to base immediately. The young men saw that Zhou Yi and the girls were about to leave and decided it was time to reveal themselves. But before the young people emerged from the bushes, something began to happen. A powerful demonic aura appeared. Soon, everything around them was enveloped in the demonic aura, and demons appeared. It turned out that the previous battle had been nothing more than a warm-up. A huge dragon was flying in the sky, with a demon standing on its back. It was a legendary rank, level 30 monster riding a gold-rank fire-breathing dragon. Finally, the military's early warning system went off, because the concentration of the alien aura had exceeded safe levels. A level 4 invasion was confirmed. All troops were put on combat alert, and now this aura could be sensed even without sensors. The Knights of the Snow Dragon Corps had to immediately finish their training and gather near the teleportation site. The Snow Dragon Corps' priest squad was replenishing their mana reserves to be ready to provide assistance. The Snow Dragon Corps' logistics unit began redistributing magic cores and magic shards, while the mage unit constructed a teleportation circle. Commander Shu Yuzhou led the Snow Dragon Corps. He surveyed the unit, ready to carry out his orders. The man declared that he would be the sword that cuts through thorns and the shield that protects this land. All members of the Snow Dragon's Corps repeated the motto and marched out to the battlefield. The demons were also holding a gathering. Every demon in the Legion had been personally approved by the leader. Over the past 6 months on Earth, they had lost no more than 10 demons. But before they could return to their realm, hundreds of soldiers had been killed by a human. Half a day remained before their return home. The Emperor said he would allow the demons to have one last bit of fun. He himself promised that he would never forgive these little humans. He would take their souls and burn them in the fires of hell. Orima's demon spawn used a summoning skill. Demons of the silver and gold ranks were summoned. Su Qinglian scanned her opponents. She realized they were facing a legendary rank demon, along with numerous gold rank demon knights and silver rank mages. The commander said that her Blue Phoenix team would protect Zhou Yili. The young man had lost his strength after the previous battle and now needed to wait for the right moment to escape. All the girls agreed that Zhou Yili's life must be spared, so no one questioned Su Qinglian's order. This was the first time any of them had seen such a powerful student. Suddenly, a huge teleportation portal appeared in the sky above the battlefield, and the students couldn't figure out what it was. Their joy knew no bounds when they realized these were soldiers from the Snow Dragon Corps, people who had reached level 30 and undergone their second awakening. The demon was very pleased. He laughed, saying that the people shouldn't get too excited, because the army wouldn't be able to pass through his magical barrier. It was terrifying, and the students couldn't believe it. Could such a thing really be possible? The military units stood on the teleportation circle, bewildered by what was happening to them, since they should have arrived at their destination long ago. Moreover, it was unclear why they had strayed so far from their intended teleportation destination. Unfortunately, the mage figured it out. The barrier was in place, so it was impossible to teleport inside. To break through, they would need the combined strength of 2 core. Otherwise, the army would have to wait for the barrier to dissipate. At best, the soldiers would have to wait 5 minutes, which, of course, wasn't a very long time. But there were people inside right now. Everyone understood that holding out for even 5 minutes was impossible. So the commander ordered them to gather information about the people inside and notify their relatives so they could claim the remains. Zhou Yi received a notification from the system stating that a demon had been found, that it needed to be killed, and that he could earn a luck elixir and a rank boost. This was excellent news. The demon sensed a powerful holy aura and immediately realized that this was the very man who had killed his soldiers. As a sign of respect for his opponent, the demon vowed to kill him with his own hands and let the man die in endless agony. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was gathering his energy and the holy light, watching his opponent closely. But in response, the fire-breathing dragon was met with a blast of icy air from the humans and was immediately extinguished. The fire ceased. The demon's powerful aura clashed with the sacred light, and now it was a confrontation between 2 equal forces. However, the sacred light was able to defeat the demonic dragon with absolute ease. It fell apart into pieces and collapsed right there. The demon himself found himself on the ground, deprived of his dragon, and at that very moment, Zhou Yi leaped toward him, swinging his hammer. He clearly hadn't expected such speed. Even though he'd put up a barrier, however, it was too late, and the hammer crashed down on his shoulder. The demon managed to jump aside, sustaining only minor injuries, and the main blow of the holy light missed him. However, the demon was in shock. He couldn't understand how this was possible, since this little human was only level 18, but already possessed the strength to stand up to him. Zhou Yi, in turn, also praised his opponent, saying that he was quite strong, and besides, this was the first legendary monster the young man had ever faced. Without giving the demon a chance to come up with a plan or recover, Zhou Yi gathered the holy light once more and unleashed it upon his opponent. The young man noticed that the pure white blade had successfully inflicted a stun effect, and now he could add the punishment of light. Suffering excruciating pain, the demon was barely holding on, but still activated the fire demon's shield. And at one point, the sacred light unleashed upon the demon had no effect due to the shield's protective properties. As the battle unfolded, Zhou Yi analyzed his opponent. He realized that even the light punishment had failed to harm the demon, and that conventional means would certainly not be enough to kill it. But the young man still had what he'd received from the system after successfully passing the exam. The demon couldn't use its abilities properly, so he decided not to take any chances and summoned his subordinates, the demon soldiers, to kill this man. Zhou Yi had just begun to use the skill he'd been given, and the sacred light was gathering around him. At first, it was unclear what effect it would have on the demons. Everyone watched the scene in astonishment. They had never seen anything like it. Even the demons stood with their mouths agape. They sensed that something terrifying was approaching. The stronger individuals among them couldn't take their eyes off the holy light, which was literally cutting the demons to pieces. The soldiers who hadn't yet teleported realized that its power was comparable to that of magical cannons. The commander was informed that students from Suheng University were trapped inside, and that the young man who had used the skill was Zhou Yi, the top-ranked student in this year's special recruitment class. Commander Shu realized that a freshman was fighting the demon, and he felt sorry that such a promising young man would die. If Zhou Yi had had more time to develop his abilities, his skill might have been able to kill the demon spawn. The demon was simply enraged. He couldn't understand how this man dared to insult the great Orimas. And now legions of fiery curses and fire demons had been thrown into the attack. All the demon mages were casting their spells while Zhou Yi stood calmly leaning on his hammer. The demon leader was calming his subordinates while the healer restored his arm. The demons were facing nothing more than a weak paladin. His mana would run out soon, and without it, they could overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Zhou Yi realized that Hand of God had depleted all his mana, and its regeneration rate was too slow. Now the young man was completely unarmed. The young man activated Divine Summoning, a one-time secret paladin skill that didn't consume mana. Its effect allowed him to harness the power of the God of Light, but afterward, he would fall into a state of weakness. The demons stared, spellbound, at the divine light that descended upon them. They didn't understand what was happening. And now within this pillar of holy light, a divine angel with wings soared above them. The demons couldn't move, It seemed as though they had been zombified, while feathers began to fall from the angel's wings. The demons caught these sacred feathers as if they were small children catching their first snowflakes, rejoicing in the snowfall. But suddenly, these feathers ignited with sacred fire in the demons' hands, burning them to ashes and preventing them from resisting the forces of the sacred spirit. Commander Shu also caught a feather and realized it was a divine summon. Divine summon is a high-level skill mastered by divine-type classes. It allows them to unleash the power of the deities they believe in. The commander recounted that he had once seen a priest use divine summoning to restore the health of an entire legion in the blink of an eye. It was precisely thanks to this skill that the troops were able to withstand the siege of 3 demon legions until reinforcements arrived. Divine skills are incredibly powerful. The demon lord could not believe his eyes, for the paladin had used a high-level secret technique, and only one who possessed divine power could interrupt it. If this was not done, the entire demon legion would be destroyed. It was just a skill, but the paladin could switch between attack and defense. Now he needed to consider how long it would take to create a portal to the Valley of the Dark Barrier. It took only a minute to create it, and now it was time for the demons to prove their loyalty. The demon lord addressed his army, calling on the fire demons to sacrifice themselves to the demon spawn, Orimasu, to prove their loyalty. The demons turned to the great demon Orimasu and sacrificed everything they had to become part of their patron. More and more demons swore their love and sacrificed everything they had to become part of their lord. Gradually, the power and energy of these demons began to fill their leader, multiplying his strength many times over. And now the Lord of Demons was filled with immense demonic power, which radiated from him, striking everyone with a mighty aura. The Holy Spirit watched all of this. He said that this was a very hideous and pitiful lowly species of monsters. The Holy Spirit bestowed divine power upon the paladin, and now Zhou Yi's actions were imbued with it. Zhou Yi pointed his sacred finger. God said, "Let there be light," and this light would conquer the darkness. By this point, the demon had already drawn energy from his subordinates and doubled his power level. After that, the demon began to concentrate its energy so that it could, in turn, unleash it upon the people and its opponent. A massive demonic burst produced a deafening effect, and the entire ground around it shattered into pieces. This was the most powerful innate skill of fire demons. He concentrated the power of the fire element to the utmost, raising the surface temperature. Had it not been for the self-sacrifice of the rank-and-file demons, their lord would never have been able to master this skill. And now he unleashed it upon the hated paladin, who of course should have perished in that very instant. A powerful explosion rang out, and none of those watching the duel could tell whose side luck was on. At one point, while hiding from the divine light, the demon thought that they were on completely different levels. Now the demon was no longer worried that his efforts weren't enough. He thought only that a minute had passed and his portal was already ready, which meant he could escape. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi continued to incinerate everything with holy fire and landed a critical blow to finish off his opponent. The demon lay on the ground defeated, but he tried to crawl into the portal, believing that his mission was complete and he must return to the sacred realm. The remaining demons were alarmed. They didn't know what to do, for their lord, the spawn of the demon Orimas, was dead. But the portal was damaged, and the demons could not return to their sacred realm. Now all that remained was to put an end to their existence. Zhou Yi could barely stand either. Before losing consciousness, he saw Chu Zhan's worried face above him and heard him order the priest to check on his condition immediately. The young man felt extremely weak. He couldn't move his arms, and it felt as if he couldn't breathe. It felt as if a huge stone were lying on his chest. Perhaps it was the ghost pressing down on him. Zhou Yi jumped up, intending to push the ghost off him, but it turned out he was lying in bed. Chu Zhan reported that the young man had slept for more than 2 days and had finally come to. She would be sure to let the others know right away. But before leaving, the girl said she had to thank her savior for saving her life, and she kissed Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi touched his cheek, still bearing the mark of the beauty's kiss, and noted sadly that he'd slept for 2 days, meaning he'd missed out on the rewards for his daily quests. The young man checked his profile. He'd received rewards for slaying a demon spawn, a death resistance talent, and an elixir of luck. The death resistance talent was ranked S+, which meant it must have something special about it. The young man stabbed himself in the stomach with a knife and was delighted to find that he had healed in just 2 seconds. Now he could fight without worrying about injuries, which meant his overall survivability had increased significantly. There was also a luck potion, which when used significantly increased one's luck, like the chance to obtain a legendary weapon without even leaving home. The young man read up on the ways to use the luck elixir and decided to save it for a more appropriate occasion. While studying further new skills, Zhou Yi read about the halo of sacred flame, which formed behind the paladin. It allowed him to control the element of fire and also increase damage from light and fire type skills. The halo of sacred flame was a light type skill, so it could be enhanced by the protection of a sacred angel, after which damage from light and fire elements increased significantly. Perhaps when the halo of sacred flame and the punishment of light were activated simultaneously, Zhou Yi would be able to control both elements. Unexpectedly, the deputy commander of the Snow Dragon's Corps, the mage Wang Liang, arrived at the hospital. He thanked the young man for destroying the demon spawn in the portal, which had allowed the military to capture many demons. Zhou Yi said there was no need for thanks. He had been defending himself and his friends, and now the young man wanted to know why the military mage had come to see him. Wang Liang replied that Commander Shu had intended to come in person to express his gratitude, but urgent matters had arisen. Zhou Yi's final blow had destroyed half of the Dark Barrier Valley, yet the traces of the demon's presence remained untouched. The Snow Dragon's Corps had uncovered the demon's secret, and Captain Shu had set out to report this to his superiors. As he spoke, the mage activated a certain orb. Soon, the entire space around them was filled with all manner of resources that the Snow Dragon Corps had accumulated over hundreds of years. And now Zhou Yi could feel free to choose whatever he wished. The young man examined the item cards with interest. They contained genuine S-rank treasures. After examining many of them, Zhou Yi asked the warrior if there was an S-rank Ice Lotus in the Snow Dragon's Corps' warehouse. Wang Liang began checking the catalog and soon showed him the Ice Lotus, which when used, grants the Ice Body ability. Zhou Yi was absolutely thrilled when he saw this item, as it was exactly what he wanted most of all. The mage could tell that the young man was overjoyed and happy, so he gladly gave him the item, thinking that the flower's price of 100 million was equivalent to several years' worth of salary. The Ice Lotus was stored in the headquarters warehouse. Zhou Yi would remain in the hospital for a few more days, after which he could collect his prize. In addition, the mage suggested that if the young man got bored, they could go monster hunting together in the mountains. Wang Liang was eager for his protégés from the Corps to get to know this unique student better. Once he became the strongest person, they could benefit from this friendship. Zhou Yi thanked him for the invitation and said he needed to return to the university to participate in the freshman competition, so it would be best to send the Lotus to his dorm. Wang Liang had completely forgotten that the young man was just a student. He promised to send Ice Lotus to the university dormitory within the next few days, and also asked him to contact the Snow Dragon's Corps if he came across anything interesting in the mountains. Left alone, Zhou Yi was almost happy, because now his sister was safe. He had to give credit to the demon spawn without it. He wouldn't have been able to gain access to the Snow Dragon's Corps' warehouse and retrieve the Ice Lotus. But first, he had to finish his daily quest because time was running out. The girls from the Blue Phoenix team had already recovered and had come to their captain, saying they wanted to invite Zhou Yi to join their group. The captain didn't think the guy would agree since it was much more profitable for him to hunt monsters solo, but the girls still asked the captain to check. After all, if you don't ask, you won't get an answer. Zhou Yi had just finished his daily training when there was a knock at the door, and it turned out to be Su Qing Lian. She immediately asked if Zhou Yi would like to join the Blue Phoenix team. Captain Su said that if Zhou Yi turned them down, her friends would literally be heartbroken. Of course, it was all a joke first and foremost. Qing Lian wanted to thank him for saving them all in the mountains. After that, the girl began kissing the young man. It was a special token of gratitude from the entire team. Zhou Yi once again wiped his kissed cheek and thought to himself that girls these days were quite bold. Military Corps Commander Shu reported that the demons had invaded half a year ago and had been hiding in the Stormwind Mountains ever since. Moreover, the demons had learned to travel across the world through medium-sized rifts that the beacons couldn't detect. This was very bad news, so one of the military commanders asked Captain Shu how certain he was of this information. The captain explained that for a long time, creatures from other worlds could only enter the planet through large rifts. But such rifts could not remain open for long, so invasions from other worlds did not pose a major threat. However, there are numerous medium-sized rifts on the planet, and the planet would be at risk of extinction. Therefore, the current findings had been verified repeatedly. Fortunately for humanity, only monsters below level 30 can pass through a medium-sized rift, and measures must now be taken as soon as possible. Congressman Yang was tasked with informing all major regions of the country, so that they would immediately investigate the medium-sized fissures within their territories. Congressman Zhang was scheduled to attend an international meeting to report these findings and observe the reactions of other countries. Everyone already knew that this information had come from an 18-year-old teenager. Captain Shu confirmed that this hero's name was Zhou Yi. He was a paladin and a freshman at Suhang University. The young man had used divine summoning to defeat a demon spawn and destroy its squad. Everyone knew that paladins rarely took first place in the rankings. This young man bore the surname Zhou and lived in Suhang County. He might have been a descendant of the Zhou family of ice. Congressman Wang Hui was also the president of Suhang University, and he was tasked with evaluating student Zhou Yi upon his return. Captain Shu understood that everyone present at this meeting was among the strongest people in the country. If the young man could win their favor, a bright future awaited him. At Suhang University, the campus radio station caught the students' attention with an announcement. The freshman competitions were scheduled to begin at 10 o'clock in the morning, and everyone was advised not to be late. The deans of the various faculties were in place, ready to evaluate the competition results. In addition to the Dean of Magic and Weapons, the Deans of Tactics and Logistics were also present. Man was the Dean of the Military Faculty, and on behalf of all the faculty members, he welcomed the freshmen. The competition would be divided into two stages. The first, a trial in the secret realm, and the second, a free competition consisting of 3 opportunities to battle someone of a higher rank. Su Mayer was very worried because several students were missing from the roll call. If they didn't show up, they would be disqualified. Whispers were already spreading through the crowd because no one could find Zhou Yi and Chu Zhan. Could they have forgotten about the competition? The young man thought that Zhou Yi had wasted an entire month and didn't even have the fortitude to show up for the competition, a real weakling who hadn't taken advantage of the opportunity. Wu Man announced the start of the first stage of the freshman competition, titled The Secret Realm of the Silver Rank. He opened a portal to the secret realm, where the competition participants could now travel. This year's freshmen were stronger than ever before in the university's history. Never before had so many talented students been admitted. This would allow everyone to fully unleash their potential. In addition to the easy, hard, and nightmare difficulty levels, the instructors had added the abyss level. Now it was clear why the portal was burning with a strange flame. It was due to the addition of the abyss level, which is dozens of times more difficult than the nightmare level. The freshmen were very nervous. They knew it would be difficult, but they hoped to clear the area and achieve a good result. The Dean of Military Affairs ordered that the best potions, gear, and weapons be prepared, and then he gave the signal to start the competition. A group of bear monsters lived in the dark forest. Legend had it that even a whole human wasn't enough to satisfy a small bear cub's hunger. The students teleported to the dark realm and immediately began choosing a difficulty level. It could be Nightmare or the Abyss. All of them were ambitious. But soon the dean noticed that numbers 1 and 3 were missing from the lists. The professor explained that they had gone to the Stormwind Mountains to gain experience and had not yet returned. Man was furious, because the freshman competition determines the future direction of development and the allocation of resources. How could anyone be late for such an important event? The man believed this was due to the students' excessive arrogance stemming from their high ranks. They needed to be taught a lesson. If they didn't show up, they would be disqualified, and their rankings would be lowered. Just then, Zhou Yi ran onto the arena, carrying a girl on his shoulder. He apologized for being late and immediately dashed into the dark realm. Ms. Su Mayer was pleased that her students had made it in time, and that both young people had chosen the Abyss tier. The group looked at one another, happy that they had made it in time, and that everything had worked out. Upon entering the dark realm, Zhou Yi received a notification that he had entered the lair of bear monsters, which were extremely ferocious at the Abyss difficulty level. Zhou Yi immediately activated the Blessing of Dawn, Courage, God's Gift, and Protection. He looked at his opponents, the bear monsters, and hoped that their difficulty would live up to his expectations. And now, as he destroyed these bears, the young man hoped he would be able to give it his all. Zhu Zhan used an instant crushing strike to unleash the sword's continuous energy and pierce through her opponent's defense. The young man, who possessed fire-based skills, concentrated the power of the flames in his fist and dealt massive damage to his target. Wang Li used the Heartbreaker Whirlwind Strike to knock his opponent off his feet. He had already destroyed 16 bears since the start. The instructors watching the competition knew that the bear's lair was one of the university's most challenging secret realms. The freshmen's performance was quite good. Usually upon entering the location, they freeze up and die, but this year everyone was holding their own. The Dean of Military Affairs ordered that the top performer be brought before him. He wanted to see what Zhou Yi was capable of after spending a month in the Stormwind Mountains. Just at that moment, the young man received a notification that he had cleared the first level. He had killed 16 bear monsters in 5 seconds. The instructors were in shock. Zhou Yi had used only the support skill Halo of Sacred Flame, but the fire was powerful enough to instantly kill the monsters. This is possible with high intelligence stats. Man was shocked. He knew there could be many reasons, including intelligence stats, buffs, treasures, and the like. One couldn't judge based on a single battle. But at the same time, the Dean of Military Affairs, with all his years of experience, couldn't fathom the effect of this strange skill. It was immediately clear that this kid hadn't wasted any time. Zhou Yi activated Punishment of Light and received a notification that he had cleared the second level. He had killed 200 bear monsters in less than 2 minutes. After that, he faced the bear boss, a huge, powerful, and strong monster. It also took only a couple of minutes to defeat it, along with the use of the Spear of Victory. And just like that, Zhou Yi received a notification that the clear was complete, along with rewards and new talents. This was a pleasant surprise, since a class's power depends heavily on its talents. At the beginning, Zhou Yi had relied heavily on his S+ rank talent. It seems this was a silver-tier secret realm, since the young man didn't receive such a reward when he broke the record in a bronze-tier realm. It's nice that they let him choose from 3 options, and now Zhou Yi won't have to worry about getting a useless talent. For example, he doesn't need strong defense at all. Quick steps isn't bad, but in actual combat you need time to react to your opponent's actions, so aura of concentration is much better. The stronger the opponent, the faster their attacks, and the more important reaction speed becomes. The situation in battle is constantly changing. Aura of concentration can reduce the risk of a skill being interrupted and even turn the tide of battle. The young man chose the talent, cleared the secret realm on the Abyss difficulty level, and was offered the chance to unlock an additional level. A nauseating stench wafted from the portal, which meant the level would be interesting. The Dean of the Faculty of Magic was absolutely delighted by his incredible combat technique and flawless control of the elements. The Dean of Military Affairs admired his quick thinking and ability to adapt. The Abyss difficulty level had been added for a reason. The Dean of the Faculty of Weapons saw that Zhou Yi was very well-rounded. He possessed not only powerful magical attacks, but also buffing skills, as well as incredible melee combat skills. The Dean of Tactics noted that the Paladin's skill spread was too wide. As he leveled up, he would need more skill points, and his performance might end up being mediocre. Wu Man fully agreed with his colleague and said he would definitely speak with Zhou Yi after the competition. But it turned out that Zhou Yi hadn't yet decided on a faculty, and he needed to be allowed to make that choice before Wu Man spoke with him. All the deans agreed with this and wanted to wait until the young man made up his own mind. At that moment, President Wang Hui appeared among the faculty. He greeted his colleagues and said that unfortunately, he had arrived late and hadn't been able to witness Zhou Yi's strength for himself. Zhou Yi entered the additional location and saw a huge pile of charred bones. The young man surmised that some kind of ritual had been performed here. At the top of the mountain made of bones stood a throne, and a skeleton sat upon it. If there are good gods, then there must also be evil ones. And an evil god is not simply a god of darkness, but a collective term for mad gods. Praying to the god of light or darkness requires only pure and sincere faith, but praying to evil gods demands new lives and souls. The infamous Bloody Abyss incident, which occurred several years ago, was caused by a man who believed in an evil god. This man planned to sacrifice the city. His power level had nearly doubled. Although he was destroyed by the military, the millions of souls taken by the evil god could not be returned. Since then, praying to evil gods has been banned in their country, and anyone caught doing so will be immediately executed. But belief in evil gods brings quick rewards, and many people still take this risk and commit this crime. It's not just humans who can pray to evil gods. Some beasts, elves, and angels can do so as well. And now the young man encountered the ghost bear. Originally, he had been the leader of a group of monster bears, but after a ritual performed by an evil god, he turned into a ghost. The bear was delighted to see a living human. Zhou Yi understood that undead creatures are immune to physical attacks, and martial arts masters would be shocked to see this final boss. The ghost bear couldn't break through the sacred fire blazing around Zhou Yi, but that was always futile in the face of the immortality bestowed upon the ghost bear by the great Lord Exia. The phantom bear felt the agonizing burn of the sacred light. It was in pain, and it concluded that the young man had played his trump card. The bear waited for the man's energy to run out, for he could not die, while the man was bound to grow weary. However, the young man paid no heed to the phantom's words and continued to direct the sacred light at him. The phantom bear screamed desperately that he couldn't be killed, and that the young man should stop wasting his light. However, after some time had passed, the phantom bear was completely incinerated by the sacred light, and no Lord Exia could save him in that situation. Zhou Yi gained a level, experience points, and a gold rank bear horn. The young man approached the portal, reflecting that infinite resurrection was merely an illusion. One simply had to deplete its energy to kill it. Zhou Yi sensed that he had entered this location. It wasn't elemental magic, but the sensation was similar to what Zhou Yi had felt when he used divine summoning. Perhaps these were the remnants of some evil god's power. When the phantom bear resurrected for the first time, its power had become much weaker. And then the young man realized that the number of resurrections was limited. The correct way to clear this level was to kill the monster over and over again, forcing it to expend the evil god's energy until it ran out. Meanwhile, Shen Li Feng was battling the bear, unleashing fiery attacks on the monster. Shen Li Feng had just realized that the bonus levels were the most difficult part of the secret realm. He had to kill the phantom bear 10 times in a row to completely destroy it. The student was very pleased that he had leveled up in advance and would now be able to clear the bonus level in just 8 minutes. The dean of the logistics department was very pleased. He saw that Zhou Yi was using S-rank skills. This guy had found a shortcut completely by accident. Perhaps other students would also make use of such skills, but it seemed this paladin had his own secrets. Many instructors believed that a student from a poor district couldn't possibly acquire S-rank skills. Perhaps someone was helping him. Just then, Professor Su Meier noticed with joy and pride that Zhou Yi had leveled up. He was now at level 19. Zhou Yi was simply an incredible young man who had already achieved stunning results on the entrance exams. The dean looked at this rare talent with interest. He knew a little about Zhou Yi, who had gone monster hunting during his first month and raised his level after enrolling in the university. His journey to the Stormwind Mountains had yielded excellent results. For someone capable of single-handedly destroying an army of fire demons, passing the freshman competition was a piece of cake. If this competition didn't affect the allocation of resources, Zhou Yi probably wouldn't have even bothered to show up. At that moment, Shen Li Feng burst out of the dark realm. He hadn't expected for a moment that he wouldn't be first. Could it be that Zhou Yi had cleared the area before him? The young man thought Zhou Yi had left earlier because he'd failed the bonus level. Shen Li Feng was a member of one of the great families in his region and couldn't afford to lose to some poor guy. At that moment, Jiang Chu Zhan tumbled out of the portal. The girl looked so carried away that it seemed as if she had lost control of her body. Zhou Yi reacted instantly. He leaped up and managed to catch the beauty before she fell. Chu Zhan was happy to see her friend here, who had once again managed to act faster than she had. Soon, other students began tumbling out of the portal, screaming, and it became clear that they had failed the task and used their return ticket. Professor Su ordered the priest to provide first aid to the injured. An hour later, the commotion had died down, everyone had recovered, and it was time to move on to the next stage of the freshman competition. But before the second stage began, the instructors gathered all the students to announce each student's ranking and completion time. Shen Li Feng couldn't wait to hear about his amazing result. He was very pleased and confident. However, upon reading the result, the young man's expression changed immediately. It turned out that his main rival, Zhou Yi, had not only surpassed him, but had done so by a huge margin. Zhou Yi had not only taken first place in the entrance exam, but now he also wanted to take first place in the competition. Shen Li Feng didn't want to dwell on what had already happened, but he certainly wasn't going to lose in the next stage of the freshman competition. Wu Man announced that the second stage of the competition, called Free Competition, was about to begin. Each student had 3 chances to compete. There would be a 5-minute break after each match. After that, the students began challenging one another. Everyone was trying to defeat their closest competitor, and soon everyone heard someone challenge Zhou Yilu. It was, of course, the number 2 ranked student at the university, a student named Shen Li Feng. He radiated fiery energy and wanted to test who was stronger between them. Zhu Zhan explained that this guy was ranked 2nd. He came from a distinguished family, and rare fire dragon blood flowed through his veins. Because of the sudden appearance of Zhou Yi, who had taken first place at Suhong University, Li Feng harbored a grudge against him. Zhou Yi knew this guy was much weaker than him, but the other guy still hadn't figured that out. Just an idiot blinded by rage. Zhou Yi accepted the challenge and stepped forward to face his opponent, hoping the other would force him to give it his all. Shen Li Feng was confident of victory. He had called out Zhou Yi, and now the paladin would fight the berserker. They would see who was stronger. The young man immediately activated Blood Rage and Fire Strike. The instructors realized that Shen Li Feng wanted to finish off his opponent as quickly as possible. He immediately used Blood Rage to enhance his Fire Strike and attacked first, preventing Zhou Yili from taking advantage of his buffs. This was to be expected from a descendant of a great family. Shen Lifeng made quick decisions in battle, but the paladin used the Sacred Light defense. The B+ rank skill Sacred Light Shield could partially block physical damage. Lifeng sincerely hoped his opponent wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Zhou Yi noted that his opponent attacked quite quickly, but he only needed a tenth of a second to activate the protection of Holy Light. The paladin had hoped to face some worthy resistance, so he didn't attack first, but now he had lost interest. The young man swung his hammer, and even his opponent's fiery shield couldn't withstand it. It was instantly shattered. While Lifeng was wondering where Zhou Yi had gotten such power, the paladin was already right beside him, and it became clear that dodging his attack was impossible. Shen Lifeng couldn't lose here and now to this poor fellow. He activated the body of the fire dragon, the immense power hidden in his blood. Zhou Yi saw that this was similar to what had happened with Chu Zhan. All classes with bloodlines had their own trump card. Of course, this was something to envy, but in this specific situation, even with his lineage, Lifeng was still no match for him. Zhou Yi was genuinely surprised when his opponent managed to dodge the direct attack. But the power of the fire dragon's blood wasn't limited to close combat. Lifeng promised to show what the power of the fire dragon was all about and unleashed dragon's breath on his opponent. All the students watched the battle with bated breath. Lifeng had been forced to play his trump card. Everyone understood that the paladin didn't have a particularly distinguished lineage, so he might now find himself at a disadvantage. But Zhou Yi also had something to show. He used the halo of sacred flame. And then something surprising happened. The dragon's breath was absorbed by the halo of sacred flame. This fire, which illuminated the paladin, created the illusion that everyone else was looking at their king. Zhou Yi also seized the dragon's flame, and now his opponent could do absolutely nothing because his flame was under Zhou Yi's control. Finally, the young man declared that it was time to end this battle. He raised his hammer and brought it crashing down on his opponent. Shen Lifeng said that it was impossible to defeat him with his own fire. It was not even worth dreaming of. The young man shouted that he would regain control of his flames and activated destruction, the mere sight of which terrified everyone who saw it. But a powerful surge of holy light crashed down on Lifeng. The young man lost consciousness, and Zhou Yi emerged victorious. This proud and arrogant berserker, Shen Lifeng, had been completely crushed, and now his life was in the hands of the priests, and Zhou Yi hadn't even fought at full strength yet. It was terrifying to imagine what would happen if the young man were forced to show his true potential, and now no one was surprised by the outcome of this duel. Zhou Yi possessed exceptional intelligence. He had risen 5 levels in a single month. It was unlikely anyone could stand up to him now. However, Zhou Yi was invited back into the ring because he had been challenged once again. It was Sun Jielan, a 17th level Taoist priestess. She said she wanted to study under Zhou Yi. Taoist priests are a unique and extremely rare class. They are skilled in the use of talismans and sealing techniques. Once, such a priest had helped sustain life within Zhou Yun's body. The young man introduced himself. He hadn't expected to encounter a Taoist priest here. The girl knew that Zhou Yi hadn't fought at full strength in the previous battle, so she asked him to fight her with all his might, warning that she wouldn't stop him from using buffs. Meanwhile, the students whispered among themselves in surprise. When had Zhou Yi managed to reach level 19? Now it was no surprise why the assessment skill couldn't be used on him. He was significantly higher in level than his classmates. Moreover, the students noticed that Zhou Yi hadn't used any defensive measures when fighting Lifeng. Everyone knew that Sun Jialan was from the Sun family and served as their representative in the outside world. Zhou Yi replied to the girl that he would grant her request if that was what she wanted. And so the duel began. Zhou Yi immediately activated Defense, Courage, and Blessing of Dawn. Now he was ready to enjoy the battle. The girl gazed in admiration at her opponent's gear. Now she too had to give it her all. Xialan adorned herself with talismans and declared, "Fate has been decided. The stars point the way. The divine symbols have been revealed, and now everyone must heed her command and unleash an explosion." A powerful explosion rang out, and now the girl herself was looking around anxiously. She couldn't figure out where Zhou Yi had gone. At that very moment, Zhou Yi was already behind his opponent and said that she wouldn't be able to dodge his attack simply by changing her position. Xialan didn't understand how the guy had managed to move so quickly. Even with all her defenses up, she barely managed to block him. However, she decided to take a risk and use her power to counterattack. A barrage of fireballs flew toward Zhou Yi. The girl recited the spell, "Grant me the power of heaven and earth. I will transform these beings into soldiers who will demonstrate their might, obey my commands, and appear before everyone." Zhou Yi watched this spell with interest. It was a rather rare technique for creating soldiers from beans. And just like that, a multitude of warriors rushed into the attack, obeying their mistress's command. Fighting these soldiers wasn't difficult, but they possessed regenerative abilities similar to those of the Phantom Bear, so the battle proved somewhat problematic. Zhou Yi decided he had to destroy the source of mana, otherwise this was sheer madness. He raised his hammer-wielding arm, preparing to bring it down on his opponent. But at that moment, Sun Jialan raised both hands and said she was surrendering. The girl conceded victory to her opponent. And yet, just a short while ago, she had wanted to give it her all. Why was she giving up now? Xiaolan replied that they weren't even on the same level, and so she calmly accepted her defeat. In fact, she understood that if she continued, she would end up just like Shen Lifeng. After that, the beauty said that they would fight again someday when the opportunity arose, and she left the ring. Zhou Yi, hammer in hand, awaited his next opponent. He needed to fight one more match to finish his stage of the competition. Meanwhile, the other freshmen were trying to figure out who they would face. No one even wanted to look in the direction of the ring, so as not to make eye contact with Zhou Yi. Zhu Zhan was very happy for her friend, who had carried himself with such dignity throughout the competition. Their instructor, Miss Su, could see that Zhou Yi's strength surpassed that of a warrior, his agility exceeded that of a mage, and in general, he amazed everyone. If the young man had come from a wealthy family, one might have assumed he'd acquired all his abilities with money, but now everyone agreed that he was a genius. Even the teachers were deep in thought. They had never encountered a student like this, and to work with a young man of such caliber, they would have to measure up to him themselves. The second stage was nearly over, and soon the departments would be selecting their freshmen. Everyone understood that Zhou Yi would become a target for everyone, but Dean Wu Man said he was well prepared for it. Soon all the matches were over, and a new ranking of freshmen had already been established based on the results of the competition. The open competitions were over, the event had come to an end. Since the students' ranks had changed, their living arrangements and points would also be adjusted. Even if your rank dropped and you earned fewer points, there was no need to worry, there were plenty of ways to earn them back. The main thing was to work hard. Dean Wu announced that it was time to choose a department. First, the deans would explain the philosophy of each department. The Faculty of Magic trained its students by harnessing the power of the elements. The Faculty of Weapons focused on using weapons rather than relying on skills. The Faculty of Tactics taught operational command, and the logistics system was the foundation of any operation's success. The Faculty of Military Arts cultivated strong combat abilities in students, striving to increase their survivability on the battlefield. Each faculty representative believed that their knowledge was the most essential for students in the modern world. Once all the faculties had been introduced, Wu Man announced that students could now register in the system and choose the faculty of their choice. Zhu Zhan was very curious to know which faculty Zhou Yi would choose. Wu Man casually promised that if Zhou Yi chose the military faculty, he would become his personal mentor. Eventually, a real argument broke out among the instructors. Each tried to offer the best conditions for their future student. For example, Song Qi immediately promised that Zhou Yi would be able to use any weapon from the armory. Zhou Yi realized that something similar had already happened in his life once before. Back then, universities had competed for him, and now the competition had shifted to the departments. The students also realized that the three main departments were competing for Zhou Yi. It was really cool, and many were envious of him. The status of a mentor student was comparable to that of the heirs of a wealthy family, and it also granted priority access to the mentor's resources. The dean's offers were far too generous. Of course, everyone would have loved to be in Zhou Yilu's shoes, but at that moment, the chancellor turned to Zhou Yilu and invited him to become his personal disciple, promising to use the pedigree creation technique, a forbidden spell that allowed one to obtain a special lineage. It involved mixing blood with members of other races, significantly improving one's physique, and granting the student more additional attributes and skills with each level up. It was simply an incredible offer. Becoming the university president's disciple meant support, extensive connections, and a path to the top. Shen Lifeng still believed that this guy was just lucky. In reality, he should have come in first and received strong support from Rector Wang Hui. Zhu Zhan was thinking about creating a bloodline and realized that in that case, Zhou Yi would become even stronger. The representative of the Faculty of Magic already fully understood that he had lost. He never imagined that Zhou Yi would prove so outstanding that even the rector would want to take him on as a disciple. Wang Hui sensed that this young man held many surprises. The rector took out a very beautiful object and said it was an award that the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion had asked him to give to Zhou Yi. It turned out to be a gold medal. Li Feng couldn't understand how this was possible. Even his own Shen family, one of the great clans, didn't possess a gold. It turned out everyone was amazed. Chu Zhan said that her grandfather had fought on the front lines for many years and had received only a silver medal. Zhou Yi read the inscription on the medal, "In honor of those who contribute to the development of civilization." He couldn't remember when he had managed to make such a contribution. The rector said he had heard about Zhou Yi's exploits in the Stormwind Mountains and believed the young man had earned this gold medal for his outstanding achievements. The young man thanked the rector, but he understood that they don't just hand out medals for killing a legion of demons. There must be a hidden reason. A representative from the Faculty of Magic corrected the young man, saying that he should no longer refer to Wang Hui as the rector, and the young man bowed his head once more in gratitude, thanking his mentor and saying that it was an honor for him to be Wang Hui's student. The rector suggested they not waste any time and head straight to the first class. It seemed to many that the rector was worried the student might be poached, which was why he decided to leave the competition so quickly. After that, the deans of the faculties turned their attention to Jiang Chuzhan. Now they were promising the same conditions they had previously offered to the top-ranked student. The situation took a serious turn. The weapons department declared that under no circumstances would it allow the girl to go to the military affairs department. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, together with his mentor, used teleportation. And there before him were shelves lined with test tubes and flasks containing various potions and medicines. It turned out they had arrived at the rector's private mansion, which he used as a storage facility for valuable items. Wang Hui explained that he had brought the young man here to select items for creating a lineage. The apprentice and mentor stood before a huge circle containing the selected elements. Using the lineage creation technique would lead to fundamental changes, but many ignore the essence of it, the alteration of one's bloodline. The potential of an ordinary person's bloodline is extremely limited. As their level increases, the gain in attributes decreases, so many are forced to merge with members of other races. Zhu Yilu found this strange to hear, since his mentor was a very powerful man. His mentor explained that at the highest stage of awakening, each level requires immense experience. Currently, Wang Hui was at level 64, corresponding to the boss level. The man had prepared 3 blood sources: angels, titans, and dragons, divine races. The bloodline creation technique allows one to choose only one source. The angelic blood source is extracted from the body of an angel, a race descended from the god of light. Fusion grants a high affinity with the element of light. Titans, associated with the god of thunder, grant control over lightning and enhance related abilities. Dragons, direct descendants of the dragon god, possess the purest lineage, one that overshadows the beast races. Zhou Yi was in shock. Angels, titans, and dragons, all these races were incredibly powerful. The young man asked his mentor which lineage suited him best. The dean was pleased. Most students would have chosen something right away, but Zhou Yi had shown maturity and clarity of thought. The dean explained that the sources of the titans and dragons enhance strength and mana, but angelic blood grants effects that are hard to even imagine. Zhou Yi was close to the god of light and chose the angelic blood source. The rector confirmed that this was the ideal choice and announced that Zhou Yi was his 5th disciple. Zhou Yi asked why he had been awarded a gold medal, since it was impossible to receive one simply for destroying a legion of demons. The rector replied that it was no secret. Zhou Yi's actions in the Stormwind Mountains had exposed the demons' plans. The military discovered that otherworldly creatures could infiltrate through medium-sized cracks. Could this mean that countless otherworldly creatures are already hiding throughout China? It turned out that this was indeed the case. Even initial investigations had revealed signs of monsters infiltrating through hundreds of medium-sized rifts. Fortunately, their power level is low, so the Legion can handle them. Across the country, all legions have received orders to destroy otherworldly creatures. Going forward, university students will be assigned relevant tasks and will contribute to the nation's development, not only by improving their own skills, but also by making life safer for ordinary people. The rector handed his student a teleportation device to be used the next day. For now, he needed to rest before creating his lineage. Thus ended this day of competitions among the freshmen, and now the young man sat in his room, preparing to complete his daily task. His mentor had said that the final result of creating the family tree depended on physique and luck. Zhou Yi chose the potion he'd received after slaying the demon spawn, thinking it might come in handy. The young man drank the potion and afterward received a random chest. This time it was quite impressive. The dragon fruit inside significantly improved his physique. Having thus improved his physique and increased his luck, Zhou Yi finally waited until the appointed time and teleported to his mentor. The man explained that angel corpses were extremely rare, so obtaining a source of angel blood was no easy task. A single such source could cause several legions to wage war against one another. Wang Hui said that he had waited many years for someone to whom he would be willing to give this blood, and now he had chosen Zhou Yi, with whom he was very pleased, and naturally, he had no doubts about this. At that moment, a student teleported to him, and the dean immediately noticed that the young man had brought his body into perfect shape. After that, everything was ready to perform the technique for creating a lineage. Zhou Yi undressed and sat in the center of the circle. The dean of the Faculty of Magic was to activate the circle, while the mentor himself would protect the young man from any excessive effects at that moment. Thus, the technique for creating a lineage was activated. Zhou Yi sat in the middle of the circle, surrounded by all manner of light and fire, but they apparently caused him no harm. In the next stage, the young man was overwhelmed by the power of cold, and at one point he was literally suffocating from the frost. The mage noticed that a terrifying power of ice was present here. It seemed that the young man had possessed a special lineage from the very beginning. The mage continued to cast spells. He understood that if Zhou Yi ever decided to change his class to mage, he could become one of the best ice mages solely because of this terrifying power of ice. The dean knew that the young man's younger sister had awakened with an ice lineage, so he assumed that Zhou Yi might possess the same. As one of the best, the angelic lineage should be capable of suppressing other, lower-ranked lineages during the formation process. But now the angelic and ice lineages are pitted against each other and mutually counterbalance one another. Such a high-level ice lineage suggests that Zhou's origins are not entirely ordinary. Almost all human lineages descended from the very first players of eternity after reality merged with the game. The higher your level, the more complete your lineage inheritance will be. The power of ice within this young man can rival that of an angelic lineage. This means that his ancestors were likely among the first high-level players to participate in the game. Otherwise, Zhou Yi would not have been able to master such a powerful lineage. If he did not possess the ice lineage, the blood from the angelic source would have completely filled him. Currently, however, the angelic blood source is countered by the ice lineage. If it had been completely destroyed, the source would likely have been drained as well. Since a huge amount of angelic blood has been lost, the final result may not be as good as it would be from taking an A-rank potion, said the mage. But now there's nothing they can do. They just have to trust in fate. Any attempt to forcibly stop the ritual could lead to the young man's death. Zhou Yi was under immense strain. His body was undergoing a powerful transformation, and now the outcome depended solely on his inner strength and luck. The gates of consciousness were open, and the young man entered the mental space. He saw a silhouette in the depths of the hall. Zhou Yi realized he had entered the mental realm, and now he would learn how this process would end. The angel congratulated the young man on receiving the divine blessing and said that he had come to bestow true power. Zhou Yi would be bound by morality and rules and would follow only his own will and desires. The young man couldn't understand why he had such repulsive feelings. Upon seeing this angel, he wanted to grab his hammer and kill him. The angel said there was no need to be afraid. He must accept the blessing, and then the young man would gain power beyond all conceivable limits. But in response to this offer, the enormous hammer of light still moved toward the angel's face and severed his head. Zhou Yi rested the hammer on his shoulder. He now felt much better after all. He had to follow his heart's calling. The angel sat on the floor, clutching his battered face, unable to comprehend what this man was doing. Meanwhile, two other angels watched the scene unfold with smirks on their lips. The angel asked the little angel not to pay any attention. She had simply spotted something interesting. The messenger of the gods began to shout that the young man dared not insult the gods and that God would now unleash divine punishment upon him, leaving not a trace behind. He must fall to his knees at once and beg for forgiveness. Zhou Yi brandished his hammer again and said there was no need for that. The messenger of God realized he couldn't fool the man and unleashed hellish torments upon him. Unexpectedly, the messenger of God laughed and said that this pain was the result of the man's disrespect toward Lord Exia. Zhou Yi realized that he was facing nothing more than a servant of an evil god who was insignificant in his own right. God's messenger said that the man had caught the attention of Lord Exia, who had sent the messenger to perform the initiation. Zhou Yi felt the evil force corroding his consciousness, and he resisted it with all his might. The young man couldn't understand what was happening, but he seemed to realize that he was standing in the center of the circle. Wang Hui couldn't understand why the evil god's power was inside the source of the angel's blood. Could it be that the angel had been killed by the evil god? The man was deeply alarmed, realizing that the student was in grave danger, for the evil god would stop at nothing to destroy the angel's power. The rector noticed that the angel's power within Zhou Yi was not diminishing, it was only growing stronger. At some point, the young man was finally able to break the chains that pierced his body. It became clear that this young man's soul had almost been consumed, but now a powerful divine force suddenly burst forth. Zhou Yi was able to unleash his power against the evil god's minion, and now he was ready to face the evil god himself. The Lord believed that this man's resistance was merely a minor obstacle to the evil god's grand plan. He tried once more to cast his chains upon Zhou Yi, who was still too weak to stand up to the evil god. But unexpectedly, the young man activated a magic circle, and the evil god now seemed to be swirling into a vortex, unable to put up any resistance. A multitude of icy arrows and spears pierced the evil god's body, and he now screamed in agony. The dark god said that humans were greatly mistaken, for they called the remnant of the color bestowed by God power. And now the dark god was a devoted follower of the Lord, whose power lay beyond the bounds of mortal imagination. The dark god began to direct his chains, trying to pierce the man's body with them. Zhou Yi was finally able to gather his divine light and project it before him, destroying the evil energy. In the end, the man emerged victorious, and the angel watched his favorite with a smile. By doing so, he channeled the divine light to definitively suppress the dark power, and now the demon could not fathom where the young man had drawn it from. In the end, the dark power was completely vanquished, and Zhou Yi felt his consciousness clear and returned to him. The mage realized that, right before his eyes, the angel's power had completely annihilated the evil god's power. The mentor surmised that the angel's blood and the icy lineage had merged in the most extraordinary way. From above, the blindfolded angel descended upon the young man once more, filling him with his energy and blessing. Finally, the lineage determination ritual came to an end. Zhou Yi opened his eyes and felt within himself. The mage believed that this young man was truly born under a lucky star. He had received the blessing of the god of light at a critical moment and averted the threat. Zhou Yi was finally able to speak. He told his teachers that he felt as though his power had changed radically. The young man had received the special seraphim lineage, granting him a unique connection to the elements of light and ice. The lineage's talent was immunity to magic, giving him a chance to be impervious to magic cast by an opponent. The rector congratulated the young man, saying that the lineage fusion had been successful and that he had received the seraphim lineage, the highest-ranking one. The talents the young man had inherited would continue to develop as his level increased. Zhou Yi learned that there was another bloodline technique called divine angelic body. It would develop as he grew and his abilities increased. Wang Hui suggested that the young man try using the secret technique. The mentor wanted to see how much his power had grown. The young man unleashed the power of his lineage to transform into a six-winged angel, and everything around him was engulfed in divine fire. The dean of the Faculty of Magic was speechless with admiration, feeling a powerful surge of elemental energy. The mentor was also very pleased. After using the ancestral technique, Zhou Yi's power had increased at least fivefold. The mentor turned to the young man and asked how he was feeling now. The young man replied that he had never felt so much energy in his body. The elements of light and ice were faithful companions he could summon at will. After all, the elemental energies adored Seraphim, and it was now clear that the young man would continue to grow stronger. For now, however, he needed to deactivate the lineage technique. This had to be done so that the room's defense system wouldn't attack the young man as a source of powerful energy. Zhou Yi couldn't understand what was happening to him. He was clenching and unclenching his fist, and even the mage was watching the young man with concern. Zhou Yi felt a significant increase in strength, but even though he hadn't fought and hadn't used his power for very long, his entire body ached intensely. Wang Hui explained that the lineage technique could increase combat power, but Seraphim's lineage was too strong, and right now it was draining a great deal of his energy. This technique should be reserved for emergencies, and until then, he should try not to use it unless absolutely necessary. The mage realized that now none of the freshmen would ever catch up to Zhou Yi, and most likely his sister's icy bloodline was no weaker. This meant he needed to prepare the ice lotus and turn it into a pill the girl could swallow. This could be done by commissioning its production at a specialized department at the university, but all that would come later. For now, the young man had been sent to rest, and the mage could finally ask the rector how Zhou Yi had come under the influence of the evil god's power. After all, they were all very lucky. If anything had happened to the young man, it would have been a great loss for the university and even for the entire country. The rector also understood that Zhou Yi had managed to survive thanks to the protection of the God of Light. The rector promised to launch an investigation and not overlook a single lead. Zhou Yi was already thinking about creating a pill from the ice lotus. To do this, he still needed the A-rank treasure, Frost Grass. The Legion of Snow Dragons would soon deliver the lotus. He still needed to find the Frost Grass. The young man checked his current balance and realized that he could easily buy the Frost Grass at the university store right now. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, which seemed rather untimely, given the hour. It turned out to be Professor Sue Mayer. The young man let her in, not understanding why she had come to see him. Ms. Sue looked the young man over. She hadn't seen him for just one day and couldn't understand how he could have become so much stronger. Most likely, he had unlocked his lineage. The teacher said she had come on behalf of Dean Wu Man and had brought the promised resources. Zhou Yi was very surprised. After all, he had chosen the president as his mentor. So why was Dean Wu Man giving him resources? Ms. Sue explained that the president would be the young man's personal mentor, but his regular classes would take place at the military faculty. All high-ranking students have access to the military faculty's resources. Zhou Yi was very surprised to hear this from Miss Sue. He had always assumed that his teacher was a mage. But the young woman didn't see this as a problem. Did he really think a mage couldn't teach at the military faculty? Mayer laid out all the resources in front of her student and invited him to familiarize himself with them. The entire room was piled high with chests. In addition, the young man received a complete list of treasures, weapons, equipment, and skill books. The young man immediately found the frost grass, and it was exactly what he needed. The effect of the luck potion was definitely kicking in. As soon as he got the ice lotus, he would buy a few more ingredients and craft some pills.
Zhou Yi was absolutely thrilled. He thanked his teacher and made his selection.
Once the selection of resources was complete, the teacher said she needed to tell Zhou Yi something. The young man was indeed very strong, and there was no problem with him going to train in the Stormwind Mountains, but venturing further into the depths was a true test of foolhardiness or courage. Zhou Yi must make sure he is capable of defending himself before taking any action. The teacher looked very concerned. Many geniuses graduate from the university every year, but only a few become part of the elite because they perish in accidents after overestimating their abilities. The woman didn't want to nitpick at the young man, but she asked him to be more careful and look out for himself. Zhou Yi was deeply moved by her concern, thanked the teacher, and promised he would remember her words. The young man said that his strength had increased again, and he needed advice on safe training grounds where he could gain real combat experience. Sue Mayer looked at this boy and couldn't understand what kind of monster he was, one who was never satisfied. In the end, she decided to accompany him to one of the locations so the boy could train under her supervision. She showed Zhou Yilu the robots he could use for real combat. These robots could be configured to different difficulty levels. This military warehouse stored robots of various difficulty levels and types. They had more than 10 combat modes. In its 10th level combat mode, such a robot can match a 20th level professional. The fight will be recorded by cameras positioned around the student. They will also log all types of data during the fight and provide a detailed report once it's over. The young man can take a break at any time. Blades and bullets have no eyes, so it's best to start with an easy difficulty level. Sue Mayer said it was time for her to go about her business and advised him to give it his all, but not to overexert himself. To start the battle, he simply needs to give the command to the camera, and the robots will interpret it as the start of the match. As soon as Zhou Yi was left alone, he immediately ordered the camera to start the battle and activate the 7th level combat mode. The order was accepted, and the system launched the program. The necessary robots were activated and began moving. The battle recording began, and 50 combat training robots were activated. Zhou Yi decided to first test the power of ice he had gained after merging with the ice lineage. The young man unleashed a blast of ice at his robotic opponent. The strike was quite powerful and knocked the robot out of commission. The student also used ice to deflect the robot's fire attack. This too was a resounding success. In the end, the young man was convinced that the power of ice was quite a useful thing. Next came the power of wind, and now Zhou Yi used an ice storm against his opponents. This proved sufficient for the system to congratulate him on passing the level 7 combat form test, after which the results were tallied. The power of ice was very effective against the enemy. Passing this test turned out to be a piece of cake, and he immediately wanted to try the highest difficulty level. Perhaps that would push him to his limits. Zhou Yi ordered the chamber to prepare a level 10 combat form for him. Due to excessive damage to the training robots, the backup protocol for the level 10 combat suit was initiated. The system reported that the combat suit would be replaced with an extra-class training robot. The specifications of the extra-class robot were equivalent to those of a standard level 25 robot. The highest level of artificial intelligence capabilities would also be activated. This would allow the robot to develop optimal strategies for attack and defense. The camera warned, if the battle threatened the student's safety, he must immediately order the fight to be stopped. Zhou Yi thought that this was exactly what he had wanted. Now he would finally be able to give it his all. As soon as the signal to begin the match was given, the young man activated his ice power, but it was repelled by the robot's powerful fist. Then the ice phantom came into play. By combining the properties of light and ice, Zhou Yi could create a doppelganger, making it difficult for his opponent to distinguish reality from illusion. Zhou Yi decided to disarm his opponent first. As soon as he broke the robot's weapon, his opponent also decided to disarm Zhou Yi. The young man realized that the robot was completely mirroring his skills. Moreover, the system synchronized the attack, enhancing their combat capabilities. The battle continued. The system optimized the weapon module and restarted it. Zhou Yi realized that the cannon he had rolled up at the start of the duel had transformed into a mechanical wolf. It turned out that this robot could mimic storm wolves, and it seemed there was no choice. He had to fight with brute force. At one point, Zhou Yi had invoked the aid of his sacred patron, and now he wanted to see if the robot could replicate the form of an angel. Zhu Zhai agreed to become a student in the weapons department and gained access to a vast amount of rare resources. She had made great progress and had now come to test her current form. In the past, she had always lost to 7th-level robots. But today she was denied training because another student had issued a challenge in a 10th-level combat form. The simulator was occupied by one person. Zhu Zhan knew that most freshmen couldn't get past 6th-level robots, and even Zhou Yi couldn't fight 10th-level robots the way the person currently inside was doing. Inside the simulator, the battle raged on. Zhou Yilu unleashed a sacred chain forged from holy light to bind his opponent and restrict his movements. Once that very same chain had been directed at the young man himself and immobilized him. Now the robot would feel that pain firsthand. But suddenly the system detected an anomaly in the skill. It couldn't match it to the current data, nor could it perform an analysis. At that moment, Zhou Yi used his color eye to analyze his opponent's vulnerabilities. By identifying a weak point and attacking it, Zhou Yi forced the system to activate its self-destruct mechanism. This triggered the final protocol. And now Zhu Zhan had received a notification. Due to serious damage to the training field, the system recommended waiting at least a week before returning to training. Zhu Zhan was very surprised to learn that the level 10 combat suit had been destroyed. She wanted to know who had been inside the training hall. But upon entering and making her way through the rubble, the girl saw Zhou Yi standing at the epicenter of the explosion. Just at that moment, the system congratulated Mr. Zhou Yi on passing the level 10 combat form trial in just 8.5 minutes. Zhou Yi realized that if it hadn't been for the mechanical wolf's sudden attack, he could have won this battle without much effort. The young man decided he needed to acquire a magical pet to fight alongside him. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the surprised voice of Zhu Zhan, who couldn't believe her eyes. It seemed that Zhou Yi had completed the formation of his lineage. It was completely baffling how he had managed to become so strong in just one day. The young man confirmed that he had obtained the Seraph's lineage. It was, after all, a rare divine lineage. Zhu Zhan realized that her succubus lineage was just one of many mediocre ones. Zhu Yi asked if the girl could take him to the magical pet market. He had decided to sign a contract with one of them to increase his power. Zhu Zhan was absolutely delighted by this request. The magical pet market was very close by, and she would be happy to go there with him. Zhu Zhan wanted to know if the young man was looking for a specific pet, because at this market one could find a rhinoceros, a tiger, and even a dragon. It was Zhou Yi's first time in such a place, so he looked at all these unusual creatures with wonder. Zhou Yi had once tamed a storm wolf, but he fell into a coma after defeating the demon and lost his chance to form a contract with it. That's why the young man now wanted to find a storm wolf cub with the wind element with which he could form such a contract. A young man, a third-year student in the logistics department, was selling a storm wolf cub that he had raised himself. Zhu Zhan considered this seller quite trustworthy. He was a trainer and also a student at their university. Compared to other sellers in stores, his merchandise and pet were likely of higher quality. The seller showed her a cute wolf cub. Its mother was a silver rank wolf, so the pup was only about 10 days old, and when it grew up, it would be a silver rank wolf. Zhou Yi, of course, wanted a gold rank wolf cub for himself, but it turned out that such a pet was nowhere to be found in the entire market. The seller promised to let him know if a gold rank wolf cub became available for sale here, but Zhou Yi didn't want that. He simply picked up the wolf cub to examine it closely. Zhu Zhan looked at the wolf cub and said that something was wrong with it. It was too small. Most likely it wasn't getting enough to eat. But the seller insisted that these were storm wolves. They're usually smaller than other large monsters, so their pups are also small. But a bond of love had already formed between the buyer and the wolf cub. Zhou Yi said that there are no useless magical pets, only useless owners. He intended to make this pet his true friend and helper. Such a heartwarming scene brought tears of emotion to his eyes. Along with the wolf cub, the seller handed over a magical pet contract scroll and sold it for 60 points. Now he could sign a contract with the wolf cub and place it in the contract space. The young man unfolded the contract. It was very convenient for instantly teleporting the pet. The seller was very pleased. Among the storm wolf cubs in the litter, this pup was in the worst health of them all, and he hadn't even hoped to sell it. But then this naive simpleton came along. Zhou Yi placed the puppy on the magic circle. He believed this wolf cub would be strong. And indeed, powerful magical energy immediately appeared around the puppy, and the seller began shouting that this was impossible. Instead of the tiny puppy, a huge and powerful demonic wolf suddenly appeared before everyone. One that had been hiding inside the little one all along. The dark purple color meant it was a legendary rank pet, and now everyone envied the buyer who had found such a pet at the market. One of the young men said he wanted to buy the wolf cub and was willing to pay 1,000 points for it. Zhu Zhan was very pleased. It turned out her companion had a keen eye, and he'd managed to snag a legendary rank magical pet. This wolf cub drew on Zhou Yi's magic and restored its original level. The young man thought that the luck potion was still working as before. Meanwhile, the seller was ready to tear his hair out. After all, he had just sold a legendary rank pet to some freshmen for a pittance. Zhou Yi was cradling the little wolf cub in his arms when it occurred to him that they hadn't yet come up with a name for it. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and decided to name the wolf cub Xiao Hui, which means light gray. Just then, the seller unexpectedly approached and said that, due to a mistake on his part, he had sold the cub at the price of a silver rank pet. If the young man wanted to keep the wolf cub, he would have to pay an additional 1,500 points. If he didn't want to pay the difference, they could cancel the contract, in which case the seller would take the wolf cub back and refund the buyer 300 points. Other market visitors realized that the seller hadn't properly checked the cub's level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold it so cheaply. This young man was backed by the Liu family, who had close ties to the dean. People believed that this freshman wouldn't be able to keep the legendary magical pet he'd just acquired. Zhou Yi said he'd never heard of such audacity, asking for more money after the sale had already been completed. And if the seller didn't want to be crushed right now, he needed to come down from the clouds and get out of here. The seller could barely catch his breath. A single glance was enough to sense a powerful death threat, and yet he was just a freshman. The seller began to apologize, saying there had been a misunderstanding, and of course the buyer could take the wolf cub. Finally, as he was leaving, Zhou Yi warned the seller not to cross his path again, or else he wouldn't be held responsible for his actions. Zhu Zhan really liked the wolf cub, and she asked if she could come by to spend time with him. The people at the market recognized the man who had bought the wolf cub. He was the top-ranked freshman at the university, Zhou Yi. The university president himself had taken him on as a protege, and the military had even awarded him a gold medal. This vendor had long been doing whatever he pleased, and had finally run into someone who could put him in his place. Lu Yu Cheng appeared in the market crowd. He was the brother of the magical animal vendor. Lu Jishui perked up when he saw his brother and asked him to set things right. But before the young man could tell his brother his side of the story, he received a powerful kick to the head. Doesn't this good-for-nothing scum understand what it means when a freshman is awarded a gold medal? Jishui was lucky at all to be let off. The young man was simply crushed. Not only had he run into this terrible freshman, but his brother had also beaten him up in front of everyone. Xiao Hui, as expected of the legendary storm cub, could instinctively harness the power of the wind, even though he was still very young. Just then the doorbell rang, and the young man thought that the luck potion was still working, and that something else very good was about to happen. He opened the door. Standing on the threshold was a soldier from the Snow Dragon Legion. He had brought the treasure the Legion had promised the student. The young man once again thanked Zhou Yi for his help and for saving people, and as soon as he had handed over the precious cargo, he immediately returned to his duties. Zhou Yi never imagined that the Snow Dragon Legion, it had been less than 3 days since he left the Stormwind Mountains, would have already delivered the Ice Lotus to him. The young man opened the box and took out this precious item. He had finally obtained the Ice Lotus. As soon as he managed to turn the Ice Lotus into a pill, Zhou Yun's problem with awakening his bloodline would be solved. Zhou Yi initiated the pill-making process and was scheduled to meet with a 9th-rank alchemist, Mr. He Tian, who would assist in creating the pill. The young man couldn't submit a request for the pill's creation through the system, so he went to the pill-making department in person. Upon arriving at the laboratory, he met a young woman and told her he'd like to speak with Mr. He Tian. The young woman introduced herself. She was Mr. He Tian's apprentice, and he was currently in a meeting. Lin Yi might be able to help, and the young man explained that he needed to make an S-rank ice pill. Lin Yi knew that this pill required true treasures, an ice lotus and frost grass. And now the girl looked at this freshman with concern, wondering where he had gotten so many rare treasures. But luck played a big role, and since the most difficult ingredients were already on hand, all that was needed was to pay 800 points for the pill's production. Lin Yi promised to let him know as soon as Mr. He Tian finished crafting the pill. Her classmates at the institute were discussing how creatures from other worlds had recently been discovered in many places. Numerous guilds and legions had been ordered to return from the front lines because traces of the presence of creatures from other worlds had been detected throughout the country. Zhou Yi realized that news of the invasion by creatures from other worlds was spreading everywhere and very quickly. But then Song Jialan appeared before the young man. It turned out that her mentor was Dean Wu Man, and from that moment on, they were classmates. The girl held out her hand and asked Zhou Yi to look out for her in the future. In response, the young man also asked her to look out for him, but it sounded like something out of a fantasy story, even though Xiaolan was ready to help him at any moment. Finally, classes began. Ms. Su Mei stood before the students. She would be teaching them about monsters and intelligence reports. But before the first class began, she had an important announcement. Rumors were circulating that large-scale invasions by creatures from other worlds were taking place within the country's borders. Although they weren't particularly strong, the government still took their presence seriously. The legions have been placed on level 3 combat alert to counter these hidden threats. The government has increased resources for students to improve their training, and there will also be more rewards for completing missions. Abyss mode will be activated at 3 locations on campus, and students have been given a massive amount of resources to help them become stronger. Thanks to the Abyss mode, students can gain more experience, and the number of points awarded for missions has also been increased. All the students were very excited upon hearing this news, and the teacher had to use magic to regain their attention. Su Mei insisted that no matter how much the resources increased, the students needed to focus on becoming stronger. Zhou Yi looked at the teacher. She too had leveled up and become much stronger compared to their last meeting. One of the students recounted that the day before, he had challenged the boss in the Goblin Dungeon and lost, dropping several hundred points. His friend believed it was his own fault. He'd gone in on the nightmare difficulty setting. Zhou Yi thought about the fact that he was now at level 19. On top of that, he'd managed to get his hands on an ice lotus, so he no longer needed to go to the Stormwind Mountains. But all sorts of caves filled with abyss-level goblins were simply the perfect place to gain experience. And as soon as classes were over, Zhou Yi and Zhu Zhan headed to one of the university's locations to clear it and boost their stats. Unfortunately, the girl couldn't venture into the abyss level. She was sure she wouldn't be able to handle it. A scandal broke out at one of the university's dungeons because a world-ranked star was among the students. The thing is, you can earn a talent for setting a record clearing the dungeon, and that's always difficult to do if you don't have any special abilities. And now Min Xuan, a mage and a world-ranked star, had arrived at this university location. Zhou Yi thought this place was a real bore. He needed to hurry up and clear the abyss level. The young man selected the abyss level and paid 400 points for entry. They would be automatically deducted from his account to be exchanged for abyss magic stones. Zhou Yi would then be transported to the Goblin Dungeon where the monsters had become the most vicious due to the increasing difficulty. If the student feels he can't handle it, he must shatter a magic stone to exit the dungeon. The young man looked around. Everything around him looked like ruins. Could this really be the result of the goblins seizing power and destroying everything here? But the young man didn't have time to think about anything else. A huge goblin was already looming behind him, about to strike him on the head with a club. Zhou Yi managed to turn around and throw out his fist. That was enough to send the goblin flying far away. These goblins had neither shame nor conscience. They were planning to sneak attack a 20-year-old guy, striking him from behind. Finally, a large crowd of warriors gathered. They were silver-ranked and level 22. Zhou Yi drew his sword and quickly sliced through these goblins like carrots for a salad. They turned out to be far too fragile. Soon, a new horde of goblins appeared. It seemed the challenge of this realm lay in the large number of kamikaze goblins, which easily led to a massive drain on mana. The young man understood that he needed to conserve as much mana as possible for his powerful skills against the boss. He activated Phantom Strike. To do this, he had to swing his weapon continuously to deliver a series of lightning-fast strikes against the enemy. A notification appeared stating that the young man had destroyed the horde of goblins and could now proceed to the next stage. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it was to level up. Even though Zhou Yi had already defeated a huge number of goblins, he was still far from reaching the next level. But those are the rules of this game, and one can only hope that the rewards for killing the boss will help him level up faster. Finally, the young man made it to a new dungeon where he encountered the Goblin King. It was a level 24 epic rank monster. This monster, along with his kin, had conquered several human cities, and now he was about to destroy the man who had dared to wipe out his people. Just as the monster swung his club, Zhou Yi managed to leap far to the side and dodge the attack. The Goblin King was incredibly strong. He looked like a strength-type monster, but at the same time, his speed should not be underestimated. Zhou Yi struck the monster's head with all his might, but the Goblin King managed to raise a shield of invulnerability and thus defend himself against the physical attack. The young man realized that relying on physical strength in this battle was ineffective. Not only was his opponent strong, but he could also raise a shield to deflect damage. Zhou Yi pounced on his opponent, and now the goblin was screaming in agony, unable to understand why his body wouldn't obey his commands. The Goblin King's magic resistance turned out to be surprisingly low, and this immediately changed the entire situation. Zhou Yi summoned the Goblin King to come to him and receive a special magical gift. The Goblin King of the Abyss-level dungeon turned out to be surprisingly weak. The young man had saved up a lot of mana, hoping to use powerful skills against the boss. He still had it all left, but now there was a pleasant bonus. Zhou Yi had set a new record for which he could earn a new talent. It was time to head back. Of course, with the new A-rank talent, the young man would become stronger. It was a shame, though, that he hadn't managed to complete his level 20 advancement. The students were discussing the dungeon, the Abyss level, which apparently was very difficult. They say that as soon as you enter, you're immediately surrounded by hundreds of silver-rank goblins. One student recounted that he would have died if he hadn't made a run for it in time. It seemed that only the elite of the world rankings would be able to clear it. Zhu Zhan thought to herself that fortunately, she had chosen a difficult level, which she had managed to clear without any major problems. Now she just had to hope that Zhou Yi would be able to clear the Abyss level. They said that during the freshman competition, the Abyss dungeon had been opened, and some paladin had taken first place there and even set a record. At that moment, a loud shout rang out announcing that a new record had been set, and everyone looked up at the monitors. Finally, someone had cleared the Abyss level dungeon, and it was none other than Zhou Yi, the top-ranked freshman. No one had ever even heard of this guy before. It was completely baffling how he managed to defeat the level 24 Goblin King, considering that just a few months ago he had been competing in tournaments. The audience was waiting to see when Ming Xuan would appear, as he had also entered the dungeon right after the freshman. But as soon as his stats were displayed, he would take first place. However, at that moment, a loud thud rang out and Ming Xuan was ejected from the dungeon after using a support crystal. The young man explained that the Abyss-level dungeon was too difficult. He had lost several gold-rank items and still failed. Ming Xuan finally came to his senses and realized something was going on. Why hadn't all his fans rushed to him? Of course, he didn't want to spoil the mood, but he had to tell the truth about the freshman who was the first to enter the Abyss-level dungeon. The fact was that he had taken less than 11 seconds and set an absolute record for clearing the Abyss-level dungeon. Ming Xuan nearly choked on a health potion when he found out that this freshman had cleared the entire dungeon. But that was impossible. How had he managed it? And it was completely baffling how Ming Xuan could have lost to a freshman. Perhaps he cheated. This needed to be investigated immediately. Ming Xuan approached the young man, introduced himself, and mentioned that he was ranked 86 in the world. However, Zhou Yi said he was busy and went to greet his girlfriend, Chu Zhan, who was running toward him as fast as she could. The girl congratulated Zhou Yi on clearing the dungeon and admitted that she had barely managed to get through it on the hard difficulty. She felt it was getting harder and harder to keep up with Zhou Yi. But the young man told her not to worry. The Goblin King had been easy to defeat, and he would definitely teach her all the ins and outs. And now that he had plenty of points, he could take Chu Zhan with him as soon as she mastered the key skills. Ming Xuan could barely contain himself. Had this freshman just left and already wanted to go back in? It seemed like this dungeon was like a second home to him. Perhaps that was the difference between the top elite and ordinary people. A friend tried to cheer Ming Xuan up, saying that he'd almost cleared the dungeon and might succeed next time. But the words the freshman had said to his girlfriend kept racing through Ming Xuan's mind. The young man realized that times were changing and new champions were replacing the old ones, so he decided he would no longer challenge this dungeon. Zhou Yi and Chu Zhan were running the dungeon together. They worked perfectly in sync. The young man noted that this was the second time they'd run the dungeon together, but it felt as if it were only yesterday that they'd set off in search of adventure in the Stormwind Mountains. After that, the young man used punishment of light to protect himself and his girlfriend. Zhu Zhan recalled how she had kissed him gratefully when the demons had cornered her, but it was precisely thanks to Zhou Yi's bravery that she hadn't been driven to take her own life in desperation. Zhou Yi replied that it was a tremendous honor for him to save such a beauty. Moreover, this marked the beginning of their adventures together, and many more exciting things lay ahead. Chu Zhan noted that the difficulty of the Abyss level didn't disappoint her. It was striking that these goblin stats were so high. Their level seems high, but they're actually quite weak, and there's a limited number of goblins. Dealing with this wave of monsters is fairly easy. The main thing is to keep an eye on mana consumption. Zhou Yi told his girlfriend to fight in such a way as to prevent the goblins from attacking them from behind. So they stood back to back and activated their abilities: counterattack, divine gift, protection, and weapon blessing. Zhou Yi told his girlfriend that he would attack first. He delivered a slashing blow, showing that the goblins were being cut down effortlessly, as if they were sausages. Zhu Zhan noted that her friend's buffs were truly amazing. They increased his base stats by a quarter and doubled his attack power. The girl activated Dark Sword Strike with rapid strikes, her blade filled with the power of darkness, and dealt massive damage to the enemy. Thanks to her friend's buffs, she dispatched these silver-ranked goblins with relative ease. Her spirits lifted and she gained confidence in her abilities. Soon they faced the Goblin King, who demanded respect for his deceased grandchildren and kin, and warned that people would die. The young man had already heard this speech, and it had absolutely no effect on him. Zhu Zhan knew that a boss at this difficulty level was no easy prey, and now she wanted to know how Zhou Yi had cleared this level. Upon learning that the Goblin King had weak magic resistance, Chu Zhan decided to take the initiative. She activated the demonic power of her succubus lineage and delivered a powerful blow. The demonic power exploded upon hitting the enemy, dealing additional damage from the element of darkness. The Goblin King laughed, saying that the demonic energy in this skill was simply astonishing. It had elevated the goblin's power to an entirely new level. The Goblin King kicked out, and the shockwave caused the ground to vibrate, sending his opponent flying backward and making him dizzy. Zhu Zhan withstood the shockwave but was unable to control the demonic power, allowing the Goblin King to absorb it, which made the monster even stronger. Zhou Yi advised the girl not to blame herself. He was about to test whether his previous methods would work on the Goblin King. The young man activated Punishment of Light, but the Goblin King raised a protective barrier, and all attacks were deflected. The young man noticed that the skill's effect had become much weaker than before. It seemed that the Goblin King's resistance to magic had increased. Zhou Yi realized the situation was complicated. He decided to try one more attack. If he couldn't defeat the Goblin King, Chu Zhan would have to shatter the Abyss Stone and return to avoid harming her health. Zhou Yi attacked his opponent, but at that moment the Goblin King began swinging his weapon. Chu Zhan was very worried. She realized it was her fault, since it was because of her that the situation had become so complicated. Suddenly, a girl appeared before her eyes and said that the problem was that Chu Zhan was too weak. If she could fully control her demonic power, the young man wouldn't be in this situation. Only by becoming stronger could Chu Zhan help him, and the time had come for her to unleash her true power. By this point, the Goblin King was truly furious. Zhou Yi couldn't let the girl get hurt. After all, he was the one who had lured her into this dungeon, and now the young man was using the angel's body. The goblin mistook him for a phantom copy. The young man turned to look at Chu Zhan and make sure she was all right. But what he saw was a stunning and incredibly powerful demonic woman who had literally drained the Goblin King of his strength. And now this beauty asked for permission to kill the Goblin King, who for some reason could no longer absorb demonic power. Instead, the goblin's demonic power was being absorbed by some very dangerous young woman. In the end, the beauty announced that this was merely an appetizer for her, and now she wanted even more. The Goblin King was literally being torn to pieces. He was losing his form, while the succubus craved more and more demonic power. The girl seemed as if she would never stop, and she was ready to devour everything that crossed her path. Zhou Yi was seeing such a powerful display of demonic power for the first time, and he was worried about how his girlfriend would handle this moment. Zhu Zhan received congratulations from the system for killing the Goblin King. Still in her succubus form, she licked her finger, and said she had finally killed that annoying monster. After that, Chu Zhan pressed herself passionately against her boyfriend and suggested they continue killing monsters. However, the young man pushed her away because this version of Chu Zhan clearly wasn't to his liking. Besides, he seriously doubted that this was his girlfriend. He just needed to calm down, and then everything would fall into place. And realizing she'd been rejected, the demonic power of her succubus lineage finally left Chu Zhan's body. Zhou Yi was genuinely happy when he saw his friend. He turned her head from side to side and breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that she hadn't turned into a demon. Zhou Yi suggested they team up again and redo the mission several times so that Chu Zhan could defeat the Goblin King. The young man was confident that Chu Zhan would be able to clear this abyss-level dungeon on her own as soon as she learned to control the demonic power. Zhou Yi was certain that their good friend, the Goblin King, wouldn't hold a grudge against them and would serve as her training material as many times as necessary. After all, students need to learn how to defeat a boss, which requires taking many factors into account in order to complete the quest and receive the dungeon reward. Other students still hadn't conquered this dungeon. It was incredibly difficult, and many already thought that first-year student Zhou Yi had simply gotten lucky. But there were also students who believed in Zhou Yi's strength and abilities, and suggested that the other lucky ones try clearing the dungeon on their own. Just then, another announcement came in. The abyss-level dungeon had been cleared with an even better result. Zhou Yi had improved his time. But before the students could fully convince themselves that members of the elite were different from ordinary people, and that a lot of money was being invested in them, a notification arrived about a new record. And this time, the heroine was Zhang Chu Zhan. She was a freshman who had previously cleared the dungeon only on the hard difficulty, and now she had cleared it single-handedly on the abyss level. The girl achieved this under Zhou Yi's guidance and managed to surpass her own limits. Now the other students understood how Mingxuan had felt. It was a feeling of helplessness that comes from realizing just how vast the gap is between yourself and the geniuses. Zhou Yi once again challenged the abyss-level dungeon and defeated the Goblin King once more. Chu Zhan challenged the abyss-level dungeon for the second time and also achieved an excellent result. Finally free, the satisfied and happy students headed to the fireworks show for freshmen, organized by the Faculty of Elemental Magic. The students deserved a good rest and some relaxation, and now they gazed with interest at the streetlights powered by magic. Zhou Yi didn't even notice that he had spent the entire day in the dungeons, completely oblivious to how time had flown. Zhu Zhan was very happy. She had received many awards, but she had also put in a great deal of effort and achieved an excellent result. The young people saw a huge statue standing atop one of the columns. It was the mage Wei Yang, who had been nicknamed the guardian deity. Once he had fought single-handedly against several legions from other worlds, so his deeds were highly praised and brought him worldwide fame. Unfortunately, the demon lord attacked him from behind during the final battle, and Wei Yang died a heroic death. His soul was completely destroyed, and he cannot be resurrected. Zhou Yi admitted that he wasn't very knowledgeable about history and asked to be told about the Dark Ages. First of all, we need to talk about the Golden Age. That was when talented people began to emerge. It was about 80 years ago. Even back then, many legendary heroes appeared, and people like them are still fighting on the front lines to this day. But just as people, having found hope, began to strike back at other worlds, the Dark Age suddenly descended upon humanity, bringing with it an invasion of creatures from other worlds. It was utter chaos, and monsters of all kinds became a massive problem for humanity. The elite of the Golden Age gave their lives to protect humanity from the monster invasion, and this continued for more than 30 years of struggle and the sacrifice of millions from all walks of life. And now, at long last, humanity has entered the current era of peace, but now creatures from other worlds are once again trying to break through to humanity. We can only hope they don't succeed. Chu Zhan looked very distressed, and the young man placed his hand on her head, trying to calm her down. Of course, a large number of creatures from another world have now slipped through medium-sized cracks, but these creatures aren't strong, and people aren't what they used to be. Zhu Zhan agreed with this point of view. Humanity had taken a long time to recover, but now it already had the strength to fight the monsters. Just at that moment, a spectacular fireworks display began, and multicolored fiery blossoms lit up the sky. The young people ran closer to the epicenter to get a better view of the fireworks and enjoy the celebration. Zhou Yi was riding the train and regretted that his teacher, Su Mei, wasn't with him. Otherwise, he could have used military teleportation. Lately, the young man had grown out of the habit of taking trains. But fortunately, he now had an ice pill, which meant his sister's illness would no longer be a problem. Little Yun couldn't wait to see her brother. She kept asking her nanny when he would finally arrive. The girl reassured the impatient Yan, telling her that he would be home soon. And finally, the long-awaited reunion took place, since her brother had been studying at a university in another city for several months. Zhou Yi had been constantly worried about his sister's health, but now she looked quite lively because she had been receiving treatment, and he could relax a little. The young man greeted the mage who had been looking after his sister all this time. Zhou Yi mentioned that he had come for 3 or 4 days, primarily to see his sister through the end of her treatment. The girl, like all children, was unhappy about the prospect of such a short visit, and at the same time, of course, immediately began demanding presents. Zhu Yi said he'd brought her a reward for clearing the abyss-level dungeon. With this horn, the girl would be able to summon a monster, a gold-rank bear. Yun was very pleased because her brother, as always, had given her an amazing gift. The young man was confident that Yun would be able to become just as strong as he was once she recovered. The next day, the hospitable host welcomed the mayor's secretary and Miss Kui. Both guests immediately explained that they had arrived the moment they received the invitation. They understood the full importance of the upcoming procedure. Zhou Yi began thanking the mage for volunteering to help him. However, the woman wanted to congratulate the young man on finding the ice lotus and turning it into an ice pill. Mr. Wenbing was very surprised, since S-rank pills are priceless treasures that are in high demand. The young man explained that he had obtained it thanks to an alchemist recommended by his teacher. But he didn't want to talk about that right now. He needed to cure the girl as soon as possible. "Yun, how are you?" All little girls were very afraid of doctors, and she was scared. But her brother told her not to worry. The girl just had to swallow the pill. That way she would awaken her icy lineage, and that power would no longer trouble her. The girl stood in the spot prepared at the center of the circle and announced that she was ready to begin. But first, Zhou Yilu offered to cast a few buffs on her, hoping they would help her get through the awakening process. Protection, blessing, dawn, courage, and the girl immediately felt much stronger and more resilient. Although Miss Qin was a priestess who had undergone her second awakening, she felt that she was inferior to Zhou Yil in terms of the purity of her sacred light. Once that was done, the young man asked the priestess to activate the magic circle. Mims Qin set to work immediately, channeling her magical powers. And now the magic circle was ready to carry out the awakening process. Finally, the girl swallowed the icy pill, and everyone watched what was happening with bated breath. It soon became clear that Zhou Yun's icy power had burst forth, and it was extremely powerful. But Zhou Yi was completely calm. He told everyone not to worry, as he would handle it all himself. After that, the young man activated the halo of sacred flame. He began to gather the icy energy into a mass of water, and soon it simply turned into ordinary ice. After taking the ice pill, this would be the last burst of ice power the girl would experience. The priestess announced that they had completed the most difficult stage. Now they just needed to be patient and wait for Yun to finish awakening her lineage. Yun acted with her eyes closed. It seemed as though she had become transparent and was floating above the ground. Powerful water energy emanated from her, taking on various forms. The power was very pure, and it soon became clear that her ice lineage had fully awakened. The process came to an end, and now it was safe to approach the girl and ask how she was feeling. Yun looked very cheerful and strong. She seemed to have fully recovered. Zhou Yi asked his sister to check her status and see if there were any changes. After doing so, the girl explained that her ice lineage had granted her the talent to control the element, and now she could manipulate ice however she wished. Generally, ordinary awakenings of one's lineage do not grant any talents, but Yun had managed to awaken a rare ice lineage. Now the girl was curious to know if she would be able to acquire new talents in the future. The young man realized that he and his sister had received many bonuses thanks to their icy bloodline, which meant that there truly had been a powerful ice class among their ancestors. Zhou Yi still couldn't put his mind at ease regarding his sister, so he asked the priest to examine the girl just to be safe. At that moment, the mayor's secretary reported that Zhou Yun and Yi had awakened their bloodlines, and the mayor was taking this very seriously and had prepared another batch of cultivation resources for them. The young man thanked the secretary and said he needed to return to university soon, so he asked Mr. Zhao to continue looking after his sister. It was decided that everyone would stay where they were. Yun really didn't want to part with her nanny. Her older brother asked what class his sister wanted to choose in the future, and the girl, without hesitation, replied that, of course, she would be a mage. The little girl was already imagining how she would cast spells, and her older brother promised that once she reached level 10, he would give her a magic class transformation book. Yun thanked her brother. She could feel the dark power awakening within her, and it wouldn't be long before it was unleashed. All the adults present were horrified when they heard about the dark power. Mrs. Qin was deeply troubled. Had she overlooked something? And why had the dark power infiltrated this girl? Even as children, Zhou Yi remembered how his younger sister had said they must not succumb to the allure of the dark power. They had to seal away the darkness to preserve peace throughout the world. And now this girl was about to awaken the dark power within herself and saw no problem with it. Zhou Yi grabbed his sister by the scruff of her neck and said that he would now show her the true power of ice. The priestess prayed, while the secretary and the nanny hoped everyone would survive and didn't want to interfere in the brother and sister's relationship. Zhou Yun had already been consumed by the dark power, and she immediately told her brother that she wouldn't hold back. The girl was about to summon the spirit of ice and freeze everything in her path. With a light flick of 2 fingers, she unleashed icy spears at her brother, who managed to raise a protective barrier. The young man realized that the girl had fully recovered, and now he could draw up a training schedule for her. Suddenly, Yun doubled over, clutching her chest, and said that her attack had started again, and she wouldn't be able to train with him. But Zhou Yi approached his sister, and his gaze as well as his energy glowed with a sacred light. Yun realized it was best not to argue with her older brother when he had that aura about him, so she said everything was fine. A short time passed, and soon the girl was lying there, exhausted, saying that training was very tiring and that she was leaving the mission to save the world to her brother. At that moment, her older brother summoned his magical pet and said that from now on, Xiao Hui would train alongside the girl. And she shouldn't be upset if, after a while, this cute pet surpassed her in everything. Yun was absolutely delighted with the wolf cub, who also felt joy when the girl hugged and cuddled him. Yun suggested that the wolf cub form a dark bond with her and become her companion, and the magical pet realized that he would have to work hard. Night fell, and Zhou Yi finally felt that his business here was done and that he could return to the university with peace of mind. He also hoped that a teleportation circle would be built here soon to make his visits easier. The young man thanked his pet for its hard work and help. Suddenly, right in the middle of the courtyard, the young man saw Miss Su Meier, who had teleported right in front of him. Ms. Su said that the national freshman competition would begin soon, and to participate in the team match, they needed to assemble a group of 5 people. As the winner of the freshman competition, Zhou Yila was tasked with leading the team, and now the captain could form the team. Of course, this was a tremendous honor and opportunity, so the young man accepted the offer with gratitude and joy. Ms. Su showed him a list of the top 10 freshmen. He had to select 4 for his team. Zhou Yi immediately said that he wanted to choose the 4 freshmen with the highest rankings. Ms. Su believed that team matches are often held at the end of competitions, when everyone is already exhausted. It's a sort of test of the team's stamina, which is why priests capable of restoring stamina are so important. Of course, the young man could cast buffs like a paladin, but his restoration ability was slightly lower than that of priests, and the team needed someone with that skill. But Zhou Yi insisted that he didn't need one, as long as they were able to defeat their opponents quickly and didn't have to worry about restoration. Zhou Yi was confident he could take first place in the individual competition, and in the team match, he was capable of taking on an entire team single-handedly if he activated the Seraph lineage. The teacher understood that the young man was right. His strength far surpassed that of the other students, and perhaps they really wouldn't need a priest. Mayer agreed, and since the boy was so confident, she would forward the list of team members to Dean Wu Man. Zhou Yi promised to take first place in the competition and also thanked the teacher for all the information she had given him about the ice lotus. He had managed to make an ice pill and was able to cure his sister. This was wonderful news. Now, however, Zhou Yi was puzzled by the need to find a hidden class transformation book for his younger sister. Zhou Yi admitted that when he learned monsters were infiltrating through the cracks, he felt a pressing need to give Yun the ability to defend herself as soon as possible. The teacher understood perfectly well that the young man was a very caring older brother. There is a hidden class transformation book within the university system, but it would be very difficult to purchase, and for now the young man must do his best at the national freshman competition. After that, the professor teleported away, and the young man didn't understand why Miss Su had spoken in riddles before leaving. Zhou Yi researched information about the class transformation book and confirmed that it was very difficult to acquire. Even the cheapest book would cost 20,000 points. It seemed unlikely he'd be able to get it anytime soon. But within 6 months, the goal was entirely realistic. At that moment, the young man noticed a new quest that had popped up on his profile. The system described the national competition for first-year students. The rewards from previous tasks had given him an incredible boost in strength, and now Zhou Yi would have to give it his all to achieve a brilliant result and earn the best rewards. Representatives from all the faculties had gathered in the university's conference hall. Wu Man presented the list of candidates for the team match that Zhou Yi had given him: a paladin, a swordsman, a warrior, a mage, and a Taoist spiritual priest. The logistics department couldn't understand why there was no priest on the team. The dean of the weapons department also believed that it was very risky to form such a team without a priest's support. The team's margin for error would be reduced. However, the magic department was convinced that the team was excellent. With abilities like Zhou Yi's, they had no need for a priest. The paladin could handle things on his own. Moreover, the man had been present at Zhou Yi's creation and knew his true strength well. Even without teammates, the young man could successfully participate in team matches. Zhou Yi could not only cast buffs but also possessed excellent defensive abilities, and his offensive skills were incredibly strong. Now even the logistics instructor agreed that this young man could serve as an attacker, defender, and support all on his own. The dean of the logistics department had no objections either. Making full use of Zhou Yi's strengths was an effective tactic. Left on his own, the dean of the weapons department was forced to agree with the majority of his colleagues. He hoped that Zhou Yi would surprise them in these competitions. Once the team roster was approved, Zhang Lin asked for training sessions to be organized. Although the freshmen were strong, it wouldn't hurt for them to practice teamwork. Wu Man fully agreed with his colleague and promised to have Ms. Su gather the team members at the military faculty in a couple of days. Zhou Yi didn't waste a single minute on nonsense or rest. Even now, he was doing push-ups with a huge weight on his back. The young man had received a message from his mentor, Rector Wang, who had arranged a private session for him. This must be their first session since Zhou Yi became his student. The dean was likely planning to teach the young man some new skills. So, as a reward for completing his daily tasks, the young man decided to choose skill points. Using his daily stat boosts, it was easy to stay ahead of the other students. During the one-on-one session with his mentor, the young man immediately found himself in the center of a magic circle, and soon he was in a clearing teeming with 23rd-level silver-rank forest wolves. Wang Hui explained that this was a private training ground he had established. Zhou Yi thought he would have to get rid of all those wolves. However, his mentor told him not to worry about it, and it soon became clear why. A huge dragon appeared in the sky. All the wolves scattered in all directions, whimpering in fear with their tails tucked between their legs, while the young man stared in horror at the flying monster. Wang Hui said that this was a 62nd level epic dragon, the magical pet of one of the disciples, responsible for scaring away monsters in this forest. The mentor explained that this senior disciple, already 30 years old, had matched his mentor in strength and reached the 64th level. His combat abilities surpassed those of his teacher. The young man realized that this disciple's talent was simply incredible, given that he had reached such a high level at such a young age. Wang Hui laughed when he saw the confusion on the young man's face. Over the years, he had seen many professionals, but Zhou Yi was the most talented, and if the young man worked hard, he would surpass the senior disciple. After that, the mentor told him to watch closely. He was going to teach Zhou Yi a special skill. It was the ability to summon and wield a shield of sacred light. At full power, this shield would crash into the ground, shattering everything in its path. This was the power of a professional who had been awakened for the third time, and everything around them looked as if a nuclear bomb had gone off in the forest. Wang Hui said he would teach him his first skill, and it would be the shield of sacred light. All you had to do was connect your consciousness to the skill book and use points to learn it. The shield of holy light created two shields that gradually closed in on each other. When they collided, they caused a powerful explosion, dealing massive damage to the enemy and allowing allies to pass through the shields. It was a paladin skill created by an ancestor who had undergone the Third Awakening. Wang Hui had inherited this skill from his mentor and was now passing it on to his apprentice. Once the young man had mastered the skill, it was time to demonstrate it. Zhou Yi began to create the shield of holy light. First, he gathered the energy of holy light. Then he created two shields that converged, and finally, an explosion occurred. The mentor was pleased. Zhou Yi was already able to achieve such a result using the first-level shield of holy light. This skill can be used in team competitions. The shield can be used to divide the battlefield and restrict the enemy's movements. Now that the young man had mastered this skill, it was time for a few lessons in combat, and the dragon would now order the monsters to attack Zhou Yi. It was entirely up to him how much experience he would gain from killing them. After that, the enormous dragon Graloon let out a piercing scream, and countless monsters heard it. Bloodthirsty eyes appeared in the nearby forest. These monsters were ready to attack the young man. In the blink of an eye, a massive maw with a protruding tongue opened right above Zhou Yili's head. But the young man wasn't afraid. In fact, he seemed quite pleased to have the opportunity to put his skills to the test. First, the young man cast all sorts of buffs: courage, defense, the blessing of dawn, and God's gift. After that, he charged into the attack, slicing through the dragon with his holy light. Following the light, the young man fired icy needles that pierced the dragon's body. Zhou Yi swung his hammer, striking his opponent. The battle raged fiercely. Soon, only twitching body parts remained of the dragons. But Zhou Yi himself was barely holding on. He was extremely exhausted and drained. The mentor smiled as he watched his student. He hadn't expected the young man to exhaust all his stamina and mana. When asked what he would do if there were more monsters, Zhou Yi replied that he hadn't thought about it, knowing his mentor was nearby. As he spoke, the young man pulled a vial of restorative potion from his supplies. Immediately, his body began to fill with strength, energy, and mana. He felt the thrill of hunting for experience points. As a result of this training, Zhou Yi reached level 22 and now wanted to use his skill points to upgrade his shield. It turned out this was possible, and now his shield of holy light was already at level 3. Wang Hui was very pleased with his student. He hadn't expected the young man to defeat nearly 400 monsters. All of this was thanks to his teacher's guidance, as well as his new skill. Without them, Zhou Yi would have made such progress only after a couple of months. Wang Hui began giving the young man advice, since he had formed a team without a priest to participate in the national competition. Therefore, he needed to keep his cool in any situation and remain vigilant. Zhou Yi thanked his mentor for the advice and told him not to worry. As long as he was there, first place was in the bag. The young people set off for a resort in the Stormwind Mountains. The national competition for freshmen was set to begin shortly, with universities from across the country participating. The lists of participants and teams had finally been published, and now everyone was studying them with interest. To everyone's surprise, it turned out that the Sukun University team didn't have a priest. Usually, such an unconventional lineup is used by lesser-known educational institutions. However, the girls believed there was nothing to worry about, since Zhou Yi would be the team captain and Chu Zhan would be his deputy. All the forums were abuzz with discussions about the team rosters. People were writing that the team wouldn't make it without a priest. But the girls thought it was simply ridiculous to reason that way. It was immediately obvious that people didn't understand anything at all. It was just being written by those who knew absolutely nothing about Zhou Yi and were unaware of his abilities and strength. At that moment, an argument broke out among the cafe patrons, and the team rosters for the upcoming competitions had already become a source of controversy. Su Qing was also convinced that without a priest, even Zhou Yili's presence wouldn't save the team, which meant that this year's victory would go to her team. Zhou Yi once again passed the level 10 combat form test and did so in a new record time. The young man realized that the training robots had become too easy for him. After he had leveled up, the training was becoming less and less beneficial. But just then, Miss Su called him. She informed him that Dean Wu Man was starting special training sessions and he needed to head to the military faculty's training ground immediately. Zhou Yi was very pleased. He felt powerful and moreover hoped to see good results from the training soon. The teams had already gathered and were discussing how they'd started to feel anxious and nervous about the upcoming competition. Suhan University has been winning national competitions in recent years, and it's likely to be the same this year because everyone knows how strong Zhou Yi is. Just then, the young man finally arrived. All the team members were already there, eagerly awaiting him. Zhou Yi began apologizing to the girls for being late and keeping them waiting. After that, he apologized to the dean and Miss Su, but the dean immediately wanted to get down to business and introduce the team members. Wei Te-sin was an 18th level warrior. She thanked them for inviting her to participate. Wu Man scanned the young man and noted with surprise that he hadn't expected Zhou Yi to raise his level so quickly under the dean's guidance. The young man confirmed that, with the help of his mentor, he had managed to improve his skills. Wu Man suggested they not waste any time, since the competition was just around the corner. He would serve as the team's coach and help the students prepare for the competition. The dean announced that he would prepare the students for the team match, the individual round, and the survival match. Today, they'll test whether the team can work together. The entire squad will take on a demon-level goblin dungeon. Mage Tan Lingxi now understood why Miss Su had been urging her to level up. It was all necessary to prepare them for an abyss-level dungeon. The girl was very scared. She realized that all the team members were quite strong, not to mention their captain, who could easily handle it alone. Zhou Yi tried to encourage the girls. He smiled at them, but they were so nervous that eventually the young man began to think there was something wrong with his smile. And finally, the team found themselves in the abyss-level goblin dungeon. Since this was the first time the group had worked together, the captain suggested laying out their battle tactics. Tijin would handle defense and draw the monster's attention, while Chu Zhan and Tan Ling would deal physical and magical damage. Song Xiaolan and the captain himself would stay in the rear to finish off enemies and provide support to everyone else. And now all the girls were ready because the first wave of goblins had appeared in the distance. Tixin immediately charged into the attack. She was ready to strike the monsters. The girl felt that her strength and the power of her skills had increased by nearly half. This was thanks to their captain, who had activated the divine gift and cast it on all team members simultaneously, granting them protection, courage, and the blessing of dawn. The speed at which the buffs were applied was simply astonishing. Even a professional mage would have a hard time matching that speed. Tan Ming cast a sound spell of destruction and unleashed it on the goblins. Zhu Zhan also joined the attack, slicing through the goblins with her sword and dealing physical damage. Unexpectedly, the captain warned them not to rush the attack and managed to set up a protective barrier into which the arrows embedded themselves. Unlike previous visits to this dungeon, goblin archers had now appeared here. Zhou Yi speculated that the change was due to the increased number of people in the dungeon, which had prompted the goblins to refine their attack strategies. Zhou Yi cast Punishment of Light, unleashing it upon the goblins. The captain said he would handle these little bugs himself and leave the rest to the girls, since the point of this trial was to improve teamwork. Everyone understood that they needed to work hard, and under no circumstances should they let their guard down. Sun Xiaolan cast a spell and unleashed it on a goblin, which continued to resist, though it was completely futile. The instructors watched the team. Wu Man noted that the captain's speed had increased since the end of the first-year competition. He activates certain skills instantly. Su Mei speculated that the young man had chosen a talent related to spellcasting speed after clearing the dungeon. But Zhou Yili's rate of improvement was truly incredible. As soon as classes began at the university, he propelled Chu Zhan to the top of the rankings and has been helping her stay there. Dean Wu Man was very pleased. It turned out he had deliberately increased the difficulty to test Zhou Yili. Zhu Zhan sliced through the goblins with her sword, doing so very quickly and efficiently. Tan Ming activated wind magic and created a tornado, leaving the final blow to the warrior. Tijin didn't disappoint either. She confronted a goblin, ready to kill it. The girl delivered an aerial strike and finished off the monster with her feet once it had already fallen. All of this was possible thanks to the buffs the captain had cast on everyone. The girls felt a pleasant lightness as they destroyed the goblins. And now, looking around, the girls could hardly believe that they had actually managed to get rid of the goblins. Tan Ming said she had checked the room and there were no more goblins nearby. Zhou Yi was very pleased with the girls. He said that this was just a warm-up, and the real battle would begin in the room, so they couldn't let their guard down. Tixin felt quite confident. She said there was nothing to fear because the captain had doubled her strength. With such an advantage, they would quickly clear out this dungeon, especially since their captain could easily handle him all by himself. Zhou Yi's strength had impressed every member of the team. The young man felt a bit embarrassed. He realized that if things continued this way, the girls would simply drive him crazy with their compliments. Finally, the team approached the massive doors behind which the boss, the Goblin King, lay in wait. Zhou Yi held his hand out toward the doors and sensed that something was off. However, he decided not to nitpick and to go inside first. And indeed, a big surprise awaited them behind the door. It was a second Goblin King, a level 25 epic rank boss, who had replaced the previous king after his defeat. The girls were literally speechless when they saw such a boss standing before them. The Goblin King laughed and said he'd been expecting guests, so he'd prepared gifts for them. And at that very moment, a powerful fireball was unleashed upon the young people. Lin Shi began casting spells to counter the fireball, but she wasn't very successful. Tijin managed to raise her shield, pushing her friend aside, and the entire fire blast struck her. The girl knew she couldn't block the attack. Even though Tixin's strength had nearly doubled thanks to the buffs, she still couldn't handle this monster's ordinary attack. The Goblin King told the kids not to worry because he had already prepared a final refuge for them. Zhou Yi realized the situation was serious. He stepped forward and ordered all the girls to fall back. In the next instant, he channeled his ice power and created a massive ice shield into which the fireballs crashed. Tan Ming warned the captain to be careful because these were unusual fireballs. Zhou Yi caught one of the fireballs in his hand and, after analyzing it, realized that things were more complicated than he had thought. This boss's power surpassed that of the previous one. Sun Xiaolan turned to the captain and asked for permission to take the initiative. The girl began casting spells. Fate is sealed. The stars point the way, divine symbols are revealed. After that, she ordered an attack that struck the Goblin King directly. But he wasn't even hurt. Sun Jialan didn't understand why her spell hadn't worked. Tan Ming joined the battle. She wanted to use her offensive spells. Zhu Zhan struck at the monster. A demonic blade, fire magic, and long arrows were all aimed at him. However, the Goblin King activated a protective sphere. None of the students' attacks could harm him. He laughed at the group, saying that it was all over for them. Tan Ming pointed out that the difference in their levels was too great and that they wouldn't be able to defeat this boss. But then the captain joined the battle and told the girls not to worry because they had him. After that, the young man activated his dispel skill. Tijin asked the captain for permission to try fighting the Goblin King in close combat. However, the young man replied that the legendary rank boss was indeed too strong for anyone right now, so he would handle the rest himself. The young man scanned his opponent. This Goblin King's level was only one higher than the previous ones, but all his stats were twice as high. Zhou Yi understood that if he used his lineage's secret technique, he could boost his stats, but that would be too obvious a move. Dean Wu Man had likely created a special test just for him, and if that was the case, Zhou Yi would now show the Dean the divine body of an angel and his true power. Su Meier was very worried about her students. The boss was far too difficult, and she wasn't sure it was necessary to push the kids so hard. The dean, of course, agreed that his students' current strength was high, but other universities had their own talented students as well. And it is precisely these geniuses from other universities who will become Zhou Yi's team's main rivals. That's why Dean Wu Man wanted the students to face challenges. It would allow them to understand the full brutality of the competition. However, their teacher, Miss Su, was certain the students wouldn't fail because the dean was underestimating Zhou Yi. The Goblin King watched his opponent with interest, an opponent who, in his words, had turned into a brilliant little bird. The monster allowed the human to use whatever he wanted. Zhou Yi didn't need the monster's permission. He did what he deemed necessary, and now he directed a radiant blast at the Goblin King. The monster strongly disliked this attack and was already prepared to admit that this man was worthy of some respect. Now he had to make a counterattack. The Goblin King unleashed the fire of the apocalypse, and the two forces collided. The explosion was so powerful that even the girls standing on the sidelines felt the impact of the shockwave. Sun Jialan had no idea of her captain's true strength and realized that they had never been on the same level from the very beginning. Zhu Zhan admitted that this was the first time she had seen him in this form either, and it seemed that Zhou Yi had unleashed his full power. At that moment, the Goblin King said that a human could do nothing, and no matter how much he changed his appearance, he could not win. Zhou Yi continued to unleash his skills and now brought down the sacred chain upon his opponent. This chain wrapped around the Goblin King's body, preventing him from moving or attacking normally, and it also drained the boss's energy. And so with him immobilized, Zhou Yi unleashed the Spear of Victory, which erupted in a powerful explosion that shook the entire dungeon. Now the tables had turned. Zhou Yi activated a firestorm to burn his opponent to ashes. The Goblin King screamed loudly and refused to give up. He had enough skills to handle the monster. After that, Zhou Yi added Thunderclap, and now the Goblin King realized that his opponent could keep pulling new skills out of his sleeve. Zhou Yi acknowledged that their duel had ended too quickly. The young man had wanted to try the Hand of God, but it seemed he would save it for next time. Seeing that the Goblin King was still breathing, the young man pointed two fingers, and holy fire finished off the monster. Dean Wu Man stood with his mouth agape, staring at the screen. He realized that a monster was fighting right before his eyes. This Goblin King had been specifically designed so that even level 26 professionals would be unable to defeat it. Wu Man wanted to know if Miss Su Meier had any records of Zhou Yi's training at the training ground. The teacher confirmed that the young man had been training there today as well. Before coming to the meeting, he had completed the 10th combat form in 6 minutes without any trouble. Now Dean Wu Man understood why Miss Su and the Dean of Mages were so confident in this boy. Su Mei was very pleased that the boy had been able to prove his abilities. Just at that moment, the unfortunate Goblin King was blown to pieces. The team finished clearing the dungeon, and all its members received experience points. All the girls checked their gains and found that they'd earned more points from a single dungeon run than they had from a week of training in the wilderness. Zhou Yi was pleased as well. He knew that if he kept this up, he'd soon level up again. Zhu Zhan ran over to the young man. She wanted to know how he was feeling. The young man replied that everything was fine. He was just tired, and then suggested they check what rewards the boss had dropped. Among the rewards were a gold rank fire staff, a fire spirit shield, and a fire magic ring. It was the first time the girls had seen anything like this. They'd received all gold rank items. Zhou Yi agreed that they'd all been lucky this time, and the young man suggested that the girls take the items if any of them needed them. Tixin couldn't take an item because of her low level, and the fire element didn't suit Tang Lin. Zhu Zhan and Xiaolan wouldn't be able to handle these items either. Zhou Yi announced that for now he would take all the items for himself, then put them up for auction, exchange them for points, and transfer an equal share to each girl's account. Tixin believed that most of the rewards should go to the captain, since without him they would never have been able to clear this dungeon. Song Xiaolan agreed with his stance, since it was Zhou Yi who had defeated the boss, and she hadn't been able to help much at all. But the captain said he would simply divide the points equally so that no one would have to worry about their account balance for a while. Zhu Zhan advised the girls to just accept this fact because their captain had more than enough points and didn't need any more. Zhou Yi reminded the girls that the national competition would begin soon. Only by earning enough points would they be able to effectively improve their skills. They mustn't forget that their goal was not only to take first place, but also to defend the university's honor. Tixin was confident she wouldn't let anyone down and would now work even harder in training. The rest of the team felt the same way. For them, this joint training session had proven to be very important psychologically. After thanking the girls, he said he believed in their team and that they would shine at the competition. After that, everyone gathered around Zhou Yili, and he used a teleportation stone to exit the dungeon. The young people were greeted with applause and congratulations from Dean Wu Man, who had personally designed the Abyss-level dungeon. Their clearance of the dungeon was simply magnificent, and the team members' performance exceeded the instructor's every expectation. But of course, the dean expressed special gratitude to Zhou Yil, who had genuinely surprised him. Zhou Yilu said he was simply doing what he was supposed to do, and he's now practically certain that his team will take first place in the competition. Wu Man was very pleased because to become a champion, you need to be confident. Zhou Yi's abilities were versatile, which allowed them to employ a strategy in the early matches. He could play as a support to hide his true strength, and when the time came, he would give it his all and crush the opponent. If they played it that way, their chances of winning would be much higher. Wu Man supported this excellent idea. He could already picture how these old-timers would see with their own eyes just how strong Zhou Yi is. Even among geniuses, he is exceptionally gifted. However, their instructor, Miss Su, believed that their teamwork still wasn't good enough and that the students needed more practice. The dean confirmed that starting the next day, special training sessions aimed at addressing their weaknesses would begin. After that, Wu Man announced that the students could return to their rooms and get some good rest. To keep their passion for training alive, he had prepared some disciplinary measures. Zhou Yi was surprised to hear about the punishment, and the young man wanted the instructors to explain it in more detail. But Miss Sumair replied that it wouldn't be interesting if she did, and that the students would find out for themselves. In short, it was clear that they needed to train hard together and prepare for the competition. The two students were discussing the nightmare-level goblin dungeon among themselves. It was far too difficult. One of them admitted that he'd already tried to clear it several times but still couldn't make it. If the nightmare level was that difficult, what would the abyss level be like? At that moment, the guys overheard the girls talking about whether they'd be able to clear the abyss level in less than 10 minutes. Lin Shi was confident that this would be enough time since they'd trained so hard. On top of that, Dean Wu Man had given them some advice, and now the girls couldn't wait to enter the dungeon. The young man realized that these girls had turned the abyss level into a speed challenge. He was genuinely surprised and wanted to know who they were. His friend replied that this was the team that would represent the university at the national freshman competitions. The young men were very surprised because back in their day, the highest level on their team had been 19, whereas for these freshmen, the lowest was 20. The team captain's strength was simply impressive, but that was no surprise, since Zhou Yi was #1 in the dungeon clearing rankings. The young man looked at Zhou Yi with interest. There were already many legends circulating about this guy, since even the world-ranked professionals had been unable to surpass him. The Goblin King, deep within the Goblin Dungeon, eagerly awaited the next group of humans he intended to annihilate. Tixin was very well prepared when the Goblin King unleashed his fire of the apocalypse upon her. The girl charged into the attack. She now had enough strength to defend herself against the boss. The Goblin King was certain that weaklings always remained weaklings. Even if they managed to slightly improve their stats, they were still weaklings. And the Goblin King was ready to bring his massive fist down on the girl to punish her for her arrogance. Tixin heard a shout telling her to step back, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw the divine light near her. Zhou Yi was once again in the right place. He parried the attack with his hand and also held back the Goblin King's massive fist. Zhou Yi praised the girl for managing to parry the boss's first attack all by herself, which was already quite an achievement. Now it was Tae-shin's turn to take a break and step back to rest, while the rest of the team would fight. Meanwhile, the Goblin King continued to smash everything in sight and scream about how much he hated these people. Zhou Yi unleashed the Fist of Light upon him and also activated the Chains of Holy Fire so that the Goblin King would feel the full brunt of the pain. Xialan cast a spell in the Divine Seal, and now the Goblin King was practically deaf, mute, and immobilized. Tang Lin decided to test the new techniques her master Su had taught her on the monster, lightning magic, and thunderclaps. Zhu Zhan was about to deliver the final blow. The female swordswoman leaped forward with her weapon and sliced the monster in two with a sword strike. A powerful explosion rang out where the Goblin King had just been, and the group had already received notification that the dungeon had been cleared. Dean Wu Man said that this time the clear had been practically flawless, and he didn't even have anything to say about it. Zhou Yi was surprised. He didn't understand why Dean Wu Man had come down to the dungeon to see them. It turned out that the man had brought news. He couldn't wait to announce that the date for the national competition had been set. It would begin in a week, and that the next day the dean would personally drive the team there. Xialan was very pleased that the national competition was finally beginning. Zhu Zhan was also very happy because they had competed so hard for this very moment. Now, after such an enormous amount of training, the girls would finally be able to show their true strength. Zhou Yi was also very pleased. He had long since grown tired of fighting that boss, and now he had the opportunity to face off against geniuses from other universities. Wu Man announced that, to ensure the safety of the team members, he would guide everyone through the university's special teleportation circle. They were heading directly to Qingqing University, where the national competition was being held. Rector Wang and the deans of other faculties welcomed Wu Man and the competition team. The president thanked the dean of the military department for his hard work and for preparing the team. The president said that the freshmen carry the university's honor on their shoulders. The university has taken first place 4 times in a row, and everyone hopes that the students will bring home a 5th victory. It was a very solemn and exciting moment, and of course all the students were determined to accomplish this task. Dean Zhou Huayan began the activation of the teleportation circle. After all, it was no coincidence that he was the dean of the Faculty of Magic, and now he had been entrusted with this important responsibility. Once the teleportation circle was formed, the rector and the other faculty members wished the students a safe journey. All team members stepped onto the teleportation circles and were gradually transported to their destination. It certainly looked fantastic, but within a few moments, the students were already at Qingqing University. Of course, it was amazing, and it was all thanks to Dean Zhou, otherwise they would have had to take a high-speed train for several days. Only 3rd stage awakened mages can use teleportation magic over ultra-long distances. Chen Yongchun was a 3rd stage awakening mechanic, and he welcomed the Suheng University team on behalf of Qingqing University. It turned out that the man was an old friend and comrade of Dean Wu Man, and had come in person specifically to look after his comrade and his students. The men greeted each other and remarked that their teams were very strong and hoped to leave with a victory. Wu Man wished the same for his friend's team, saying that they would test their strength on the battlefield. Afterward, the dean held a brief meeting for the students. He said there would be no extra training sessions for the next couple of days. The students should get plenty of rest, but they should remain vigilant because the city was experiencing an influx of tourists, and there might be spies from other races among them. Every year at such competitions, demons attack young geniuses. The students can relax and have fun, but they must remember to stay safe. Zhou Yi was standing on the balcony of his room when a drone flew up to him, greeted him, and offered to help if he had any questions. Zhou Yi decided to use his free time to finally organize his accumulated experience. The young man had leveled up, but he didn't have enough points to reach level 24. Most of his skills were still ranked C and B. After completing the 2nd awakening, he would be able to master B+ rank paladin skills. Zhou Yi estimated that in that case, he might even be able to master the A+ rank skill Pearls of the Apocalypse. The Pearls of Light would protect the team members, while the Pearls of Darkness would deal a crushing blow to the enemy. Several days passed, and the championship's opening ceremony was finally here. The national freshman competition was about to begin, and the audience was invited to welcome the first team. It was last year's champion, the team from Suheng University. The audience enthusiastically welcomed last year's winners. Zhou Yi understood why everyone wanted to participate in the competition. This championship was truly impressive in its scale and the quality of the training. Zhu Zhan explained that today would be just the opening ceremony. By the time the finals rolled around, the number of spectators would at least double. After that, the organizers asked the crowd to welcome Suhan University's opponents in the first round, the team from Zhongyang University. The members of the Zhongyang University team knew they were extremely unlucky to have to face last year's champion right off the bat. The guys realized that in the end, they would simply be a stepping stone to victory for that team. However, their captain wanted to encourage the team. He said that last year they had also been among the top 30 teams, so at least they were capable of something. After taking a look at the opposing team, the players were horrified to see that their opponent's paladin was level 23. The good news was that he was alone, and only in a support role. If he'd been in an offensive position, it would have been a disaster. But as it was clear they had a chance to win. Everyone wanted to know exactly how many secret trump cards the Suhan University team would have to play in the first match. Everyone understood that having a level 23 paladin on the roster was really cool, but in competitions like this, that wasn't enough. So both teams took their positions and the arena began to form. The protective field was activated. As soon as the signal was given, the team prepared to attack, with everyone standing in their places. But unexpectedly, the captain calmed his teammates down, telling them they should wait and focus on defense. They needed to see what their opponents were capable of. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi cast buffs on the entire team. God's gift, courage, and blessing of dawn. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. How had this guy activated so many buffs in just a few seconds? He was the captain of the Suhan University team. Chen Yang was very impressed by the captain. He could see that with Zhou Yi's buffs, the team's strength had increased by 1.5 times. Wu Man confirmed that the paladin's primary function as a hidden class is mass buffing. Chen Yang thought to himself that, fortunately, his team also had its own trump cards. Otherwise, Zhou Yi alone could have caused enormous trouble. And at that very moment, huge trouble was exactly what the Zhongyang University team was facing. The players didn't know what to do next. They turned to their captain, who was also in a state of utter panic. Zhou Yi could see that the opposing team wasn't particularly strong, so they needed to stick to a simple plan: attack all together and break their formation with a single strike. Xiaolan asked the captain for permission to take the initiative. She activated her fire magic long arrows that were immediately fired at the opponents. One of the guys blocked the attack with his shield, assuming that was all Suhana's team had to offer. But just then, the next attack, organized by Tei Xin, came rolling in. She unleashed an airstrike. The boys hadn't even had time to recover when Chu Zhan's demonic blade sliced through their defensive gear. A lightning strike followed, and the battle was over. Suhang University's team emerged victorious. The organizers thanked both teams for a spectacular battle. Tang Lin was very pleased, though she realized that this victory had come too easily. The girls felt bored and disappointed. Even challenging an abyss-level dungeon had been more exciting. They'd barely had time to warm up. Zhou Yi understood that only universities of their caliber could offer them any real competition. Chen Yongchun was puzzled. He wanted to understand why such talented and powerful buffs left ordinary universities no chance to compete. Wu Man was very pleased. He said he hadn't really taught them much at all, just occasionally offered a couple of tips. All of this was the result of their own efforts. Chen Yongchun was very upset. He said that sooner or later, their teams would face off in the arena, so he needed to develop a strategy. Wu Man called out after his friend. If they did end up as rivals in the arena, they shouldn't forget that friendship is what matters most. After that, the dean met with the students. He congratulated them on their first victory, encouraged them to keep up the good work, and said that there were no matches scheduled for the afternoon, so they could spend their time as they pleased. Mim Sumei said there would be matches between high-level teams, and she suggested the students watch their performances to gain experience and analyze them. Dean Wu announced that if any of the students wanted to participate in the individual competitions, they needed to sign up right away. Zhou Yi thought they were automatically entered in the individual competitions and didn't understand why they needed to register separately. But it turned out this was done so that priests or defensive players could avoid individual matches, since they aren't very good at attacking. Absolutely every member of the team expressed a desire to participate in the individual competitions. Man was simply delighted. He said he would sign everyone up later and thought that there were no weaklings at their university at all. The day of the individual competitions arrived, and spectators and participants had already gathered at the stadium. The participants would face off against each other one-on-one, with the loser being eliminated. Zhu Zhan looked at the schedule. Her opponent would be a warrior, but they wouldn't face off until the 27th match. She'd have to wait a long time. Xia Lan was even more disappointed. She would have to wait until the 45th match began. Zhou Yi would be fighting a swordsman in just the 6th match. The guy was really lucky. In the team match, Zhou Yi had done practically nothing, and now everyone wanted to see him in an individual match. Could the paladin handle the swordsman? The girl believed that Zhou Yi had held back more than anyone else in the team match. Finally, both participants entered the ring. Liu Qiang faced our paladin today. The guy was sure he was up against an ordinary support player, which meant he was in luck because he'd drawn an easy opponent. Those in the know understood that Liu Qiang was in for a tough battle because his opponent was the captain of the Suhana team. Some thought that a paladin was just a support class, so Liu Qiang would quickly crush him. As soon as the match began, the swordsman raised his sword and said he would let his opponent lose with dignity if he surrendered right then and there. Zhou Yi was about to laugh when he heard these words. He asked his opponent to repeat them if Liu Qiang could hold out against him for 10 seconds. The swordsman activated the flaming blade and intended to punish the paladin, who had dared to act disrespectfully. The swordsman was very surprised when none of his attacks hit their mark. He realized that the paladin was very fast. At that moment, Zhou Yi was already enjoying the duel and rushed into the attack. He leaped toward his opponent, shattered his defensive blocks, and landed a powerful blow that sent his opponent flying. The guys couldn't figure out what had just happened. It looked like the captain had been sent flying, but it all happened so fast that no one had time to get a clear look. The instructors realized that Liu Qiang had underestimated his opponent. Of course, the paladin is a support class, but his skills shouldn't be underestimated. Liu Qiang sat bleeding against the ring wall after the blow, and it became clear that he would be unable to continue fighting. The victory was awarded to Zhou Yilu, who was very pleased. Although he realized his opponent was too weak, he hadn't even managed to block a single blow. The spectators were also in shock. Whispers of horror echoed through the stadium. The spectators realized that Zhou Yi had defeated his opponent in just a few moves, and that this was most likely not the full extent of his power. Zhu Yu recognized this young man. Just a couple of months ago, she had tried to recruit him for their university, but now she could see just how much he had improved. Chen Yong realized that this brilliant young man could have become a student at their university. Zhu Yu confirmed that she would have fought harder for him if she'd known what he was capable of. With a student like that, the team would be unbeatable. Xiaolan now also realized that standing before her was that special boy she'd heard so much about. His power was impressive. No one expected him to excel at support, melee combat, and spells. Zhou Xiaobai wondered if something was off about the speed at which the boy activated his freezing abilities. Even the ice mages in her family couldn't use them that quickly. And the family heirloom reacted. Could this guy have awakened the icy bloodline? Xia Lan could tell something was going on with the priestess, but the girl said she was fine. After that, she said goodbye to Xia Lan, citing urgent business, and ran out of the stadium. The man answered his daughter's call. He didn't understand where she had found so much free time, since the competition was starting today. The girl told her dad that she had found the one who had awakened the ice bloodline. His surname was Zhou, and the purity of his bloodline exceeded 70%. The man immediately grew suspicious. He wanted to know if his daughter was sure, since that was a fairly high percentage. The girl replied that she was almost certain. She needed to get closer to him to find out for sure. Her father instructed her, "Find a way, Zhao Bai, to get closer to the guy, and in the meantime, I'll start investigating whether Zhou Yi belongs to our Zhou family. If this is indeed that Zhou Yi and he has an icy lineage, then perhaps our family will be saved." Li Xin was supposed to be the next opponent in the individual match. The young man said he was confident, and his only concern was that he wouldn't be able to enjoy himself properly before his opponent lost. But another friend advised Li Xin to be careful, because his opponent was very strong. You could sense the danger emanating from him. Li Xin thanked them for their advice and concern, and headed off to the duel. The young man was only walking toward the battle, but his aura was already simply cosmic. It was hard to imagine anything that could stop him. His friends were confident in Li Xin's strength, and they believed his armor would ensure that not even Zhou Yi could lay a finger on him. The young man's closest friend also hoped that this upstart Zhou Yi would be crying bitter tears. The stands were literally buzzing. The spectators were divided, because what was happening now wasn't just an individual battle. It was a showdown between the top universities. There were also some completely unexpected people in the stands. Zhou Xiaobai's father had come to watch his namesake's match. The girl was surprised to see her father and younger sister at the stadium. She couldn't understand why they were there. It turned out that research had suggested Zhou Yi belonged to a branch of the family that had split off during the Dark Ages. The head of the family had ordered an investigation into the young man. Xiao Bai could have brought her sister along so she could see Zhou Yi's power with her own eyes, even though the girl believed there was nothing to learn from a paladin anyway. Xiao Bai told her sister she was wrong. If Zhou Yi's bloodline purity was truly that high, then he had the right to awaken their family's hidden class. Dong'er was the youngest member of the main branch of the family, and her bloodline purity was only 40%, so how could this guy possibly have 70%? However, her father asked his daughter to show respect and patience toward Zhou Yili, since he was her older brother. But the little girl believed that until she saw his strength in action and decided he was worthy of being her brother, she had no intention of showing him respect or patience. Xiaobai reiterated that she and her father would verify Zhou Yi's bloodline purity soon. But for now, they could simply focus on his match. So, the time had come for the first match of the third round of the individual competition, and the participants were invited onto the field. Li Jin had originally planned to take the fight lightly and quickly dispatch his opponent, but the captain warned him that Zhou Yi was strong. So now the young man would have to give it his all. Zhou Yi realized that the university captain couldn't be underestimated if he was able to sense Zhou Yi's power. But right now, this guy, the warrior Li Xin, was a full 5 levels below Zhou Yi, and he would go down immediately if Zhou Yi used the punishment of light against him. The next day, the team's match against Qingqing University was scheduled, and for now, Zhou Yi didn't want to reveal his full strength. So close combat was his only option, even though he really didn't want to hold back all the time. So the countdown ended, and the opponents began the battle. Zhou Yi immediately cast her buffs. She looked like a real powerhouse. Zhou Yi rushed into the attack, but she couldn't do much because this guy's defense was off the charts. A few more powerful elbow and fist strikes, and Li Xin realized his defense wasn't working at all. And almost immediately, a powerful blow pinned him against the net, and now he was like a crucified tadpole under a biologist's microscope. For the first time, the audience saw a warrior knocked off his feet by a support class. No one understood what had happened, since Li Xin had awakened the Steel Bone's talent, and his defense was supposed to be very strong. Li Xin looked at his opponent, who must have come from a family of martial arts masters, because his skills were so impressive. Zhou Yi replied that the reason was simply that he was just a tiny bit stronger. After that, the young man unleashed his sacred fists on his opponent. Li Xin couldn't dodge such a furious attack. Zhou Yi felt it was time to wrap things up and put an end to this match. Li Xin couldn't block the blow at all. He simply covered his head with his hands and then shouted that he was giving up. But it was already too late because Zhou Yi unleashed a flurry of punches on him. It's impossible to stop a massive machine in an instant. His opponent was defeated and lay motionless, while Zhou Yi advanced to the next round of the individual competition. The young man was a little upset. It was hard for him to hold back his strength, and during his final attack, he couldn't resist and struck harder than necessary. The spectators were in shock. They couldn't understand how a mere paladin had defeated a warrior with his bare hands. No one expected a paladin to be able to fight like that. His close combat skills were simply insane. At that moment, Zhou Yi approached his defeated opponent and cast holy light on him to restore his health. Afterward, Zhou Yi apologized to the spectators and the judges. He couldn't have blocked the blow because his opponent had surrendered too late. But now the paladin had cast several healing spells to stabilize his condition, and the healers would have to take care of the rest. The healers were horrified to see the monstrous injuries the unfortunate Li Xin had sustained. The veterans estimated it would take several days for the young man to fully recover. No one had expected the paladin to be capable of inflicting so much damage. Xiaobai was very pleased, as she had said that Zhou Yi's strength far surpassed that of the geniuses in their family. The head of the family was deep in thought. He knew that among the hidden classes of the ice bloodline, there was one that emphasized strength, and now he had witnessed a monstrous level of power. Even the youngest member of the family, Dong'er, was forced to admit that this young man was very strong. Everyone found it amusing to hear this, but it seemed that Zhou Yi had convinced the youngest daughter to accept him as a member of her family through his strength alone. The father asked Xiaobai's daughter to arrange a meeting for them with Zhou Yi. At that very moment, a duel was taking place between Chu Zhan and a representative from Modu University. Zhou Yi watched the duel closely. He was confident that Chu Zhan would handle his opponent, who wasn't all that strong. Jiang Feng realized she had almost reached her limit and didn't know how much longer she could hold out. This year's opponents from Suhang were simply too strong. Chu Zhan launched another attack. She wanted to end the match as soon as possible. She lunged at her opponent and landed a shadow strike. Jiang Feng fell to her knees, and the referee declared that she could no longer continue fighting. After that, the victory was awarded to the representative from Suhang University. The spectators were very surprised when they realized that even Jiang Feng had been unable to put up a fight in this match. No one expected Chu Zhan to be so strong. By the next day, everyone knew it would be a great show when the Suhan team faced off against Qingqing University. Zhou Yi praised the girl, saying that her last strike was particularly good, but Chu Zhan was convinced she had simply faced an opponent who was too weak. Chu Zhan said that if she had to fight Zhou Yi, she would have given up right away, but the young man replied that he wouldn't have stepped into the ring against her at all. At that moment, an unfamiliar female voice called out to the young man, asking him to stop. Zhou Yi saw an unfamiliar girl standing before him and asked what she wanted. The girl got straight to the point. She was from the Zhou family, and since the young man had awakened the icy lineage, they might be related. The young man listened with interest to the story of the icy lineage and the Zhou family of Tianlan. Zhu Zhan knew this family. They were just as ancient as her own. They had lived in Tianlan province for centuries. Their history was very long, and their power should not be underestimated. But it was said that in recent years, fewer and fewer members of the Zhou family had been awakening their icy lineage. Given the Zhou family's desire to awaken their lineage, getting close to them would yield significant resources. But Zhou Yi immediately and categorically stated that he didn't need that. He wanted to know what evidence there was that they belonged to the same Zhou family. Xiaobai said that her father had come to the stadium today. He'd brought a stone to verify the bloodline, and if the young man was from the Zhou family, the stone would react to him. Zhou Yi agreed to test it. He reached out toward the stone, and it immediately glowed, indicating a bloodline purity of over 90%. The young man immediately felt a strong blood connection. He never would have thought he'd be able to find the source of his icy lineage at the national freshman competition. Xiaobai looked at the young man with delight. She called him her brother and said that her father would like to meet him if possible. Zhou Yi agreed to go to the meeting and asked Chu Zhan to return to the dorm on her own. The girl was absolutely thrilled. She knew that the Zhou family was very influential in their province and among other families in general. Xiaobai led her newly found brother into the room, where her father and younger sister were waiting for him. The young man thought about how this family hadn't shown up when Zhou Yun was sick, but now that he had revived the family lineage, they had decided to find him. At that moment, the door swung open, and a man entered the room. He was very pleased to see the visitors. The man's name was Zhou Heng. He extended his hand and introduced himself. Zhou Yi returned the handshake, and the man remarked that the young man looked simply extraordinary in person. Mr. Zhou had a stone on his chest that immediately reacted to the purity of his lineage. Come to think of it, this gentleman and Zhou Yi's father shared the same great-great-grandfather, a distant common relative. Zhou Heng proposed if the young man promised to return and change his class to a hidden one, the Zhou family would do everything in its power to provide all the necessary resources and help him achieve his third awakening as soon as possible. Zhou Yi didn't understand what kind of hidden class they were talking about since he had already awakened. Could he really change his class? But Zhou Heng said there was no need to worry about that. He had already prepared class-changing items specifically for such cases. With such a pure lineage, one could unlock the true power of the hidden class of the ice lineage. The young man understood that his strongest support was closely tied to the paladin. He had only developed so quickly under the guidance of the holy light. The Zhou family's hidden class was now completely useless. Zhu Heng reiterated that as soon as the young man changed his class, a wealth of books and skills would be waiting for him in their family library. Changing classes was essential, and then the young man would receive plenty of resources and would never have to worry about leveling up. Zhou Yi, of course, would love to receive plenty of resources. It sounded very tempting, but he turned down the offer. Zhou Heng promised as soon as the boy changes his class, all his skill points will be reset and returned, and his stats won't decrease. If he joins the Zhou main branch, they'll help him reach level 50 within 6 years. Zhou Yi reiterated that these offers held no appeal for him at all. He could obtain resources on his own, he didn't need to worry about increasing his strength, and he really liked the Paladin class. The Paladin was merely a support class, whereas the Zhou family's secret class was an offensive one. The man didn't understand why the boy was being so stubborn, and Zhou Yi could barely contain himself as he listened to the remark about it being just a support class. But if the head of the family insisted on that, then he was ignorant. A match against Qingqing University was scheduled for the next day, and there Zhou Yi would show what a true paladin was capable of. After that, the young man turned around, waved to Xiaobai, and said they'd meet at the competition tomorrow. Xiaobai rushed over to her father, not understanding why he hadn't even tried to stop Zhou Yi. Zhou Heng explained that the boy simply hadn't yet realized the limitations of the paladin class. They would meet him again after he witnessed Xiaobai's strength. At that moment, a hand shot up from behind the sofa and a shout rang out, "I object." The girl felt her father was being too lenient with Zhou Yi, Did they really need to go to such great lengths just to get him to join the main branch of the family? The elders tried to find the right words, and eventually the man realized it was time to explain the situation to his daughter. The Zhou family's ancestor was the first person on this planet to awaken the icy bloodline. Thanks to him, their family had grown so large. Many of his descendants had awakened the icy bloodline, and there were even those who had reached the third awakening. But everything changed when the Dark Ages began. Monsters from other worlds invaded the human realm, and the Zhou family's ancestor led the clan's strongest members into battle, but he went missing deep within that other world. Since then, the chances of awakening the icy bloodline have decreased significantly. Even with the help of magic, it cannot be done. This curse is extremely persistent and cannot be purified. Although the Zhou family appears powerful, without an heir they are very weak. Therefore, Zhou Yi can return to the main family with all its resources, and his future power may rival that of his ancestors. Right now, the young man is blinded by confidence in his victories. As soon as he faces Qing Qing's team, he'll realize that their family is the key to power. Donger wanted to know what would happen if Zhou Yi did win tomorrow's match. Her older sister couldn't believe her ears. After all, she was the one fighting tomorrow. But her younger sister insisted she'd simply ask a hypothetical question. Tickets for this match were very hard to come by. Spectators arrived early and were willing to pay a premium. After all, it was the first match between the top universities. It was only the third round. It was impossible to even imagine what the final would be like. Everyone was curious to see if Zhou Yi could continue her winning streak, even though everyone knew that the tournament was organized by Qing Qing University, and they were very strong. Donger was also at the stadium. Her sister's chances of winning should be higher, but she was still curious to see what would happen if Zhou Yi won. And now the organizers had invited the teams participating in the match onto the arena. Even while lining up, Zhou Yi activated the battle hammer of light to make it clear to everyone present that he meant business. Besides, no one expected Captain Zhou Yi to know how to use a weapon. For a paladin, there was nothing strange about that. Still, Zhou Yi's aura was completely different. Even from 100 meters away, it made one feel uneasy. Zhou Heng, sitting in the stands, realized that Zhou Yi's aura had become several times stronger than before. That meant he hadn't been fighting at full strength until now. Li Yuan didn't understand why the opposing team's captain was standing up front. Was he really going to be the damage dealer? The girls realized that, judging by the previous day's battle, he was capable of dealing massive damage. On top of that, Zhou Yili had the highest level among the freshmen. Still, they hoped he was just a paladin capable of dealing some damage, so there was no point in having such a high level. The captain reminded them that last year they had lost to Suhan University's team. Their efforts had been in vain, and first place had slipped through their fingers. This year's opponent was once again Suhang University, so the captain wanted his team to be fully prepared for battle. They needed to give it their all, even if it meant maiming their opponents. Chen Yong wanted to know if Zhou Yil could handle the role of both damage dealer and support. Dean Wu Man asked him not to worry about it. He was confident that strength was crucial in this competition. Chen Yong realized that his friend must have some tricks up his sleeve, because most freshmen have a limited number of skills, and a jack-of-all-trades usually loses. Zhu Yi warned his teammates, as soon as the match began, they should do exactly what they did in practice. He would attack first, and the rest would follow his lead depending on the situation. Tejin understood that if their captain gave it his all, they could relax completely and even defeat such an opponent without breaking a sweat. But Zhou Yi asked them to be careful. After all, this was the team that had taken second place last year. If anyone got injured, they should go to the captain so he could cast a healing spell. As soon as the signal to start the match was given, Zhou Yi instantly activated all his buffs and rushed into the attack. The young man didn't hesitate for a moment. Upon encountering his opponents, he decided to attack the Qing Qing University team head-on. It was generally believed that one should use ranged attacks at the start to test the waters. Clearly, the captain was very confident in himself. The opposing captain was delighted to see Zhou Yi rushing headlong toward his doom. They had prepared powerful attacks specifically for him. The archer fired a volley of strangling arrows, which flew at tremendous speed toward the captain. The A-rank skill choking arrows could block all possible evasion routes for the selected target, and now they wanted to see how Zhou Yi would handle it. Zhou Yi met these arrows with a hint of irritation. He grabbed some and snapped them in half with his bare hands, while others he scattered with his hammer. The archer was shocked when she realized that her opponent had destroyed the arrows with his bare hands, even though it was an A-rank skill. The team captain understood that defense was crucial for the paladin, and now everything depended on the mage. The paladin's mana would soon run out, and then they would finish him off. The mage used his most powerful attack to unleash a firestorm. He channeled all his power into the fire phoenix, and now it was a terrifying and dangerous offensive move. Additionally, the mage cast Breath of Flame so that the fire phoenix would incinerate his opponent with searing flames. Zhou Yi calmly watched this fiery chicken flying toward him. It was just ordinary fire. The spectators couldn't fathom what was going through the mind of this guy who wasn't running away from the flames. As expected of Qingqing University students, the Fire Phoenix was an A-rank skill that was impossible to dodge. The attack was too powerful. It was very reckless of Zhou Yi to stand alone under such a fiery assault. Even the instructors were convinced that it would be wiser to flee now. With his tremendous speed, he still had a chance to retreat to his team for protection. Su Meier was ready to laugh when she heard the advice for Zhou Yili to flee while he still had the chance. It was immediately obvious that the others had no idea who they were dealing with. Zhu Yu thought her colleague was just an arrogant fool, and now, right before her eyes, her student was about to lose in disgrace. But then the girl looked at the screen and realized that something unimaginable was happening there. Zhou Yi activated the halo of the sacred flame, which allowed him to control the element of fire and increase the damage from fire and light skills. Using the halo of the sacred flame, he was able to calmly absorb all the fire that had been unleashed upon him. His opponents couldn't fathom how this was possible, but Zhou Yi held out his hand and began to absorb the fire, which was now destined to become his power. The girls looked at their captain and realized that their opponents hadn't yet grasped what it meant to come face to face with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi addressed his opponents. He apologized to them for not living up to their expectations. It was simply that he knew how to control the element of fire using the halo of the sacred flame. The audience was in shock. It felt as though they could sense God's presence, because this guy possessed a God-given skill. Zhu Yu was stunned to see the God-given skill of the sacred flame. Even third-level awakened professionals cannot obtain it. Su Meier said that maybe the guy was just lucky, because it's normal for true geniuses to encounter such opportunities. But Zhu Yu wouldn't give up. She said their team still had a trick up their sleeve. Donger didn't understand what was going on. She asked her father what this divinely bestowed skill was, and he explained that such skills were very special. They cannot be learned or passed down in any way. Only classes blessed by the gods can obtain a divinely bestowed skill. It was clear that the halo of the sacred flame had been bestowed upon Zhou Yilu by the god of light himself. Since the Zhou family possessed an icy lineage, it was only natural that there were many followers of the ice goddess among them. But ever since the lineage was cursed, the ice goddess's blessing had vanished along with it. Therefore, classes blessed by the gods possess immeasurable potential, and it is now clear that all the Zhou family's offers seem insignificant to the young man. Donger realized they had come here for nothing. However, the man believed they still had a chance. Zhou Heng decided to talk to the young man after the match ended. Perhaps he was the hope for the family's revival, so they couldn't just give up. Zhou Yi now controlled all the fire, and his opponent couldn't understand how it had come to be that his fire phoenix no longer belonged to him. The team captain didn't know how it had happened either, but it was now clear that fire magic was useless against Zhou Yi. They needed to try other elements. They had to keep using long-range spells to prevent Zhou Yi from attacking. They couldn't let him get close so easily. The archer and the mage resumed their attacks, showing their opponent that they still had many ways to defeat him. A stone wall and a hail of arrows were used against Zhou Yi. The young man understood that his opponents thought they could stop him this way. It wasn't a bad idea, but they were too naive. Zhou Yi held out his palm and activated the Shield of Holy Light. Xiao Bai immediately realized that this was an A+ rank Shield of Holy Light, and it didn't look low level at all. The girls hoped that by expending all his energy on defense, the young man would be weak on offense. Zhou Yi did indeed agree that he had expended a great deal of energy, so he decided to use ranged combat skills to overwhelm his opponent. He activated the Sacred Flame Storm, and now stones were flying, blanketing everything around them. The captain realized that if this storm had hit the team, they would be dead. The captain couldn't figure out where their mage had gone, and soon realized he was inside. Lu Zhou was barely holding on. He was using all his strength to defend himself, and couldn't believe that this paladin's power was so great. Zhou Yi looked at his opponent and realized that the fire wasn't strong enough. But there was no need to worry about that, since he had absorbed the Fire Phoenix. And now the paladin unleashed fire upon the mage who had created him. Lu Zhou was completely defeated, and his staff shattered into tiny pieces. When the fire faded, the mage lay on the ground moaning, begging his teammates for help. Zhou Yi made sure the mage wasn't dead and said that next time, the guy wouldn't be so lucky if he faced him. The captain ordered Xiao Bai to heal the mage immediately, because he himself was now going to deal with Zhou Yi, who was far too arrogant. Zhou Yi was very pleased that someone was finally standing up to him, but to avoid dragging things out, he activated the strike of light and directed it at the opposing team's captain. The captain tried to raise a shield, but soon everyone saw the shield simply fly over the arena. The team captain stood leaning on his sword. His opponent's power terrified him, and now it was clear why everyone who had ever fought against Zhou Yi had been unable to block his strikes. But the captain was no pushover either, and now he was ready to deliver a blow of rage. Zhou Yi swung his hammer, saying it was just a bluff, and the captain couldn't understand how his opponent had managed to block the attack. After all, such a blow was meant to kill instantly. But the young man thought he must have imagined it, and perhaps the move had simply failed him last time. Zhou Yi replied that he would parry these blows until his opponent believed him and calmed down. Zhou Yi considered the attack spectacular, exactly the kind of attack he wanted to see from the captain of the university team. But unfortunately, the captain still didn't have enough strength to inflict damage on Zhou Yi, and it was simply a matter of time. Zhou Yi had already noticed that his opponent was holding his weapon incorrectly, which meant he was tired and struggling to keep up. And if that was the case, why waste his time on a weakling? Zhou Yi leaped toward his opponent and struck with his hammer with all his might. However, Zhou Yi's attack was unexpectedly blocked. He couldn't figure out what was happening, and at that moment, a huge beetle was right behind him. Zhou Yi managed to activate his sacred light defense. After that, he was able to get a good look at this enormous and dangerous robot. The robot dealt massive damage. It managed to break through a level 9 sacred light shield with a single blow. The captain thanked Xiao Xuan for saving them. The young man said that if he hadn't intervened, they would have lost. Previously, the young man hadn't planned to show his strength. He wanted to save it for future battles because he hadn't expected Zhou Yi to be able to single-handedly wear down the entire team to such an extent. The bee robot was a silver rank monster, and a large swarm of such beasts was heading toward the player. There were also a ranger robot, a light missile robot, and other types of machinery. Zhou Yi was a little surprised. After all, his opponent was of a lower level than the robots he was controlling. Wu Man finally understood what trump cards the Jingqing University team had up their sleeves. The instructor explained that Wang Xuan possessed the mechanical heart talent, which allowed him to create machines beyond his own level. Dean Wu Man now understood that the outcome of the match apparently depended solely on two people. Zhou Yi realized that his opponent had decided to overwhelm him with numbers, deploying several powerful monsters in front of him. But now they would finally see how effective such a tactic was against Zhou Yi. Wang Xuan realized that his opponent was about to attack his army of robots. Apparently, the paladin was simply courting death. He gave the order, and the robots began firing all manner of weapons. Zhou Yi deployed the Shield of Holy Light, which held up perfectly against this torrent of fire. Then it was time to unleash the Holy Cross, and holy fire spread in all directions. It incinerated everything in its path, and even the robots, made of fire-resistant materials, couldn't withstand this attack. Wang Xuan began deploying additional robots, since he had plenty of them. The main goal was to deplete Zhou Yi's mana. But then the girls joined the battle. They were ready to take part in the fight against the hordes of enemies. Zhou Yi thought this came at just the right time, and now he would be able to slightly adjust the course of the battle. Zhou Yi unleashed the sacred flame storm. The robots began to burn, and Wang Xuan gave the order to retreat. But at that moment, nearly all of the robots, as many as 74 of them, disappeared from the radars, and communication with them was severed. The young man realized that the battle had only just begun, and he had already lost a third of his army. It seemed this tactic had been ineffective, and that meant it was time to play his final trump card, so he activated the most powerful robot in his arsenal. It was a massive giant with a toothy maw, numerous tentacles, fireballs, in short, the embodiment of every child's nightmare all rolled into one. Wang Xuan named his robot the Judge and now activated the fusion attack. The spectators were in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. For the first time in a national freshman competition, an epic rank robot had appeared. This monster had absorbed the remains of all the other robots and was now at level 23 in epic rank. The spectators realized that this year's freshmen were nothing short of true monsters. Those who were somewhat in the know understood that the match was about to change, because the judge had finally appeared, the one who would bring victory to his team. At that moment, Chu Zan leaped toward the opposing captain with her sword and declared that their captain never lost. Wang Xuan began controlling the robot and said that Zhou Yi would finally see the judge's true firepower. Zhou Yi watched the missiles flying toward him and realized he didn't need to take that hit. The young man had enough speed to dodge the missiles, and he wondered why his opponents hadn't come up with anything more interesting. At one point, A swarm of missiles collided in a single spot, and a powerful explosion rang out. Wang Xuan was literally enjoying this hunt like a crazed fanatic, confident of his victory. Wang Xuan was in the robot's cockpit, watching his prey through the cameras, a prey with nowhere to run. The robot judge fired its weapon, splitting the ground and rocks and leaving a huge trench in its wake. He turned to Zhou Yi, saying that the guy could do nothing but run away. It was obvious he was a coward. Zhou Yi had no intention of running away from anyone and said he was ready to fight face to face. Wang Xuan thought this was very foolish. The opposing team's captain couldn't even handle a minor provocation. If such a weak person had become captain, it was clear that Suheng University had really gone downhill. Zhou Yi used his hammer to block the referee's attacks, but he needed to come up with a counterattack of his own. The young man activated the Hand of God and directed it against the robot, which of course was hiding behind its shield. Suddenly, the sensors detected some changes. Something strange was happening. The shield's energy was being absorbed. After that, the backup plan was activated, and the spectators watched in amazement as events unfolded. Each drone monitoring the match was powered by a powerful stone of light. They could be used to repair the shield, and now they were plugging the holes. The girls from the Suhan University team decided to retreat, but the opposing captain did not allow them to be pursued. The young man noticed that the power activated around them was somehow abnormal in nature. And at that moment, a fiery light began to converge in one spot, from which a hand then formed. The spectators were filled with horror, excitement, and fear. They had never seen anything like it. Wang Xuan sensed a divine, terrifying aura. He understood that only a C-rank skill could create such a terrifying phenomenon. And now there was no point in resisting because even though the referee was only one rank higher, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. But then his common sense gave way again, and Wang Xuan decided to continue the fight. After all, it was just a divine skill. He wasn't afraid of it and would handle it. To do this, the young man activated the judge's extreme mode, putting the robot into a berserk state. It seemed like the right move, especially when the young man added extreme slash. In any case, he'd done everything he possibly could, but instead of perishing, a powerful burst of fiery light appeared before him once more. Even the spectators sitting in the back rows of the stadium felt the shockwave. It was the most powerful impact they had ever witnessed. A palm print remained on the ground, having completely destroyed the referee robot, and in the center of that destruction lay the unfortunate Wang Xuan. The members of Qingqing University's team conceded defeat. They had just lost. Before losing consciousness, Wang Xuan watched the back of his retreating opponent, who was walking toward his teammates to congratulate them on their victory. The spectators were absolutely thrilled. They had witnessed a powerful sacred light. It seemed to them like a unique and amazing spectacle, or even a massive nuclear explosion. Everyone agreed that, armed with the divine skill Hand of God, Suheng University had rightfully won. Chen Yong had been confident that his team would win this year. He hadn't expected a monster like Zhou Yi to appear, a player who was extraordinarily strong and nearly all around. One had to admit that Suheng University had landed a worthy candidate. Among all the geniuses of the past 30 years, this guy was one of a kind. Chen Yong acknowledged that Zhou Yi undoubtedly shone brighter than anyone else. He was skilled in melee combat, support, and magic. The spectators in the stadium chanted the winners' names non-stop. Everyone was absolutely thrilled because they had thoroughly enjoyed the match. The Suheng team headed off to rest, and the scene in the stadium was pure madness. Tixin thought this match had been too easy, which meant that Qingqing University was no match for them. But Song Jialan disagreed with her friend. She was certain they would never have won without their captain. Tixin, however, believed that they were one team, and that's why Zhou Yi was considered part of their team as well. Zhu Zhan explained that the stadium had been expanded last year, and now 200,000 people had gathered in the arena for the national freshman competition. After the live broadcast of this battle, the whole country would be chanting Zhou Yi's name. A girl watched the departing team. She too thought Zhou Yi was very talented. A genius like him is exactly what the Tianyu Guild needed, but his level is a bit too low. They'll have to wait for his second awakening before inviting him to join them. In any case, they were the best guild in the country. Even their logistics specialists had to be at least level 30. But after today's match, the whole country would know about this guy. However, the girl was certain that they would still manage to poach Zhou Yi, even if they couldn't do it right away. Sooner or later, he would become a member of the Tianyu Guild anyway. At that moment, the young man was getting along perfectly with Chuzhan. The healers relentlessly cast healing spells, continuing to do so until their mana ran out. At that moment, the next team of priests was preparing to replace the first, all in order to purge the young man's body of the sacred light. If it weren't for the arena's protective barrier magic, Wang Xuan wouldn't have survived this duel at all. All team members understood that they too would have been injured and wouldn't have survived this battle. The young people apologized to the dean for losing and wasting the resources the university had provided them. But the dean understood that it wasn't the students' fault. Zhou Yi was simply too strong, and it seemed that this time too, they would have to settle for less than first place. The guys were certain that, no matter what, they would be fighting for second place. After all, losing to Moda University would be a huge humiliation. But the dean could see that Wang Xuan was seriously injured, and several hundred robots had been destroyed. Their university didn't have anyone who could compete on an equal footing with the Moda University team. Wang Xuan was very ill. He realized that Zhou Yi was very strong, but once he himself went through the second awakening, his mechanical heart would truly shine. And when that happened, they would fight each other again and find out which of them was stronger. Zhu Heng bowed his head low and apologized to the young man for having misjudged him. The man acknowledged that a paladin could indeed be a powerful support while also dealing significant damage. As far as Zhou Heng could recall, only Zhou Yi, the true and only genius of his kind, could do such a thing. Zhou Yi asked the man to stop beating around the bush and get down to business because strong people don't like to waste time. Zhou Heng reported that he had already spoken with the entire family. The heads and elders had promised that if the young man returned to the family, they would use all their power to train him. The Zhou family was large, and at the annual distribution of resources, how much each family member received depended on their own abilities. Within the Zhou family, there were various factions, the largest of which were led by the elders and the head of the family. Under normal circumstances, the two sides would never have worked together, but now they had all reached an agreement on the matter concerning Zhou Yi. Of course, it's nice to have the support of influential figures in the family. Then you don't have to worry about problems. If he were to return to the family, however, Dean Wang Hui was currently providing opportunities for him to advance without the family's help. Zhou Yi replied that he would most likely disappoint his relatives because he had no intention of changing his class. The man was very upset. He was losing hope that their family would ever be able to revive itself. Zhou Yi added that he knew someone with an icy lineage, and perhaps this person would be willing to accept a hidden class within the family. The man replied that their secret class required not only an icy lineage, but also a certain level of purity. An ordinary lineage was not enough to gain access to such a class. Zhou Yi was outraged. He said that his sister's bloodline purity was at least 3 times higher than Mr. Zhou Heng's. Life returned to Zhou Heng's body when he heard that the young man's younger sister had also awakened an icy bloodline. The man began to weep tears of relief, while Zhou Yi wondered how he could get out of this situation as quickly as possible. Zhou Heng began to dance and laugh with joy. At last he would witness the family's revival, which meant he had not disgraced his ancestors. Heaven would bless them, and his sister would be able to choose any of the 3 hidden classes. Zhou Yi said they shouldn't get too excited just yet. They needed to ask the girl if she wanted to join the Zhou family. The young man understood that joining the family would be of no benefit to him. He didn't want to change his class and wouldn't be able to receive resources from the system or his mentor. Of course, the family hadn't helped them when their parents died and Yun fell ill, but perhaps now they would provide her with resources, enough to maintain a decent standard of living. Last time, Zhou Yi had left a magical wolf cub with his sister, and now he wanted to check in on how things were going with him. The girl answered her brother's phone call right away. She said the fight had been absolutely amazing and congratulated him on his crushing victory. She said that all her friends were dying to get his phone number, but she hadn't given it to anyone because her brother's bride had to have broad shoulders, firm skin, and muscular legs. The bride had to be able to wield a sword weighing several hundred kilograms, as well as sew clothes for her brother and cook lots of delicious food. Zhou Yi interrupted his sister's chatter and explained that representatives of the Zhou family had contacted him. They had 3 hidden classes: Ice Archer, Ice Swordsman, and Ice Mage. The Swordsman and Archer deal physical damage, while the Mage deals magical damage. Based on the purity of her lineage, Yun can choose any of these classes. The girl looked at the pictures, chose the most charming one, and said she wanted to become that. If she were to take on a class from the Zhou family, she would have to spend 3 or 4 years on their territory learning her profession, so she needed to think it through carefully. Zhou Yun declared that she had already thought it all through. Ice element spell attacks suited her just fine, and besides, she had such an incredible brother, and she couldn't let him down. Zhou Yi promised that as soon as his competition was over, he would accompany Yun to Tianlan province to meet their new relatives. The fourth round of the national competition for first-year students was about to begin. Today, the geniuses who would advance to the next round of individual matches would be determined. Afterward, the tournament organizers announced the specific prizes the top 8 participants would receive. One of the gifts will be a C-rank mana potion. As expected from an Italian, the gift is very generous. Absolutely everyone will want to receive it. Zhu Zhan mentioned that last year's competition didn't feature such lavish gifts as prizes. Zhou Yi believed this was because the alliance needed to raise more funds so that students could advance to the third level of training more quickly. Contestants who have advanced to the semifinals can compete for the title of champion in individual matches. For their victory, they will receive a legendary weapon custom crafted by a master blacksmith. Legendary weapons are the highest class weapons that humans can forge. Every participant in the individual matches was thinking about how they had to win to receive these prizes. After that, the semi-finalists were invited to enter the arena. Chu Zhan headed into the matches after hearing words of encouragement from her friend. The young man greeted Zhou Yila in the arena. He quickly put on his helmet and said that he too was a strong warrior and would now prove it. Usually everyone tries to distribute their points evenly and develop in a balanced way, but this young man was different. He had decided to allocate all his points to strength, so now he was absolutely confident in himself. As soon as the match began, the opponents immediately rushed to attack each other, confident in their abilities and unwilling to drag out the fight. A brutal clash ensued, and now their two forces were locked in battle. All that remained was to see who would lose first. The outcome was decided very quickly, and the young man couldn't understand how it had happened. He'd poured everything into his strength and now wanted to know how Zhou Yi had managed to defeat him. Zhou Yi replied that he shouldn't have focused solely on developing his strength. The spectators were in shock. They knew that this guy had poured everything into his strength. So just how powerful must Zhou Yi's strength be? His stats were too hard to fathom. The audience began to suspect that Zhou Yi was cheating because brother Qing had lost the strength contest. The instructor knew that, taking into account equipment buffs, Feng Chang's strength was around 370 points. To completely defeat him, Zhou Yili's strength would have to exceed 450. Combined with his high intelligence, Zhou Yili is simply terrifying. The instructor turned away. He wanted to know if the young man could defeat such an opponent. At this stage, the young man didn't even believe it was half possible. In the next match, the young man fought back, gritting his teeth. He didn't want to admit defeat. The young man said that a knight never loses on his knees, so he managed to get back up like a real man. He even managed to land an aerial strike, hoping to catch his opponent off guard. However, in response, he received a hammer of retribution because he shouldn't have pretended to be a dying knight. In the end, the match was over because the student gave up. Modu University's representative gave up, and Zhou Yi was once again declared the winner of the match. The entire stadium cheered non-stop in support of their current idol, Zhou Yi, who was the strongest and invincible. Meanwhile, the healers were trying to deal with that annoying sacred light that had filled their patient. They needed to expel it from his body as quickly as possible. 2 days later, Dean Wu Man praised the team because 2 students had already advanced to the quarterfinals. Of course, everyone understood that Sun Jialan had little chance of making it to the semifinals, but she still had to give it her all. A sad turn of events befell Chu Zhan. She was supposed to advance to the semifinals, but unfortunately, she faced Wei He, a potential champion. There were still 2 spots left to be allocated among the losers, so they could take advantage of this opportunity. Dean Wuman stated that he had high hopes for Zhou Yil, who was expected to take first place in the individual matches. Zhou Yil had exactly the same plans for the near future, and therefore gave an affirmative answer. The next day, they had 2 team matches ahead of them, both against regular universities. This meant that reserve players could join the fray to test their skills. Chu Zhan was eager to take advantage of this opportunity for eliminated players and secure a spot in the quarterfinals after all. She dreamed of earning a rare C-rank resource. Even for the wealthy and influential Chuan family, it's not easy to obtain C-rank resources, so if she managed to earn such a prize, her power would increase even further. Dean Wu instructed Zhou Yi to simply keep a low profile the next day and protect the team members, trying not to interfere with their actions, because these matches were intended to train the other team members. Zhou Yi suddenly found himself surrounded by girls, all of whom wanted to take pictures with him, get to know him, spend the evening with him, and do all sorts of interesting things. Zhou Yi couldn't figure out which team these girls were from or what they actually wanted, but it turned out they were his fans. They wanted an autograph and to get to know him better. The girls showed him postcards and photos that were already selling like hotcakes at the stadium. They depicted Zhou Yi with a mustache, bows, eyelashes, and cat paws. The girls said they supported their idol at every match. Zhou Yi could barely contain his anger when he realized that all these kittens and purring cats were actually him. The girls understood that their captain had become a real star. He was very popular and would most likely get a girlfriend soon. Could it be that all these fans want to take their beloved Zhou Yi away from Chu Zhan and her succubus? Could they really just stand by and watch? After all, they might end up left behind. Chu Zhan became even more determined to secure a spot in the quarterfinals because she wanted Zhou Yi all to herself. The young man sensed a slight movement of air near him. It felt as if he had become a target. The next day, everything went according to schedule, and the second half of the fourth round of individual matches began. The participants didn't notice how they ended up in the forest. They had been teleported there, and the location changed every year. Last year, they had been in a castle. The second half of the fourth round takes place in a nearly realistic setting created by artificial intelligence based on data collected by the military and professors from various universities. The artificial intelligence combines the data and simulates a realistic replica for the competition. During the simulation, it adds a random element, which is why the map is different every year. In addition to the location, the monsters are constantly changing. Furthermore, the participants immediately noticed that the forest was very humid. Finally, they were told that they were in a lost forest. Every half hour, mysterious monsters would appear around an abandoned village. There will be 3 waves of these monsters in total. The students simply need to kill them to prevent the monsters from eating them. The 2 students who kill the most monsters will advance to the 5th round. This copy of the world is safe, so there are no return scrolls. Killing monsters is fairly simple. There's nothing to worry about because everyone has trained in dungeons, so there shouldn't be any problems. The monsters appeared unexpectedly, which had everyone on edge, and finally the first wave arrived. The students sensed that the monsters were already there, but they hadn't seen any yet. The wait was dragging on, and it was really getting on Chu Zhan's nerves. She couldn't tell if the monsters had shown up or not. Suddenly, one of the students gasped and scratched his neck. He couldn't figure out why it was itching so badly. With every passing moment, the itching grew worse and worse, and soon some kind of infection was spreading across his face and neck. He reached out his hands and begged for help. At that moment, the students received a notification from the program. It turned out that a student from the university had been devoured by a monster and had left the dungeon. Zhu Zhan noted that she hadn't seen the monster at all. Could it have been invisible? At that moment, complete chaos broke out all around them. Some students were breaking out in sores, scratching themselves and dying. It seemed to be happening completely at random. Zhu Zhan couldn't see or hear the monsters. She decided to calm down and find the weakness that they were bound to have. If these monsters were affecting a large number of people at once, then she needed to figure out this infection, how it spreads. It soon became clear that this was a fungal infection spread by spores. Now that she knew what her enemy looked like, she could fight it. Chu Zhan took on the form of a succubus and said that spores were floating in the air. As soon as they landed on a person, the fungi would grow and multiply. You need to use fire skills to protect yourself. Of course, only those with fire skills could take advantage of this. Gradually, some students left the dungeon because they had been devoured by monsters. Zhu Zhan realized that burning the spores wasn't considered killing. This meant she had to find the monster that was releasing these spores onto people. Zhu Zhan activated her succubus form and set out in search of the enemy. Soon she realized the monster was in a tree. She slashed at something with her sword and found that she had destroyed the monster. In response, various mushrooms opened their mouths ready to pounce on her. But Chu Zhan performed a mesmerizing fire dance and unleashed a black flame. Another monster was destroyed. Gradually, the girl got into the swing of things, and the number of monsters she killed continued to rise. Meanwhile, at the stadium, the 2 teams were setting up a protective field in the arena. Everyone wanted to put on a good show, and the battle was in full swing. Shields were raised and abilities activated. One of the mages used a firestorm against his opponents, but in response, water-based spells were deployed, which effectively extinguished the fire. The young man was thrilled that his water had weakened his opponent, but he completely failed to notice the arrows flying toward his back. A shield was raised against those arrows, saving the young man's life. Zhou Yi advised the young man not to let adrenaline cloud his judgment. He needed to be careful and attentive. Zhou Yi reminded the mage once again that her duty was to protect her comrades. She had to listen to all instructions and follow them. Under no circumstances should she repeat this mistake again. The members of the opposing team realized they were being used as training dummies. They decided to attack en masse so that these rookies wouldn't be able to follow their captain's orders. The attack was in full swing. But at that moment, Zhou Yi received a message on his phone, and his teammates had to react to the situation on their own. It was a message from Chu Zhan. The girl was bragging that she had advanced to the quarterfinals through a special selection process. A student from the opposing team thought it was disrespectful to pull out a phone during a match in the arena and decided to teach them a lesson or two. A few moments later, the judges announced that Su Hang's team had won. The quarterfinals were over, and the semi-final between Zhou Yil and Wei He, who had both defeated their opponents, was set to begin shortly. The stream host remarked that the day had finally come for the final round of the individual competition. One of the participants was born into a poor family, lost his parents, and grew stronger on his own. He is the strongest paladin in history, Zhou Yi. His opponent was the son of a noble family with a centuries-old legacy, possessing outstanding talents as well as a distinguished lineage. The warrior Wei He, who will claim the championship title, will be revealed today, so viewers had better stay tuned to find out. The city was in a real frenzy. Everyone expected the fight to be spectacular, and no one could guess who would become the champion. Soon helicopters even appeared near the stadium, making just as big an impression as the whole scene. Representatives from Suhan University arrived by helicopter. All the girls were beautiful, and Zhou Yi was simply unbeatable and charming. Fans were shouting from all sides. They wanted to take photos and were asking for autographs. Soon, representatives from Modu University walked down the red carpet. They too were already there in full force, led by their professor. Today, the top spots will be divided among players from these universities. Friendship is one thing, but competition comes first. Manga greeted Dean Su and wished today's competitors good luck. Zhou Yi looked at his opponent. He was confident he would defeat Wei He and become the champion. The hosts invited both competitors into the arena, and soon the countdown began. The spectators in the stadium were literally going wild. They were cheering for their favorites and now hoped that their expectations would be met. The boy from the Wei family had been called a genius since childhood. He had received first-class resources and training from his high-ranking family. Zhou Heng was confident that Zhou Yi would win. He had already analyzed all the fights, and Zhou Yi's rate of improvement was simply insane. He far surpassed the best fighters of his age. Of course, the young Wei was a natural-born genius, but Zhou Yi turned out to be a reflection of their ancestors. The countdown ended. Wei He rushed into the attack, and Zhou Yi activated all his buffs. And now the two men stood face-to-face to determine which of them was the champion. To avoid dragging out the fight, Wei He immediately activated Berserker, and all his actions became much more powerful. Berserker was a special warrior ability that randomly boosted 4 of his stats, but after 3 minutes the Berserker mode would end and a period of weakness would set in. In addition, Wei He used the Flame Blade technique. This skill was similar to a buff, allowing his blade to deal fire damage during a slashing strike. What else could one expect from the top freshman at Modu University? Wei He also added a lightning strike, which allowed him to deliver lightning-fast blows with tremendous force. Wei He reflected on how he had already maxed out his skill to level 9 after many thousands of training sessions. But he sensed immense power emanating from his opponent, even though the blade weighed over a metric ton and the speed of the strike was tremendous. Zhou Yi realized that his opponent was extremely powerful and capable of cutting down practically anyone. Zhou Yi realized that if he let things continue as they were, there was no telling how it would end, so the young man summoned the 9th-level Sacred Cross. Wei He was very pleased, because he had been waiting for his opponent to use this skill. Wei He activated Battle Rage, and the powerful light emanating from the Sacred Cross dealt virtually no damage. Zhou Yi realized he had to wait until Battle Rage was no longer active, otherwise his attacks would be pointless. Wei He immediately launched an attack. It was clear that he wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible, since this ability could remain active for a maximum of 2 minutes. The best course of action now was to wait until it ended. But even with reduced damage, Zhou Yi knew he could defeat his opponent. Soon enough, Wei He learned the hard way that fighting this paladin, who possessed a host of skills, was simply foolish, which is precisely why he immediately activated his fury. The spectators couldn't take their eyes off the arena. They saw that the opponents had clashed head-on. With Wei He pushed to his limits, it would have been better to stall for time. But Zhou Yi didn't wait for his opponent's strength to wane. He used the Spear of Victory. Wei He took the blow from the Spear of Victory. He believed it was completely useless and couldn't harm him. But Zhou Yi replied that it was too early to laugh because he wasn't finished yet. After that, the young man unleashed the punishment of light upon his opponent. Wei He felt terrible. Of course, he hadn't expected anything less, but it was still too difficult for him. Wei, he felt the pressure mounting, even despite the skills he had employed. However, he decided to take advantage of the pause between attacks in the hope that he could win. However, his attack was interrupted by yet another divine punishment, which was completely baffling since so little time had passed. The spectators saw that the attack had been very powerful. Now everyone was watching the finals of the National Freshman Competition, where the participants were displaying a simply unreal level of skill. Those students who had already faced Zhou Yi personally in the arena understood that no one could escape his power. Now Wei, he was already losing his edge and his body was taking full damage from his opponent's attacks. The young man fell to the arena floor, unable to comprehend how this had happened. After all, he was at a distance from his opponent, yet he still took a powerful blow. Eventually, Wei, he realized that there was a huge chasm between them that he could not bridge. And then Wei, he used a secret technique. He gathered his strength once more, hoping that the 1,000 shadow swords would help him. A powerful explosion rang out, and it seemed as though the stadium would collapse, as if an atomic bomb had detonated right in the arena. Zhou Yi stood calmly, waiting for the smoke and fire to subside so he could determine whether it was necessary to continue the duel. Right in front of him, the shadow swords which were supposed to destroy him were falling. Zhou Yi realized that his opponent had turned his body into a weapon. It was said that the ancestor of the Wei family had created this technique to fuse the soul with magic and fight in another world. 1,000 blades had been created, capable of instantly destroying an entire city of monsters. Wei, he hadn't quite reached his ancestor's level yet. But even now, his initial form was impressive. And now, at last, Zhou Yi could fight in earnest. Zhou Yi knew the audience would be disappointed if he used the same move again. So the young man decided to show everyone something new. It was a fusion skill, and he activated his ice ability. Zhou Yi cast a freezing spell, and now everything he touched began to be covered in ice. The freezing spell engulfed the entire arena, and now the cameras could no longer see what was happening inside. The spectators in the stands went wild with excitement. They wanted to know what kind of skill this was and where the ice magic had come from. The Zhou family elder jumped up from his chair. He sensed a powerful and pure energy. It was what their family had been lacking for a long time. At that moment, Zhou Yi used ice to stop the swords approaching him, which were gradually absorbed by the icy energy. Afterward, the ice was shattered by threads of light, which cut the icy swords into tiny shards. These beams of light inflicted damage on Wei He, and the young man was powerless to defend himself. All his strength had been expended on that attack. In the end, Wei He fell onto his back, unconscious and coughing up blood. The victory was awarded to Zhou Yi. The spectators were on the edge of their seats. Everyone was absolutely thrilled because they realized that Zhou Yi had just proven he was number one. He was simply too strong and deserved the victory. It was the most incredible battle in recent years. One could congratulate both the winner and his opponent, who had treated the spectators to such a magnificent battle. With that, the individual matches came to an end. Ahead lay the final team competitions and the survival race. Dean Wu understood that Wei He was very strong because he had managed to utilize his family's secret technique. The young man could have won any competition had he not faced Zhou Yi. Dean Wu initially thought that Zhou Yi would have to use his angelic body to win, but the punishment of light and his fusion skill were enough. The dean thanked the young man for his excellent work and said that their university now held first place in the individual competition. It turned out that Suhang University had previously only won first place in team competitions, but now they had secured first place in an individual match as well. Tijin was confident that first place in the team competition would be theirs, because Wei He was injured and wouldn't recover in time for the match. All the professors were certain that in the future, Zhou Yi would become a great mage. But for now, everyone deserved a rest. After such a wonderful match, they needed to end the day on a pleasant and joyful note. The game Eternity merged with reality about 300 years ago. A vast number of monsters and exotic plants made it possible to create millions of new dishes on the planet. It was a kebab made from the meat of a dragon, barely 20 years old, a very tender dish that melted in your mouth. Or deep-sea fish balls, simply delicious. Everything looked incredibly tasty and exotic, and the young people headed to the restaurant to celebrate their victory. There were a few guys at the restaurant who took notice of the beauties from Sukan University. One of the guys was planning to charm a beauty. He'd never met a girl like her in his entire life, so he wasn't about to let her slip away now. However, it soon turned out that this beauty was already taken, and when it became clear exactly who had come to the restaurant with her, all his plans came to nothing. One glance at Zhou Yi was enough to make the hapless suitor change his mind about trying to win over Chu Zhan. The young people were strolling down the food street. They would stop, try some exotic dish, and move on. It wasn't easy to walk the entire length of the street. At one point, the girls went off in search of more delicious food and left the couple alone so as not to get in the way. Fruit wine was being sold nearby. It could improve dexterity, and everyone usually liked fruit wine a lot. You could buy it for yourself or as a gift. Chu Zhan bought a bottle of wine to try it with her companion. She raised a toast to first place in the individual competition. After drinking her first glass, the beauty thought the wine wasn't very strong, but it was tasty and pleasant. However, only 10 minutes had passed, and suddenly the girl saw two Zhou before her eyes. The young man realized that Chu Zhan had gotten drunk very quickly. Zhou Yi knew that it was impossible to get drunk so quickly from ordinary alcoholic beverages. But if the wine was made from D-grade grapes, intoxication would set in very quickly. Zhou Yi decided to find the rest of the team immediately so he could calmly escort everyone back to the dorm. Just then, a beautiful woman pressed herself against him, saying her glass was empty and asking if he could buy her another drink. Zhou Yi said they had a bottle of fruit wine left and the girl could take it without any worries. At that moment, Chu Zhan looked closely and realized that this stranger was hitting on her boyfriend. The stranger approached Chu Zhan and said that she could see there was no romantic relationship between her and the young man, so she wouldn't stand in the way of his luck in love. This year's top freshman and his partner spend a lot of time together, and everyone thinks she's his girlfriend, but that's not the case. The young, naive boy and the girl in love need plenty of time to build their relationship, so now is the perfect time to take action. The stranger decided she would make Zhou Yili fall in love with her, and then all of his resources would belong to her. But at that moment, completely unexpectedly for both girls, Zhou Yi took Chu Zhan's hand and declared that he had absolutely no objection to her being by his side all the time. As he walked away, Zhou Yi told the stranger goodbye, adding that she looked quite ordinary and didn't attract him in the least. When they had walked a little further away, Chu Zhan stopped and, looking into the young man's eyes, confessed that she really liked him. After that, the girl blushed and began to say that, of course, she knew she shouldn't act that way before a match. But she wasn't going to hold back anymore. She didn't like that Zhou Yili was surrounded by so many girls, and she wanted him to kill them all. Just as things were getting interesting, the rest of the team showed up, and the lovers' reunion took place right before their eyes. It was very romantic. The alarm clock woke Chu Zhan the next morning. As soon as she opened her eyes, she immediately remembered that she had confessed her feelings to Zhou Yili the day before. The girl went to the dining hall. It turned out that the whole team, along with the dean, was already having breakfast. Chu Zhan sat down at her seat and watched her friends closely. No one acted as if anything had happened. But it turned out that the day before, Zhou Yilu had asked the girls to pretend they hadn't seen anything. No one understood why they should do this, since the two young people were clearly in love. But Zhou Yi understood very well which family Chu Zhan belonged to. The Jiang family is an ancient clan that existed even before the game Eternity was released. Thanks to the game, they became one of the most influential families in the country. Of course, one could say that Zhou Yi has now become quite a well-known figure, and on top of that, he was Congressman Wang's personal protege. But for the Jiang family, that's definitely not enough. So the young man didn't want to put Chu Zhan in an awkward position. Once he gains power, none of this will be a problem for them anymore. Song Xiaolan thought this was very noble. She promised to support the couple from now on and become their #1 fan. And now, over breakfast, the dean announced that teams from 10 universities had advanced to the finals, and each would have to compete against the other 9. Today was the day of their team's 9th match. If they won this battle, first place would be theirs. The dean hoped the team would defeat the Modu University team and do so with dignity and without arrogance. The opposing team was also getting ready for this match. Song Zhao was a summoner and a substitute player called up as needed. The team coach wanted to encourage her with a few words, but there was no need. Wei He hadn't recovered from his injury yet, so the team's strength had been significantly reduced. No one could have imagined that there would be such a versatile player among the freshmen. Zhou Yi is as strong as a monster, and as long as he's on the team, he's unbeatable. The coach said that even if they lost today, they couldn't let other universities look down on them. There are different ways to lose. The guys had to give it their all so as not to lose face. The head coach of Modu University led the team out onto the field, but everyone knew they would have lost even if Wei He had been on the roster. A few years ago, their team captain was also injured and couldn't play in the final, yet the team won thanks to their coordination and strength. The girl was lost in thought. She knew this story and was now wondering if the miracle from 7 years ago could happen again. So, the stadium was already full. The spectators were eagerly awaiting the start of the match, But first, the organizers decided to announce the prizes. All members of the teams that placed in the top 3 would receive a set of 3-star gold rank gear. Second place would be awarded a set of 4-star gear. And for first place, all members of the winning team would receive a set of 2-star epic rank gear. These were very generous prizes. This year's rewards turned out to be several times better than last year's. Zhou Yi understood that, in terms of value, the legendary weapons earned in individual matches were worth more than epic rank gear. The set consists of 7 items: chest armor, leg armor, a belt, boots, a weapon, a necklace, and a ring. Each team, including substitutes, has a total of 10 members. If these 70 items were melted down, they could be forged into 2 legendary weapons. Tijin was very pleased. She felt they were lucky. Epic rank weapons would soon be theirs. So the teams, the finalists, were invited into the arena. The spectators shouted words of encouragement, and families cheered for their favorites. Both teams took their positions and were ready for the match to begin. And just like that, the countdown ended, and the opponents rushed at each other. The summoner mage from Modu University's team immediately began her summons. She summoned the spirit of a young dragon, a swarm of bees, the great serpent Hades, Cerberus, the guardian of hell, and the king of lions. All these powerful creatures and monsters, or more precisely, their spirits, immediately launched an attack on the members of the Suhan University team. Tan Ming used her magic staff to cast spells on her opponents. And now the spirit of the lion lay defeated on the ground, while the swarm of bees felt the effects of the magic. Xia Lan cast a spell and used it to attack the bees. The girl's spells struck the bees with pinpoint accuracy and exploded along with the bodies of the vile insects. Zhou Yi watched his friends handle the situation and thought that real combat was an excellent way to improve oneself. Zhou Yi charged through the ranks of the opposing team with his hammer, scattering them in all directions. He was about to face the summoner when, unexpectedly, a huge, powerful fist came crashing down on him, and he struggled to hold onto his hammer as he defended himself against the attack. Among the summoned creatures, a particularly malevolent spirit suddenly appeared. It grabbed the snake by the neck. The monster then tore the snake in half and turned to the summoner. It wanted to know why she had summoned it. The girl pointed at Zhou Yi and, in a trembling voice, ordered it to kill him. The enormous beast was a fire mandrill, a legendary monster capable of controlling fire from birth. It was at level 24, and there was no escaping it. Of course, he would have liked to know how this girl had managed to summon a legendary monster. But Zhou Yi decided to think about that later. Tang Lin used a water shield to dampen the massive mandrill's fervor and prevent its fire from attacking. Xia Lan began casting her spells and issuing commands. She knew that the water shield was an A+ ranked defensive skill, which Lin Shi had upgraded to level 8. In a one-on-one match, this skill could withstand an opponent's continuous attacks, but now it couldn't even stop a single blow from the fire monkey. Tijin raised her shield in front of herself, trying to shield her friend at the same time. The fire monkey pounded the shield with its hands. If it hadn't been buffed, the shield would have shattered into pieces long ago from the fire monkey's blows. Zhou Yi summoned a shield of holy light, hoping to use it to stop the monkey. The fiery beast broke through the holy shield's defense, though it was clear that this wasn't coming easily to the monkey. Zhou Yi turned to his friends and demanded that they leave this battle to him and leave the arena. The girls couldn't believe their ears. They understood that the legendary monster was far stronger than any student. But the young man insisted, saying that he had his own ways of defeating the monster. But he couldn't look out for the girls and would be distracted by having to protect them. However, the girls wouldn't give in. They said they were capable of defending themselves and that their strength might come in handy, but first and foremost, they were a team. Zhou Yi replied that if, through carelessness, they were injured by a legendary rank monster, they would die, and if the priests managed to revive them, they would lose a third of their stats. After that, the girls would be forced to endure weakness for 3 months and would be unable to train. This also needed to be taken into account. Zhou Yi turned to his girlfriend, who of course was worried that he wouldn't be able to win. But her presence was only distracting him. The audience was in shock. The summoner Sun Jiao had managed to summon a legendary monster, and now it was unclear whether Zhou Yi would be able to turn the tide or if the miracle would repeat itself, and the Modu University team would win without their captain. Li Feng was very pleased. The legendary monster is extremely powerful, which means that Zhou Yi is doomed and is bound to lose. Just like equipment, monsters are divided into bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary ranks. For example, the attack power of a bronze rank monster is equivalent to that of an E or F rank human. But a legendary rank monster's attack already possesses the power of an A rank. In addition, legendary rank monsters possess formidable resistance, making them very difficult to kill. Even the Goblin King in the Abyss Dungeon is merely an epic rank monster. The audience was shocked to see that only one player remained in the arena. The 3 female members of the Suhang University team had left the arena and would no longer take damage because they had withdrawn from the competition. Zhu Zhan was still standing by her friend's side, but she finally made up her mind. She wished Zhou Yilu good luck and told him she would wait for him after the match. At last, she could let down her defensive shield and unleash her full power on the fiery beast. At some point, the legendary monster sensed that it was wounded, a sensation that was completely new to it. Zhou Yi was very pleased that he'd managed to convince the girls to leave the arena. Now he had nothing to worry about. Zhou Yi activated his halo of sacred light and turned to the fire monkey, urging it to show him the power of a legendary monster. The members of the Modu University team felt as if they had fallen into some kind of terrifying nightmare, for Zhou Yi had just wounded the fire monkey with a single blow. The fire mandrill turned to his opponent and said that he sensed the presence of a supreme lineage within him. Fire mandrills are a legendary race capable of extraordinary feats from birth. Once his mother had told the mandrill about several supreme lineages that must never be provoked under any circumstances. For the first time in his life, the fire mandrill sensed the presence of such a lineage in a human, and if this person hadn't been so weak, the mandrill would certainly have fled, disregarding the risk of the backlash from the summoning magic. But fortunately for the fire mandrill, this person had simply been lucky enough to merge with a supreme lineage, and so now they were simply going to clash in a duel. The fire mandrill activated his abilities and chose nunchucks as his weapon. Zhou Yi looked at his opponent, who was swinging the nunchucks, and looked very pleased, as if he had finally met Santa Claus. The young man activated the sacred chain and hurled it at his opponent, hoping to bind his hands and feet. After that, he unleashed a radiant blast, but it turned out that the legendary monster had parried the attack and hadn't even received a single scratch. The elder of the Zhou family demanded that the match be stopped immediately. They couldn't allow the hope of their family to perish in this arena. The man believed that even at the risk of offending the university, they had to stop the match to protect Zhou Yi. Chen Yong turned to his comrade with a request to stop the match, for if Zhou Yi were to die now, the country would lose a rising star. Even Modu, the university team's coach, believed the competition wasn't worth it, since there was no doubt that Zhou Yi would become a powerful figure. Just then, Zhou Heng ran up to the men, asking them to stop the match and saying that the Zhou family was prepared to compensate the university 100-fold if necessary. Everyone insisted that they could not sacrifice Zhou Yi's life for the sake of meaningless glory, and demanded that Wu Man concede defeat. The day before heading to the competition, Wu Man met with his university's president and asked just how strong Zhou Yi really was. Dean Wang Hui replied that if the opponent were a legendary monster no higher than level 26, the young man would be able to handle it. Wu Man knew that the difference between monsters beyond level 20 was enormous. A single level 26 monster was equivalent to 10 level 24 monsters. Therefore, with a 2-rank advantage, the man declared that Zhou Yi would not lose. Zhou Heng tried to come up with some more arguments in favor of stopping the match, but suddenly it got too heated in the arena. The fire mandrill swung its weapon, parrying Zhou Yi's attacks. The young man unleashed a light-based attack, and the enormous monster clearly felt discomfort from this divine power. It had no limbs. Zhou Yi repeated his attack once more, and another wave of light struck the legendary monster. The fire mandrill swung his nunchucks with all his might to ward off the sacred fire. He was furious that this man was causing him such discomfort, and now the monster spun his nunchucks, preparing to go on the offensive. Zhou Yi was considering which combo would be best to use. He decided to combine the punishment of light with the Holy Angel's protection talent. The punishment of light could easily kill an epic-level Goblin King, but right now the attacks were only dealing temporary damage. The fire mandrill recovered very quickly, as if nothing had happened to it. The monster possessed a terrifying ability to regenerate. The legendary monster swung its nunchucks and prepared to attack the man. Another burst of the sacred chain deflected its attack, and that was a good thing. At least it gave Zhou Yi a chance to reposition himself. The young man recalled that he had fought a legendary-level demon and defeated it. The element of light had significantly suppressed the demon's power, so its full potential hadn't been revealed back then. Zhou Yi wanted to study his opponent more closely, so he would know how best to fight legendary monsters next time. Now the young man could see that his opponent was getting faster, which meant its resistance to the element of light was increasing. The fire mandrill had a strong ability to adapt. Zhou Yi activated his buffs, Divine Gift, Protection, Blessing of Dawn, and Courage. He had already used the Divine Angelic Body buffs twice, and after reusing them, he had reached the peak of his capabilities. The students realized that Zhou Yi could become even stronger. They were relieved that he hadn't attacked the summoner. Otherwise, the summoned creature would have vanished immediately. The students realized that Zhou Yi might have forgotten this, and now they needed to continue protecting the summoner without getting distracted. At that moment, Zhou Yi activated the Hand of God and brought it down upon the legendary monster's fiery armor. Gradually, the Hand of God descended upon the enemy, who looked like a tiny gnat in its presence. A powerful explosion rang out in the arena, and all the spectators scattered in different directions. The girl immediately grabbed her skill book and summoned a water shield. She stood in the center of the circle of fire, spraying water all around her. Gradually, the water shield grew larger, engulfing the fire and extinguishing the flames. The terrified spectators breathed a sigh of relief. Now they could relax, for they had been scared to death and had even thought they would die in that stadium. The Alliance had anticipated a fierce battle today, so they had increased the shield's power before the fight began. But a single attack from Zhou Yila was enough to shatter that shield, something that hadn't happened in 100 years. It seemed their country had given birth to yet another genius. The fire mandrill could barely stand on its paws. Its body was partially charred. It felt the elements of light and ice penetrating its flesh, hindering its regeneration. The fire mandrill could not allow itself to die right here and now at the hands of some human. The young man saw that the legendary monster was about to resume the battle. But Zhou Yili already had other plans. He intended to end the fight and once again unleashed his blows on the legendary monster. After knocking it to the ground, the young man used the sacred chains, which were once again meant to bind his opponent. All members of the Modu University team suddenly saw arrows of light forming a chain around them, and now they faced only one choice: to surrender or to continue. The choice was obvious, and they announced their surrender. The team captains tried not to show their emotions. The Suhan University team emerged victorious. Of course, credit must be given to Zhou Yi, without whom the spectators would not have witnessed such a thrilling match. Afterward, the results of this spectacular tournament were announced. It had come to an end, much to the delight of both spectators and participants. No one could believe that Zhou Yi was already so powerful at just 18 years old. It became abundantly clear this young man would soon become one of the most influential figures in the country. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi finally removed his buffs and skills. The young man looked tired and, one might say, exhausted. Despite his fatigue, a girl immediately rushed over to him, and the stream host watched her with interest. Chu Zhan ran up to him. She wanted to know how he was feeling after using the angel's divine body. The stream host instructed the cameraman to be sure to film the couple. The guy knew his viewership depended on it. Zhou Yi apologized to his girlfriend for making her worry. He was just still weak, but as his level increased, he would fight better. But the broadcast ended there because the dean covered the camera with his hand. Private broadcasts were not allowed after the match ended. The instructor told the students to return to their seats. He was going to talk about the final competition, the survival game. The survival game is the final stage of the team competition. All participants head into a dungeon, which they will explore on their own. Unlike the simulated world from earlier, the survival game takes place in a real open dungeon, where the students will face numerous dangers. The rules for this stage are simple. You must kill monsters and earn points, and for defeating an opponent from another university, a student receives half of that opponent's points. The university with the highest point total after 7 days will be declared the winner. The location for this stage is enormous. Participants initially have access to only a limited area to explore, but this area will gradually shrink over time. Students must enter the new area within the specified time, otherwise they will be automatically disqualified. The dungeon's entry point is chosen at random. If you enter the void zone, you must leave immediately. The void zone contains countless spatial rifts capable of instantly killing even a third awakening professional. The team leader from Modu University was very pensive that evening as he headed to an important meeting. He arrived at the meeting chaired by Chen Yong, the team leader from Qingqing University. Mentors from all universities were present at this meeting except for Dean Wu Man. Chen Yong said, "If nothing goes wrong, first place in the survival game will also go to the Suhang University team. Will they really just accept that without a fight?" So the final stage of the National Freshman Competition, the survival game, was about to begin any minute now. This match will last for a week, so there will be plenty of spectators, and the match itself will be broadcast live on all platforms. The organizers wanted to share a little about the dungeon for the survival game. The survival game will take place at a historic site of a monster war known as the Wasteland of 1,000 Beasts. No one knows for sure when this monstrous war took place. However, one thing is certain: this world is full of unknown dangers. High-level monsters lurk in the ruins, and every rock fragment may conceal forgotten relics or buried treasures that can be found and used. But of course, this is just idle chatter for the naive, since the open dungeon has already been explored by the military, meaning there isn't a single treasure left there. Participants must choose their weapons, steel their resolve, and prepare to accept the challenge. Virtually all participants in this stage hoped they wouldn't run into Zhou Yi anytime soon. And so the teleportation took place, and all the students found themselves at the designated location. Zhou Yi realized he would have to spend some time searching for the girls on his team since they had been teleported to different parts of the area. At that moment, one of the students walked past him, trying not to look back. The young man was thinking only of how to get away quickly and far from this monster. Zhou Yi knew the guy was acting foolishly after all. He wasn't wearing his glasses right now, why fight him? What good would it do? Zhou Yi knew that his mere presence was enough to intimidate his rivals, but he had to fatten up the rabbits before he could start hunting them. Xiaolan hid in a tree with her bow, preparing to start shooting from there. The girl sensed a man to her north and couldn't figure out which university he was from. Hoping he might be Zhou Yi's main enemy, the archer fired an elven arrow, and the guy barely managed to dodge it. Xiaolan was glad she hadn't killed her own comrade. It was good that he'd managed to warn her, but it wasn't clear where he'd run off to so quickly. The young man was too embarrassed to admit that he'd panicked and used his teleportation skill to hide from Zhou Yi. Xiaolan explained that her plant perception skill only allowed her to scan areas where there were plants, and so far she'd only spotted her companion. The group decided to review the map and move forward together. Viewers were very surprised to see that the students from Modu University and Qingqing had joined forces and were now working together. They were roughly the same level, so they were wary of each other and didn't fight. Besides, the dungeon is dangerous and it's easier to work together. Gradually, the survival game will become more and more interesting. By the end of this round, the participants will be fitted with special devices that allow them to be identified, and that's when the real battle will begin. Divine light illuminated the sky above the cliffs that plunged deep into the gorge. A multitude of monsters of various types in the depths of the gorge fled, hiding from the sacred light. But the man standing atop the cliff unleashed his light upon these monsters, and bonus points were credited to Zhou Yi's score. A group of powerful goblins rushed out to confront him. They wanted to know who was prowling their territory. Zhou Yi activated his freeze spell and directed it at the monsters. And just like that, these powerful goblins found themselves encased in ice, and with a snap of his fingers crumbled to the ground as fine icy shards. Next came huge, terrifying spiders, against which he had to use his holy hammer. Zhou Yi dealt with the monsters with great vigor and regularly took stock of the situation, checking his progress. As long as the young man was at least 3 times ahead of his closest rival, there was nothing to worry about. Dean Wu had warned that in the first stage of the survival game, summoners and mechanics tend to stand out the most. It was clear that the girls still couldn't really find a role for themselves yet, but even so, some of them had ratings that were too low even though the students were quite strong. Zhou Yi double-checked the list and found that one of his strongest competitors had dropped out entirely, which was very strange. There are only 3 reasons for elimination: the dungeon itself, monsters, or other participants. It's still a long way off before the zone shrinks, so no one is being kicked out of the dungeon yet. Tang Wei, though he was a reserve among the participants, is no weaker and is even stronger than the average level. He's cautious and avoids risks. If he encountered strong monsters, he would definitely run away. It turns out that the participants have banded together. In the dungeon, you have to be wary not only of monsters, but also of other participants. To increase their chances, weaker teams join forces and eliminate their competitors. Thanks to teleportation, all participants enter the dungeon separately, and the alliances form at a later stage. At that moment, the game announced that the safe zone would soon shrink. Zhou Yi activated his abilities and ran as fast as he could. The safe zone was too far away, and he had no choice but to flee. Zhou Yi decided to think through his plans for joining forces later. For now, he needed to get to the safe zone, but then he saw a flash on the mountain. The young man realized that Lin Shi was somewhere in that area. At that moment, the girl was using a water arrow against the monster she was fighting. As it turned out, it wasn't a monster at all, but one of the students from a rival university, and now he was attacking the girl with a huge sword. Lin Ji used her stone hammer to fend off the swordsman's attack. The stone hammer crashed down on the swordsman just as he was trying to hack the girl to pieces. Lin Shi said that it really annoyed her when opponents underestimated mages. Hadn't her mentor taught her to fight to the end? Lin Shi was immediately attacked by another swordsman. She realized she was facing two enemies here. Lin Shi conjured stone shackles designed to restrain the swordswoman and prevent her from attacking. Lin Shi stood between the two immobilized opponents and told them to surrender or she would eliminate them. Suddenly, the girl sensed that someone was hiding deep inside the cave. The hooded stranger said he hadn't expected such an outstanding mage to be at Suheng University. It was a shame that her other teammates had overshadowed her talent. Huge boars stood near the stranger. At his command, they charged, but Lin Shi managed to stop them. Using water arrows, the girl halted the attack, and the enormous demonic monsters didn't reach her. However, there were many monsters, and one creature leaped at Lin Shi and sank its teeth into her arm. The hooded man ordered her to bite off her hand. After all, without her staff, the speed and power of her spells would drop sharply, and the mage would no longer pose a threat. Lin Shi, holding back her tears and bleeding profusely, said that one must know how to take advantage of even such an opportunity, and she hurled a magic ring at her opponent, who couldn't fathom how she'd done it without her staff. A powerful explosion rocked his side, inflicting significant damage. The contestant from Qingtai University lost consciousness due to severe injuries and was unable to continue the battle. Contestant Lin Shi received the points that had belonged to this contestant. The girl was barely conscious. She felt she was almost at her limit. At that moment, the swordsman, still pinned down by the stone mace, grabbed a knife, seeing that his victim was practically helpless. The young man hurled the knife at Lin Shi, but suddenly someone's foot appeared right in front of his face. Zhou Yi knocked the swordsman away with a kick, thereby saving his friend Lin Shi. As she was losing consciousness, the girl saw Zhou Yi standing over her and was finally able to relax a little. The participant from Lazy University was forced to leave the dungeon due to severe injuries. He was unable to continue, and Zhou Yi received his points. The young man tried to help his teammate as quickly as possible and used buffs to restore her strength and health. By the time the girl had regained her strength, another participant, trapped in stone shackles, had surrendered, and her points went to Lin Shi. 3 participants from different universities had banded together to attack Lin Shi, and this could not have been a coincidence. The group checked the stats and saw that some serious competitors had already been eliminated. Most likely, they too had been targeted by a coordinated attack. Lin Shi didn't understand what was happening, since they had been randomly dropped into the location. But these students managed to gather on the very first day and pinpoint the exact location of the Suheng team's players. Zhou Yi speculated that the group had a way of tracking other people's locations. Of course, this is cheating, and it's not allowed in national competitions. Zhou Yi speculated that it might be a special ability possessed by one of the participants, in which case it wouldn't be considered cheating. But the possibility of dirty tactics can't be ruled out either, and if that's the case, they deserve to be torn to shreds. Chu Zhan and the other girls are still scattered across the world, and they've most likely been attacked as well. It's terrifying to imagine how this all ended for them. Zhou Yi was now almost certain that the universities had joined forces and would try to weaken his power by eliminating the rest of the Suheng team members in the first few days. After that, they'll all join forces to attack Zhou Yi on the final day. In the face of absolute power, no tricks or plans will matter. Zhou Yi will repay them tenfold for what these people did today. Zhou Yi left the girl, saying that her wounds hadn't healed yet, that she needed to drink some potions and rest, while he went off to slay monsters in the area. And so the final day of the survival game in the National Freshman Competition has arrived. Today, the participants would engage in the final showdown, which would determine the final rankings in the survival game. The audience eagerly awaited the start of the final battle. After 6 days, the only members remaining on the Suheng University team were Zhou Yi, Chu Zhan, and Lin Shi. The other universities had a total of 71 participants, and of course, the numerical advantage was on their side. By now, the locations of all the players were known. The students could see that Zhou Yi and Lin Shi were heading toward them. Zhu Zhan was somewhere to the northwest. She was strong, but not as strong as Zhou Yi, so 18 people were sent after her. Xia Lan received orders to take 5 more people and eliminate Zhu Zhan at any cost, while the rest would wait for Zhou Yi. Judging by her speed, Zhou Yi would arrive in an hour. This battle would determine their final rankings, so everyone had to give it their all. But just then, Chu Zhan sprinted past them with her sword. She sliced through her opponents, who didn't even have time to react. The archer Xia Lan was preparing her arrows. It had been a long time since she'd fought Chu Zhan in earnest. This time she had the numerical advantage, but once the competition was over, The archer wanted to have a fair duel. Chu Zhan turned to the girl and said there was no point in waiting for the tournament to end. Zhou Yi was fighting with all his might, so her opponents assumed Chu Zhan would be easy prey. But today she would teach them all a lesson. By this point, the girl had already entered the succubus stage. Xialan broke out in a sweat from the tension. It was the first time she'd seen a complete transformation into a succubus. Of course, it was unexpected that Chu Zhan was already able to control her lineage so skillfully, so they had to give it their all, even though there were 24 of them here. Chu Zhan was completely calm as the attack came crashing down on her. The powerful explosion was so intense that the local scorpion monsters scattered in panic in all directions. The most aggrieved students from the losing university's teams were waiting for their adversary. Soon they saw a huge stone monster with Zhou Yi and Lin Shi standing on its head. The young people were determined to settle the score with everyone who had acted unfairly and banded together against them. One of the young men addressed Zhou Yi and said that it was a great honor for him. 47 of the best competitors from each university had gathered here to defeat Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi surveyed his opponents and said that they weren't the best competitors, but just a bunch of losers. Everyone present flew into a rage. How dare this arrogant upstart treat them this way? Zhou Yi added that he was absolutely right, since he had already defeated each of these students. They had used their numerical advantage to overcome the other members of the Suhan University team, and now they had banded together against him. Without that, none of the students would have had the courage to stand up to Zhou Yi, and now they've banded together and will attack as a group, because such weaklings are incapable of anything even when in a group. After all, no matter how many ants gather, they'll never be able to kill a dragon. After that, all the students began summoning their techniques, spells, and pets. And soon a motley crew set off to face Zhou Yilu, all united by a single goal: to defeat him. Zhou Yilu left the stone giant and Lin Shi to wait for him, while he leaped into the crowd, activating his buffs at the same time. Once among the students, Zhou Yilu immediately found himself in the thick of a fierce battle. Everyone noted the young man's incredible speed, but they hoped that, as a freshman, he wouldn't be able to defeat them all. A large number of monsters, dragons, flying dinosaurs, and other creatures filled the battlefield. Zhou Yi activated his angelic form so that the power of his strikes would become simply unreal. Everyone who could immediately activated protective fields using magic and spells. Zhou Yi easily broke through the protective fields, and the mages could barely keep up with casting new layers of defense. Zhou Yi laughed at those students who thought they were getting somewhere, because in reality, he hadn't even started fighting yet. Then the sacred palm entered the fray, descending upon a multitude of targets. Of course, the mages tried to maintain their defensive layer, but it soon became clear that they couldn't hold out. And now the students were forced to dodge the attacks and flee for their lives. Wang Xuan considered it his duty, even with his chances close to zero, to try attacking once more using the judge he had created. The young man had devised a countermeasure while recovering, after analyzing his previous battle. He replayed the battle over 100 times, studying the power and range of the Hand of God's strike. It seemed indestructible, but in reality its power was dispersed. If he could combine all the mechanisms to create a barrier that would redirect the blow, then perhaps the judge could deflect the deadly strike of the sacred hand. But it soon became clear that the attempt had failed. Zhou Yi had his ice elements at the ready and gave the students the choice to surrender or die. At that moment, one of the young men activated a fire tornado. Apparently, he was very reluctant to surrender. Wei he was certain, if the young man took his attack head-on, he wouldn't be able to protect his back. Many swordsmen drew their blades and prepared to attack from behind, hoping to at least wound Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi noticed movement behind him and decided that he had been too merciful to his opponents up until now. But now was the time to punish those who were acting dishonestly. Zhou Yi activated his light punishment, and sacred light rained down on everyone present. It soon became clear that Zhou Yi was stronger than they had thought. The day before they had expected a battle, but in the end, it turned out to be nothing more than a beating of infants. It was now obvious that the alliance of the 9 universities had been in vain, and they had driven themselves into a trap. It became clear to all the professors that the universities had united. Perhaps the deans had paid a high price for it. Chen Yong was still trying to pretend he didn't understand what was going on. But Dean Wu demanded that he stop pretending and honestly admit to his actions. The monitors showed the faces of the most famous and strongest players from various universities. Now even a fool could see why they were acting in unison. Ordinary universities wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Modu was guaranteed second place, and they had no reason to act underhandedly, which meant the tournament organizers had joined forces. Chen Yong could have argued that they had an advantage because the championship was held on their home turf, but they had lost spectacularly and were now trying to save face. The day before, at a meeting of representatives, Chen Yong had said, if Su Hang took first place in all disciplines, their reputation would be in tatters. But a representative from Modu University believed that there was no excuse for such underhanded tactics and declared that their university had no intention of competing for first place in that manner. Chen Yong then decided to play another card and promised to give Modu University an S-class resource as a token of appreciation. The team leader demanded 2 items, otherwise the deal would fall through, and Chen Yong was forced to agree. After that, he began to explain the strategy. They needed to get the students to work together and quickly eliminate the members of Suhang University's team. If the students encountered Zhou Yil, they were to avoid combat and retreat immediately, gathering their strength for the final battle. Wu Man addressed representatives from all the universities, respected individuals who were now silently looking away. Wu Man turned to one of the deans, known for his integrity and principles, and called him out on his actions. But the man replied that it was merely cooperation and a common competitive tactic. They hadn't broken any rules. Wu Man understood that everyone was trying to prevent Zhou Yili from becoming the champion using such tricks. But it was useless. Zhou Yili's strength was obvious and it was impossible to defeat him by such means. The young man finally pressed the surrender button, but was horrified to see that the system had frozen. The other students also tried to leave the dungeon by pressing the surrender button, but they couldn't teleport and in a panic begged to be let out. Finally, it became clear to everyone that they couldn't leave the dungeon, and now they would have to face the consequences. Zhou Yi towered over all the students and didn't notice that a huge eye had appeared behind him, watching everything unfold. Meanwhile, the instructors monitoring the cameras spotted a massive creature that wasn't supposed to be in the dungeon. The deans couldn't understand how this gigantic creature had appeared in the dungeon and were trying to evacuate the students as quickly as possible. The dungeon gates began to warp, and a powerful energy could be felt all around. Space and time became unstable, and it became nearly impossible to use magic. All the instructors were in shock. The students were the future of the elite warriors, and their deaths would be a massive blow to the country. On top of that, the championship was being broadcast live, and other countries could witness the tragedy. Would Zhou Yi be able to escape alive? After that, the communication signal was completely cut off, and everyone stared anxiously at the blank monitor screens. Viewers had caught a glimpse of a huge, strange monster behind Zhou Yi, and had no idea what was happening in the arena. Li Feng, watching as a spectator, remembered that he had seen this monster before. The gigantic creature watched with interest as the small man hovered in the air like a 6-winged angel. Zhou Yi also noticed the giant, but his attacks and beams shattered before they even reached their target. Zhou Yi raised his hammer, but the space in front of him suddenly went empty. The target had vanished. The young man realized that the enormous monster had simply vanished, and although this should have been a relief, the situation was clearly not over. Zhou Yi turned to the student and asked if he knew what it had been. The student replied, "It is the beast of the void. It had been sealed away in a secret realm all this time and hadn't appeared for decades. This monster is known only in the legends of older generations. Born in the boundless void, it transcends ordinary understanding and is capable of moving freely through the rifts of time and space, making it difficult to capture. The most terrifying power of the beast of the void lies in its ability to tear space apart and create space-time turbulence. If you get caught in it, you won't make it out alive." And now it was completely unclear how this monster had managed to break through the seal imposed by the military. But at that very moment, right before the students' eyes, space began to tear apart, and the only thing they could do in this situation was to run. The void beast reappeared before the students. Zhou Yi managed to leap out of the way of its sweeping paws. Many students were injured then. Zhou Yi struggled to keep from being sucked into the turbulence. Zhou Yi activated the sacred light, but he could feel immense darkness and emptiness spreading behind him. He had to hold on with all his might, even though sustaining the angel's form was difficult. Suddenly, an arrow of unknown origin flew past the eyes of the enormous beast of the void, interrupting the giant monster's attack. In the next instant, the succubus grabbed Zhou Yi with both hands, pressed him tightly against her body, and dashed forward. In just a few leaps, the succubus dashed away, holding her prey in her arms. Xie Lan ordered everyone to gather so they could attack the monster together. Zhou Yi was very weak. He couldn't understand why Chu Zhan had appeared beside him. The girl was glad she'd made it in time. She realized that no one could leave this place, which meant some kind of trouble had happened, so she had rushed over as soon as she could. Although Zhou Yi was listening to his girlfriend's explanation, He could see that the archer wouldn't be able to dodge the attack in time. And indeed, in the next instant, Xiaolan was sent flying by the blow, powerless to do anything. Zhou Yi saw that his pant leg was torn and his body was injured. He had been poisoned and needed time to recover. Meanwhile, the giant void beast continued to crush everything and everyone in its path. Suddenly, a very attractive succubus appeared in front of the young man, wielding a huge sword and projecting a protective field. The students couldn't understand where this enormous creature had come from. It was now scattering everyone, completely unresponsive to their attacks. The void beast laughed at the people who were trying to challenge it. But that's just ridiculous, because he is the god of time and space. Zhou Yi realized that the void beast's abilities were too unusual. As soon as someone approached, it immediately opened spatial rifts. If struck from a distance, the beast would sense the attack and flee. Zhou Yi activated slow regeneration and observed the void beast's behavior. Lin Shi took charge of caring for the wounded, while Chu Zhan tried to rescue the young people from the enormous void beast. The girl was terrified. She sobbed, screamed that it was all over, and fell into a full-blown hysterical fit. Lin Shi tried to calm her down and heal her, but the girl kept insisting that they were all going to die, even though things were supposed to be completely different. The girl wouldn't listen to words of comfort. She kept repeating that the teachers had told them something completely different. Lin Shi realized that this girl knew something about what had happened, and now she too wanted to hear the whole truth. The giant beast of the void was gradually destroying all the students, without distinguishing between friend and foe. Lin Shi spoke with the girl and then ran as fast as she could to her friends to tell them about the conspiracy and the enormous monster. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was trying to attack the giant in any way he could, but the monster immediately dodged his attacks, sensing the approaching danger. Chu Zhan also joined the battle, trying to do something against the void beast, but unfortunately, she was killed. But then it became known that the rector of Qingqing University had placed the eggs of a butterfly that attracts the void on them. With the help of the mother butterfly and a special method, it's possible to determine a person's location thousands of kilometers away. That's why participants from 9 different universities were able to gather together so quickly. The young man didn't know. He thought it was just a coincidence. But it turned out that these butterflies were also companions of the beast of the void. That's exactly why the confrontation happened. The beast of the void decided that the students were stealing its butterflies. Zhou Yi asked Lin Ji to help him find all the butterfly eggs and females. Zhou Yi said that he had failed to protect Chu Zhan, so now he would do everything in his power to find her, even if it meant passing through the void and razing this place to the ground. Zhou Yi decided he would act as bait. At that moment, a voice rang out, declaring that it knew how to defeat this void beast. The Sun family possessed a special sealing technique capable of sealing even high-level beings. But once activated, it drains all of the caster's mana. If they cannot withstand it, they will simply die. The girl was terrified and said she couldn't do it. Lin Shi was simply furious. She didn't understand why the spellcaster had even bothered to tell them about it in the first place. Zhou Yi said he would do it, but the girl would have to teach him how. Zhou Yi deliberately held the butterfly near his hand while standing at a distance. The young man had decided to act as bait and was now waiting for the monster to appear. Zhou Yi used a summoning spell because, for someone who isn't a summoner, this can only be done with special tools. A summoner himself is the best tool for summoning. Zhou Yi concentrated all his mana in his eyeball to turn it into a summoning tool. After that, the young man had to select the necessary technique and activate the sealing technique. Of course, he wished he knew how much longer he would have to fight. It was, of course, a great pity to accept the fact that all the efforts made up to that point had been completely in vain. Zhou Yi began casting the sealing technique when suddenly the void beast sensed the approaching danger. The young man didn't want to let the monster escape. So he turned the entire area into ice, making it harder for the void beast to maneuver. Zhou Yi was right next to the enormous beast when it was unable to escape into the void, and the young man prepared to strike it. The monster literally went berserk when it felt the blow. It could not accept the fact that a human could harm it. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yi clung to the void beast, which was trying to shake him off like an annoying fly. The girl had said that the summoner's mother could pass through the spatial vortex and summon powerful monsters. They needed to take advantage of this, and it should protect them within the rift. Without all his usual tools, Zhou Yi had to attack the void beast with all his might, making it vulnerable and weak. Perhaps this would have at least some effect on it. Zhou Yi continued to rain sacred blows down on his opponent. The young man could barely stay on his feet. He had to wait for the right moment to activate the sealing rune. The beast of the void warned the man not to think too highly of himself, because it would surely make him pay for today's humiliation. Zhou Yi could no longer continue. He activated Divine Punishment one last time and used his remaining mana to instantly create a seal that would forcibly seal the monster's soul and body. Zhou Yi had expended too much mana to activate the angel's body again. Furthermore, he had been constantly using his skills, and now he didn't have enough mana left to complete the seal, against which the beast of the void continued to resist and struggle. Zhou Yi could do nothing more. The young man lost consciousness, and the events of his life flashed before his eyes. The young man's heart was barely beating. His pulse was growing weaker and weaker. Suddenly, the young man felt the succubus seize his heart, and with it, his soul. Thanks to this, Zhou Yi managed to regain consciousness and once again unleashed a sacred blow upon the beast of the void. In the end, the young man defeated the void beast and could now make it his summoned pet. Zhou Yi ordered the void beast to return Chu Zhan to him in exchange for the enormous monster's life. It turned out that the void beast had not harmed her. Zhou Yi returned to his friends, carrying the exhausted Chu Zhan in his arms. Zhou Yi handed her over to Lin Shi because the young man still had a couple of things to take care of. He raised his gigantic hammer, and all his strength was concentrated in that single gesture. The students were terrified. They didn't understand what Zhou Yi was doing or what he intended to do at all. But the young man brought the enormous hammer down onto the ground in front of the students with all his might, declaring that the competition wasn't over yet. And now all the surviving students had a choice. Either they surrendered or they would have to fight him. Wang Xuan realized he could no longer endure this nightmare. After all, they had never been enemies, and he had no intention of fighting Zhou Yi now. Xialan immediately followed suit, surrendering and leaving the tournament. She explained that they had never intended to harm the young man. They had simply wanted to help him. The other participants also gradually gave up. They believed that Zhou Yi's desire to win was too strong, and they didn't want to go up against him. Soon, the remaining representatives from various universities left the competition, realizing that victory was out of reach for them. On top of that, the organizers had abandoned them. As soon as Zhou Yi was left alone, he collapsed to the ground as if he'd been mowed down. He couldn't even stand on his own 2 feet. On top of that, his entire body was covered in wounds and bleeding heavily. He had completely exhausted his mana. If his opponents took advantage of this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to hold them off. Still, the young man hoped that they had made it into the top 3 and that first place would remain theirs. Before completely losing consciousness and passing out, Zhou Yi thought that, as captain, he had not disgraced the honor of Suhang University. At the end of the competition, Suhang University took first place in the survival game. The national competition among freshmen had been held for several years now, and thanks to it, many geniuses had emerged in the country's history. Many of the talents discovered during these days would become the backbone of the nation, and today they are joining the ranks, representing their nation and embodying the hope of all humanity. The students were glad that this 3-week competition had finally come to an end and that they could rest. The next day, they would be given a set of cool gear. As soon as Zhou Yi had recovered and washed up, he began reading through the congratulatory messages, as well as the lists of achievements and prizes he had received for this tournament. Among other things, there was a divine-level talent, a divine treasure, and even a divine skill. The competition lasted 20 days. Zhou Yi took first place in every match and event, and it was much more difficult than the entrance exam. The good news was that the rewards turned out to be very generous. A swordsman's talent, a powerful treasure, all of this would significantly increase the young man's strength in the future. He immediately decided to claim all the prizes and could now feel his body filling with new divine skills. The power of the sacred sword spirit instantly granted the young man the ability to fight like a highly skilled swordsman. And of course, he immediately wanted to go somewhere where he could test his skills, and now a casual swing of his arm dealt massive damage. The power of the sacred sword's core enhanced his other abilities. The sword became sharper than when using a weapon blessing. This effect could now manifest because Zhou Yi had reached the sword aura, the stage where swordsmen can acquire a special ability through training. Zhou Yi had barely known how to wield a sword before, but now he felt like a master, and once he learned to master it, a warrior like Zhou Yi would be unstoppable. The sword flash reward dealt 18 damage points right away at the first level, and as the sword flash level increased, so would the damage. But Zhou Yi understood that all this was just theory. He needed to fight an experienced swordsman to assess the improvements he had gained from the sacred sword's core. Zhu Zhan immediately realized that the young man had called her here so they could fight. As the heiress of the Jiang family, she had been practicing fencing under the guidance of a sword master since she was 3 years old. It took her years of training to earn the title of a brilliant swordswoman. As for overall strength, Zhou Yi was, of course, much stronger, but Chu Zhan was confident in her swordsmanship. Zhou Yi asked the girl not to hold back and prepared to face her in a duel. Chu Zhan had no intention of going easy on him. She warned him to be careful and immediately attacked him. Zhou Yi counterattacked, and the girl immediately realized that he possessed a sword aura. Where did he get such incredible sword skills? Chu Zhan was already starting to get angry. She activated her Shadow Demon sword, but the duel was fairly even, which led her to certain conclusions. Dean Wu Man rubbed his eyes. It felt like he was dreaming. The man couldn't figure out when Zhou Yi had managed to become so skilled with a sword. The young man's movements were sweeping and powerful. Each strike gave off a sense of purity and sanctity. On the other hand, Chu Zhan's attacks were swift and unpredictable. It seemed as though the two could fight each other on equal footing, but that was only because Chu Zhan possessed a vast array of skills, while Zhou Yi suppressed her own attributes. Clearly, the recoil from the clash of swords alone would have been enough to maim Chu Zhan's hands, and now her sword had flown out of her hand as a result of the attack. Chu Zhan decided not to drag things out and said she was giving up. She was just a little tired. As soon as the duel ended, Wu Man approached the young people. He had no idea that the young man was a fencing master because he had never seen Zhou Yi fight with swords before. The young man replied that this had been his secret weapon. He didn't want to explain that he'd acquired a new talent out of the blue, so he tried to change the subject. Dean Wu Man had come to invite the students to a celebratory banquet and to share some news. It turned out that Feng He was dead. When investigators found his body, he had already taken his own life in his room. According to the students, he had provided butterfly eggs, which made tracking easier and promised the group S+ rank resources. If they sneak into the laundry room and plant the eggs in the participants' clothes, that's all they know, and there are no other leads. In addition, the Alliance is investigating everyone Feng He has been in contact with over the past few years, and the results will be available in a week. But in a few hours, the gala evening is set to begin. It will be attended by representatives of the country's highest authorities, whose goal is to recruit the best students into their guilds and legions. To recruit students, they'll offer lavish incentives: money, women, power, and resources. As soon as the students agree, they'll be bound to these organizations. Team mentor Wu Man had no objection to anyone joining, but they needed to choose wisely. It wasn't easy for them to make it into the top 10 students in the national competition this year, so everyone would receive an award. Each bank card held 20 million provided by the Alliance. In addition, their access levels within the Alliance will be upgraded to Elite. This is the highest access level available to those who are not full members of the Alliance. The top students receive a discount when purchasing potions or equipment at any supply base in the country. If anyone wishes to become a full member of the Alliance, they must contact Feng Hao directly. Zhou Yi estimated how much money the Alliance had spent and realized that they were indeed being very generous. Now many would be able to afford the resources they needed. Still, having vast amounts of money was the easiest way to demonstrate one's influence. The prizes for first place were scheduled to be awarded the following day. After that, it was announced that the festivities had begun, and everyone was free to have fun and celebrate. Wu Man raised his glass and congratulated his students on their victory and first-place finishes in all categories. Dean Wu Man believed that it was only thanks to Zhou Yilu that they managed to take first place. And absolutely everyone knew and understood this. The Suhan University team could have finished third at best. The girls wore evening gowns to today's gala and looked absolutely stunning. They raised their glasses to their captain. Zhou Yi was the real star today. He looked fantastic and was the center of everyone's attention. Unexpectedly, in the midst of the celebration, Wei He approached him. He said that if it weren't for Zhou Yi, he wouldn't have survived until the healer arrived, and that if Zhou Yi ever needed help, he'd be willing to give his life for him. At that moment, several others joined in expressing their gratitude and confirmed that they too were willing to give their lives. Zhou Yi was very pleased to hear such sincere gratitude, especially from people who had initially considered him a rival. Soon another comrade joined them, one who had barely survived an encounter with a void beast. He stood in solidarity with the other students. Members of Zhou's family were also present at the celebration. Xiaobai felt that their relative's aura surpassed that of most professionals. And although only a couple of days had passed since the last assessment, the change was most likely due to Zhou Yili's power having grown once again. It was simply a terrifying rate of progress. The next day, everyone gathered at the meeting point, and soon an extraordinary aircraft appeared before the students. It was piloted by Feng Hao. The girl explained that they needed to collect their awards at Alliance headquarters. located in a special zone accessible only by authorized aircraft. The students took their seats in the latest Phantom fighter jet, which was sure to take them on a thrilling ride. It was the latest model of fighter jet. It could reach speeds 3 times the speed of sound, and it could do so just 10 seconds after takeoff. With just one such aircraft, everyone was now seated and had to hold on tight. The students didn't have time to get scared or enjoy the flight before they realized they had already arrived. The plane was too fast, and they reached the rendezvous point in just a few seconds. The area looked simply unreal, like something out of a science fiction movie. It had numerous ground checkpoints, and all aircraft had to undergo a full scan before entering. Aircraft belonging to the Alliance had special access, so they passed through the scan quickly. And now the plane had flown into the special Dingshan zone, which looked futuristic and was mesmerizing to behold. In the center was the university's floating island. Many military organizations and other entities had established their bases in this area. Zhou Yi sensed a much stronger concentration of mana from the floating island. It seemed that every building and island here had its own additional protection. Soon the students arrived at the Jiayan Alliance headquarters. They were escorted through a security checkpoint and had their IDs verified. It was immediately clear that security here was taken very seriously. However, on the headquarters grounds, there was a level 60 mythical creature kept as a pet. To handle it, one had to be a third awakening professional. The students had to proceed to the main building to receive their awards. Each student was personally escorted by a staff member. Everyone stood waiting for their last name to be called and for the appropriate staff member to approach them. Feng Hao announced that she would personally escort Zhou Yili since he had taken first place in the individual match, the team match, and the survival match. On the way, Feng Hao, of course, began inviting the young man to join their alliance because he had achieved incredible results and they were very interested in him. The young man thanked her for the invitation, but said he had no plans to join anything for the time being. Zhou Yi understood that they might indeed have good rules and conditions, but right now he was just a freshman and didn't want to tie himself down to any organization. Zhou Yi was awarded 3 prizes. For winning the individual match, he was offered a custom-made legendary weapon. For the team match, a full set of gear, and for the survival match, any item from the vault. Feng Hao also decided to take the young man to meet Mr. Qi Jun, a master blacksmith of the highest rank, who would forge a weapon for him. They entered the workshop where it was quite hot because legendary items were being crafted there. The girl announced to the blacksmith that she had already brought the champion to him. And then, from the darkness of the room, a giant emerged to take a personal look at the winner. Zhou Yi was, one might say, genuinely taken aback upon seeing Master Qi Jun's immense size. The man assessed the winner and said he would forge a legendary level 25 weapon for him, since weapons need to be replaced every 5 levels. Zhou Yi said he needed a long sword that could increase his strength and intelligence. Feng Hao knew that most people, upon meeting the blacksmith, were too shocked to utter a word because the master possessed a unique gaze, but Zhou Yi didn't even bat an eye and carried on the conversation as usual. The young man said he had no special requirements. The main thing was that the weapon be suitable for his paladin class and possess sufficient destructive power. Master Qi Jun said he had seen a recording of the young man's battle. His movements were sweeping, aggressive, and forceful, so a long sword would suit him very well. The blacksmith produced a radiant stone of holy light, a fragment of divinity formed during the fall containing pure divine power. This item could only be found in the ruins of the Holy Land. Such material for forging epic rank weapons drops fewer than 10 times a year. The shining stone of holy light is a gemstone born from the core of the sun. Weapons forged from it can be used to fight the undead and demons. The spawn of darkness will be enveloped in holy light and perish instantly. The blacksmith also added meteorite steel to make the weapon stronger. Meteorite steel, as well as obsidian, a dragon's core, a star fragment, and a tear of the Holy Spirit. The master then mixed all of this with the heart of fire, the essence of the void, the sands of time, and the eye of the storm. The master commanded all these elements to merge into one and provide him with material for forging. And now all these spirits filling the elements were burning in the furnace's fire to unite for the creation of a special weapon. The master added the power of thunder to the hammer, a heavy blow that crushes all impurities, and the sound of the sword would be like thunder. The blacksmith eliminated the internal tension. Color now flowed across the blade's surface, which was like a mirror. The runes shone. Magic overflowed everything. The laws obeyed the master's will. The soul of the god of war was infused into this blade, a fearless will imbued in the edge, the destruction of enemy ranks, and the final forging to create the perfect weapon. Feng Hao was forced to create a protective barrier to avoid injury during the forging. And so the legendary rank sword of Sacred Light was ready. It used mana to create a burst of light and deal damage. Zhou Yi, despite his strength, held the new weapon, realizing just how powerful and magnificent a creation by the master armorer he now held in his hands. The blacksmith said that a legendary weapon must acknowledge its master. To do this, he had to release energy to subdue the sword. Well, that wasn't particularly difficult. Zhou Yi released light energy, and now he had become one with his sword. The sword received a bonus to 4 stats, as well as 3 additional special effects, just as one would expect from a legendary weapon. The attack speed boost was particularly impressive. With it, he could land 4 strikes in the time it took an enemy to land a single one. Master Qi Jun now looked like a frail old man. Crafting a high-level weapon required an enormous amount of magical power because it involved numerous processes. Thanks to his special talent, Master Qi was able to complete the weapon in a short time. Usually, blacksmiths need 2 or 3 months. The blacksmith didn't want to appear weak in front of the warrior, so he said he needed to rest. Most of the materials used in the sword were of the sacred type. To upgrade the sword's level, it's best to use sacred type materials to avoid accidentally lowering its level. Feng Hao quickly took the young man away so the blacksmith could recover and rest in peace. Soon the young man found himself in the hands of the beautiful girls responsible for crafting an epic class equipment set. They took his measurements, felt him up, turned him this way and that, and asked if he had any special requests. Zhou Yi said he wanted a set of light armor that boosted strength and intelligence. The girls promised to send the armor set to the university in a month. After that, all the ladies present remarked on the modest freshman's slender waist, well-developed chest muscles, and innocent gaze. Next, they had to choose a reward for the survival match. Feng Hao led the winner to the vault and invited him to choose any item he liked. The young man began examining the items. Many of them granted life-saving abilities, and any warrior would have fought to the last drop of blood for them. Finally, the young man chose Spatial Leap, which allowed him to teleport through space. It could be used 3 times. Feng Hao understood that Spatial Leap was an excellent skill for escape, but she thought the young man would want a resurrection skill. Of course, he wasn't going to say it out loud, but he already had a resurrection cross, and Zhou Yi intended to use the Spatial Leap for an entirely different purpose. Feng Hao realized it was pointless to argue with this young man and handed him the selected item. Zhou Yi opened the box to look at the Spatial Leap skill, but suddenly he felt a powerful dark energy demanding that he release it. Feng Hao noticed that the young man had frowned for some reason, but he said he was fine, he just needed to rest. Feng Hao informed him that her work was done. The winner had received all the prizes. If any problems arose with his weapons or equipment, he should contact her. The girl handed the young man a business card with her contact information and said that the other students were already waiting for him in the lobby. Quite unexpectedly, the young man ran into representatives of the Zhou family there, Mr. Heng and his daughters. Zhou Yi immediately warned them, if they wanted to talk, they'd better find a private place. However, Mr. Zhou Heng said they had come to say goodbye. Today, all the students and teachers were returning home, and it was unclear when they would see each other again. Mr. Zhou reminded the young man to bring his sister to visit them in the province, and then the family would do everything possible to raise her. Zhou Yi replied that he would bring his sister in 6 months as soon as she finished her studies and would make sure she traveled safely. Zhou Yi suddenly felt that someone was watching him from a tall tree. The young man immediately went over there, but the branch was empty, even though a huge beetle had been sitting on it just moments before. Ti Xin told the captain that the girls were going into town to buy something tasty. Zhou Yi said he didn't want anything and would stay here. The young man returned to his room. He felt somewhat strange. It seemed as if he had become paranoid, or perhaps he simply hadn't fully recovered yet. But then he heard that demonic voice again, begging to be let out. The young man didn't understand what was happening. He clutched his head, but it seemed as if he had been drawn into some kind of magic circle. Soon he realized that the void beast was addressing him. Although they had already made a contract, it was unclear why this monster was resisting. The void beast had lived for over 1,000 years and had no intention of obeying some human brat. Zhou Yi said that the monster had wounded and killed a huge number of people. The Alliance had to spend resources on resurrecting and treating the victims, as well as on repairing the damage. If they found out that the culprit was still alive, they would kill him. The young man knew that Third Awakening mages study degradation magic, which erases monsters' intellect and makes them obedient. The void monster probably wouldn't mind becoming a mindless puppet, but even in that case, the young man was confident he could sell its hide, blood, and bones for a good price. During their battle, the void monster sustained a serious wound. Zhou Yi couldn't take it to a healer, but the monster needed energy. The spatial leap stone could serve as sustenance for void monsters. It restored their energy and health, and also eliminated all negative effects. Zhou Yi was willing to give this stone to the void monster. If it served him faithfully for a year, it would be granted its freedom at the end. The void monster had no way to verify this. It had to either trust the man or die. Zhou Yi gave the stone to the void monster and its beast companion. Thus, the two reached an agreement. The monster immediately swallowed the stone to regain its strength and said it had something to tell the man. The butterfly told the void monster that those who had captured them were not real humans. The fiery blade with fire crystals embedded in its edge created a flame effect with every swing and sliced through monsters like vegetables for a salad. Today only you could buy a set of armor at a special price and receive nail clippers as a gift. An ice crystal was embedded in a hair clip. It could not only enhance one's aura but also provide protection. Another stone was infused with the mana of a forest mage. It accelerated the healing of wounds and was perfect for beautiful and strong people. Zhu Zhan was picking out accessories when Zhou Yi suddenly appeared behind her. He too had come to spend time with the girls. The young man said that although he hadn't planned on coming, he'd finished his errands and decided to buy something tasty. At that moment, a warrior she didn't recognize at all greeted Miss Jiang, saying he was very happy to see her there. Chu Zhan looked at the young man and couldn't figure out who he was. The young man greeted the beauty and said that busy people tend to forget a lot. He was Wang Hao, the nephew of Wang Ba Tian, a third-generation member of the Wang family of Leo, and the second prodigy of the Wang family's new generation. The young man reminded her that a year ago, at Chu Zhan's birthday party, he had given her an ice sword. Zhou Yi realized he had to save his beloved. He put his arms around her shoulders and said he'd seen a few food stalls nearby. After that, Zhou Yi waved to the young man and said they still had matters to attend to, so they were leaving. The young man couldn't stand such insolence. How dare an ordinary person touch the daughter of the Zhang family? He gathered his magical energy, hurled it at the young man, and demanded that he get down on his knees immediately. Zhou Yi erected a protective barrier. Wang Hao quickly scanned the young man and realized he was a paladin with a useless class and a low level. Zhou Yi told the stranger that he would of course fight him, but everything would play out somewhat on his terms. He would make 3 attempts. If Wang Hao managed to touch the paladin's clothing, he would apologize. If he failed to touch the paladin, he would drop to his knees, apologize, and compensate for any broken items. Wang Hao was getting more and more worked up. He couldn't understand who this man in front of him was, who dared to challenge him. It was immediately clear that the paladin was courting death, so Wang Hao unleashed a thunderbolt at the guy. Zhou Yi used a protective barrier, then The salesgirl was very pleased. She knew that this bully couldn't even break through the handsome stranger's defense. Wang Hao realized he was facing a tough nut to crack. Someone who had probably invested all his points in defense, which was utterly ridiculous. Wang Hao said that this was only the beginning, because the shadow of the Thunder Leopard was his signature move, and now this teenager would learn what happens when you cross the wrong person. Zhou Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, watching the shadow of the Thunder Leopard approach. The young man pulled a sacred artifact from his belongings, the Cross of Atonement. He pointed the Cross of Atonement at the shadow of the Thunder Leopard, and it seemed as though the Thunder Leopards were strung up like meat on a skewer. Wang Hao realized the situation was serious. He had one more chance to deal with this stranger. He had never been among the geniuses of noble families. He was just an ordinary, useless paladin. Wang Hao drew his sword, which was now imbued with magical energy. He was certain his opponent wouldn't be able to block this weapon. The young man leaped forward, preparing to deliver a thunder strike. He was already hovering above the unfamiliar paladin. But Zhou Yi traced a sacred cross with 2 fingers and directed it at his opponent. Standing over Wang Hao's body, the paladin asked, "Was that enough, or did he need to show him something else?" Wang Hao was completely broken, bewildered, and on his knees. The female sales clerk admired the handsome paladin. It seemed to her that she had seen him somewhere before. Her co-workers said that this was Zhou Yi, the national champion, and that the girl next to him was most likely his girlfriend, Zhang Chu Zhan. Wang Hao overheard the 2 girls' conversation. He was distraught. After all, he had just lost to an ordinary freshman. And now, watching the departing couple walk away, Wang Hao knew he would return and get his revenge on them when his brother arrived. After all, that promiscuous girl didn't dare mess with the Wang family. Dean Wu Man led the way at the head of his students, and everyone enthusiastically saw off their favorites. It turned out that Zhou Yi was even more beautiful in person than she appeared on TV. On behalf of the university, the dean thanked the host institution for its hospitality and for organizing the championship. Chen Yong said that this time Suhang University had stolen the spotlight, while they had merely served as a stepping stone to success. After saying their goodbyes, the team of freshmen and the dean stepped onto the teleportation circle to return to their city. The mages then activated the teleport, and the teleportation process began. During the competition, many freshmen had gotten to know each other and even become friends. They wished each other success and hoped to meet again in a year. As soon as the teleportation process was complete, the university president, along with the deans, welcomed the heroes of Sukhan University back. Sukhan University found itself in the spotlight. The students' victory was featured in all the news reports. This event was more than just a competition. It was a battlefield where universities test their students as well as their own teaching abilities. The rector thanked the main team, as well as the reserve team members, who also excelled in both the individual competition and the survival match. Each of the reserve students will be rewarded with 5,000 points. Clearing an abyss-level goblin dungeon yields a maximum of 500 points, so the rector's reward was very substantial. It takes an average student an entire year to complete assignments and earn 5,000 points. All members of the main team performed excellently in the competition, and each of them will receive 20,000 points. The team captain deserves a special mention. As a paladin, Zhou Yi led the team to victory and secured first place in the individual match. Despite a coordinated attack by 9 universities, Zhou Yi managed to turn the tide, saved his classmates, and took first place in the survival match. In recognition of all these achievements, the university awarded first-year student Zhou Yi 100,000 points. That number of points could be converted into 3 billion yuan. It could also be exchanged for S-rank skills from the university's resource bank or used to transform a pig into a top-tier beast. No matter how insane that number of points might seem, everyone was convinced that Zhou Yi truly deserved such a reward. Zhou Yi had been worried that he'd almost spent all his points, but now he wouldn't have to worry about that. He immediately decided that he would head to the distorted forest dungeon in the near future. Suhan never skimps on resources for those who deserve them, and now all the contestants should get some good rest. Zhou Yi approached his mentor after everyone else had gone their separate ways. Zhou Yi was concerned, and he wanted information about Dean Feng He, who had persuaded the students to scatter the butterfly eggs. The chancellor said that this incident had affected many people. Even someone like the dean knew very little about it, so it was best to stay out of it. However, the young man said that he was now involved as well, and showed his mentor the spatial rift. The young man relayed the Void Beast's words that the butterfly hadn't been caught by humans, and that it might somehow be connected to Feng He. The dean was certain that his student had driven the Void Beast away, but it turned out that Zhou Yi had managed to tame it. Well, since they'd already had such a serious conversation, Dean Wang admitted that Feng He was a non-human. Non-humans are half-human monsters created by an evil god, the Lord of Chaos. They have human form but possess the heart of a demon and serve evil deities. There is already evidence that Feng He deliberately orchestrated the Void Beast's attack as a sign of his loyalty to the evil god. Death and chaos, that is what the evil gods crave most of all. When the investigators arrived at Feng He's residence, he had already shed his human skin, fully transformed into a servant of the evil god, and then wounded the investigators and fled. The dean asked the young man if he understood why Feng He had decided to act during the national competition. The young man thought the reason was that the country's best freshmen were participating and the consequences would be devastating. But there was another, more serious reason. Beneath the wasteland of 1,000 beasts lies a weak spot in the evil god's seal. This place is so named because a war took place there. The Lord of Chaos attempted to infiltrate the mortal world through cracks in the wasteland. The beasts used all their power to seal him away, but their civilization perished as a result. Aside from chaos, Feng He most likely used the Beast of the Void to search for the fissures. If he finds out that Zhou Yi has tamed this beast, he'll come after him. Several decades ago, the guild acquired a skill book containing powerful angelic offensive skills. The rector had planned to pass it on to his apprentice later, but it seems this must be done right now. The resource vault was the heart of the guild. It contained valuable skill books and artifacts collected over hundreds of years. To prevent theft and intrusion, several layers of security had been installed. The entrance was guarded by 2 level 60 monsters, blue flame lions. Anti-mana spells were carved into the vault's door. Any unauthorized mana would be absorbed and reflected. Even Third Awakening professionals would be unable to break through. The rector greeted Lao Yang, who was guarding the vault this month. The young man confirmed this. He would be relieved the next day, so today they could have a drink together. Zhou Yi looked at the guard. His magical aura was very powerful, which meant he was a third level awakened. The dean agreed to have a drink with his comrade, but first asked to be given the Sacred Thunder skill book. Rector Wang introduced Zhou Yi to his old friend, with whom they had been through a lot. He could be called Uncle Yang. Lao Yang praised the matches the young student had played and said the boy was worthy of the title of hero. Lao Yang's words made the young man feel a bit embarrassed, but he believed that while modesty is a virtue, one shouldn't take it too far. If people think you're weak, they'll start causing trouble. Although Lao Yang talked a lot, he believed that young people should listen to the wise words of their elders. Finally, he found the book he was looking for, and now the dean instructed the student to use his skill points to master this valuable book. Zhou Yi had accumulated quite a few skill points by completing his daily tasks, and now he would be able to study the Sacred Thunder skill book. That was exactly what the young man set out to do as soon as he reached his room. He spent 100 skill points on studying Sacred Thunder, forms of the apocalypse. With this skill, resistance to negative effects was increased by half. Another 100 skill points went toward learning Blade of Heavenly Retribution. This skill enchanted weapons and delivered strikes at incredible speed, dealing colossal damage. Finally, the remaining points went toward Chains of the Heavenly Prison, which could immobilize an enemy on the spot. How could a single book grant 3 divine-level skills? One could say the young man had hit the jackpot. The rector confirmed that this was a stroke of great luck. Zhou Yi possessed an angelic lineage, so all his skills were at least a plus rank or higher. A powerful physique, a high affinity for the elements, and a multitude of high-level skills, it was no wonder that the divine races were so strong. Lao Yang said that the A+ rank was considered low. In the skill books of the divine races, there were even S+ rank skills. It turned out there was an even higher rank. S+ divine races could attain it. They had no level restrictions. Rector Wang said that since the young man had already mastered the skills, he would now arrange a tour of the guild for him. The rector summoned Manager Wei, who was eager to meet the new student, and was now ready to do so. Wei Ningxian was one of the 3 managers of the Tianyu Guild. She greeted the young man and introduced herself, saying that she had actually gone to Qingqing University to find him, but Zhou Yi had already returned. Manager Wei was in charge of recruitment for the guild, and she simply couldn't resist when she saw someone with talent. But everyone understood that Zhou Yi was still just a freshman and shouldn't be burdened with guild affairs. So for now, they could simply give him a tour. Of course, this wasn't exactly what a woman would want to do, but she explained that their guild had been founded 45 years ago, and that many guild members' families lived at the headquarters. There used to be a forest here, but now it looked more like a big city, and the headquarters would be expanding soon. The young man looked around and suddenly noticed something. On top of the nearest cliff lay a common, typical, legendary Eastern dragon, basking in the sun. This was an enormous rarity. Even in videos, these strange creatures were rarely shown. It turned out that this dragon was the guild's guardian beast. It had been protecting the headquarters for many years, but it was best not to approach the mountain because the dragon had a bad temper. The young man looked down and saw a large crowd of people. It turned out there was a tower with dungeons, golden, epic, and legendary levels. The guild allowed its members to explore them, and if Zhou Yi wanted to go there, he could take Ms. Wei's card. It was a great opportunity to test his new skills and weapons. Zhou Yi didn't need to be asked twice. He immediately took the card and headed into a nightmare-level dungeon called the Plague Epidemic. The young man found himself at night in some kind of abandoned, ruined city, and in the distance, in the forest, the eyes of monsters glowed. And just then, a wave of plague-infected zombies pounced on him. There were zombies of several levels here. They bit, used their claws, and roared to attack. Zhou Yi activated his defensive buffs and quickly cut down the first wave of zombies with Sacred Thunder. The Apocalypse form allowed him to temporarily increase his strength by 1 level. And although this boost lasted only a few seconds, it was more than enough to deal with such opponents. This skill could be used and activated multiple times, and soon a veritable whirlwind of dismembered zombie parts swirled around the young man. As a result, Zhou Yi cleared the first level and killed 200 zombies in 35 seconds. Next, the passage to the second level, titled Mutant Village, was unlocked. The Mutant Village was terrifying. It reeked of rotting corpses, and a foul-smelling mist hung everywhere. The stench here was stronger than in the Stormwind Mountains. It could impair vision, so he needed to be more careful. Zhou Yi decided this was the place to test his legendary weapon, and now he was ready to face the stinking mutants. The young man still couldn't see his enemies. He could only hear their vile whispers and smell their stench. Finally, a level 25 zombie hound appeared before him, biting rapidly and attacking while leaping. Zhou Yi swung his blade of heavenly retribution. He summoned sacred thunder to enchant his weapon and struck with incredible speed. All in all, it wasn't too bad. The mutants were tougher than the previous zombies. They lasted a full 2 seconds longer. The surprised zombies stared at the crack in the ground left behind by the blow. One of the monsters let out a furious roar, intended to rally allies within a certain radius and compel them to fearlessly attack the enemy. And indeed, the zombies rose and charged together at the stinking paladin, who was destined to die today. Zhou Yi stared in surprise at his opponents, not understanding what nonsense they were spouting. He activated Sword Flash and now struck at high speed, dealing massive damage. Shreds of zombies flew in all directions. Soon, a plague spreader appeared, spreading the disease with its breath. If a player inhaled the infected air, they would immediately begin losing health points every second until their body weakened and they were paralyzed. Zhou Yi had never encountered such an enemy before, but the young man realized he had to deal with it as quickly as possible. It looked disgusting, some kind of cholera-like slime. The young man activated resistance to death, and all his wounds quickly healed. Zhou Yi had always used a warhammer before because of its long handle, which allowed him to deliver powerful blows. But if an enemy suddenly closed in, it was difficult to counterattack with such a weapon. That's why it's more convenient to learn how to wield a sword. However, Zhou Yi now realized that he'd been lingering here for over a minute but had killed only 20 monsters, a slow pace. Zhou Yi decided to use a different skill for a massive attack, considering it more suitable for the current situation. It was Holy Storm, which rained down on the zombies, and now they were dying all at once. As a result, Zhou Yi cleared the second level and killed 100 zombies in less than 2 minutes. He earned access to the third level, called the Forbidden Church. Inside this church, he was met by a pastor who said that the player had entered this place filled with doubts about life. But now the young man could relax, because God welcomes all who have lost their way. This refers to an ancient God who governs the cycles of life and death. Life is short and fragile. You must follow the God, and you will attain immortality, becoming witnesses to the endless succession of eras. The priest held out his hand and invited him to join them, to cast aside his sword of short-sighted justice, attain immortality, and experience the joy of life. The pastor said he would grant immortality and that people would give their lives for such an opportunity. The pastor began to say that God is always ready to listen. And just at that moment, the young man struck with his sword. He said that such immortality defiles life. An honorable death is better, and just like that, the pastor was dead. Now the nuns had to explain to this foolish man what happens when you insult God. And then the nuns pulled spears out of who knows which pockets. They looked like a real squad and were ready to teach the blasphemer a lesson. Zhou Yi was also ready to fight these holy nuns. He activated the heart of the sacred sword and prepared for battle. Very quickly, the elite zombie nuns were killed one after another because the blade of heavenly retribution had no love for nuns. One of the church's servants skillfully let out a blood-curdling scream, and now it was time to shut her filthy mouth for good. The battle quietly continued, and Zhou Yi was disappointed. These nuns looked very impressive, but in reality turned out to be weaklings. When all the nuns were finished off, the pastor reappeared, but this time without his head. Zhou Yi had chopped it off right at the start. The pastor explained that their screams were a symphony for their god. The louder they sang, the deeper the altar sank into hell. Zhou Yi listened to the priest and said that now it was his turn to shut up and follow the nuns. Suddenly, the young man felt the entire church fill with blood-red chains. And now he found himself in the center of a magic circle. It was completely unclear when this circle had appeared. Now it was clear why the nuns had acted so feebly. They were creating a magic circle. Their actions were coordinated, and this was their true plan. Suddenly, hands began to emerge directly from the floor and the ground. All manner of undead creatures were grabbing the young man by the legs. The young man felt his body growing heavier. It was as if he were losing his strength. It felt as though he were being sucked downward, straight into the ground, while a hand was already hovering over his head. Zhou Yi realized that this was the curse of death. It was gradually rising higher and higher, and had already reached his chest and neck. The curse of death was gradually weakening the enemies within the circle, and inflicting the curse of decay. Fortunately, the young man possessed resistance to death and immunity to magic. He neutralized most of the curse, but the pastor continued to invite him to accept the blessing and attain the most beautiful form. Zhou Yi realized that the pastor was repeating the same words over and over and behaving as if he were simply a robot. Zhou Yi activated the halo of holy flame, which formed behind him and allowed him to control the element of fire and increase his damage. The young man attacked the pastor, who began to lose ground, and summoned the great Exia to punish him. Exia was a familiar name, for that was exactly how the bear had referred to and named the evil god. Zhou Yi didn't know what was going to happen, but it was clear it wouldn't be anything good, and he couldn't let that happen under any circumstances. So the young man activated the heart of the sacred sword. The shield absorbed and deflected massive damage. He had to destroy it with a single blow. Sacred thunder, the heavenly blade of retribution, severed the pastor's head, sending it flying away. A vast amount of vile dark power had to be destroyed with sacred light, so the young man unleashed the chains of the heavenly prison. All skills could be broadly divided into 5 categories: attack, defense, buffs, debuffs, and crowd control. There could also be rarer skills such as summoning or creation. Crowd control skills are the most effective type of restriction skill. They often lead to unexpected results in battle. With a good control skill, you won't have to worry about accuracy when using powerful attacks. Demonic forces continued to threaten with the fury of Exia, which would turn a person's soul to ashes, condemning them to eternal suffering. Finally, the pastor explained that Exia is the great and unsurpassed God, supreme above all, the ruler of all that exists. Exia's power is boundless, and with a single thought, she can turn her enemies to ashes. Zhou Yi realized that here came the same old talk again about Exia's power, immortality, and all that other stuff he was planning to fight against. However, the pastor said that this man was a true fool who was resisting Exia and would burn in the flames of hell. Once upon a time, the pastor had been an unknown priest living in a peaceful village where the people were kind. But then the plague came, and everyone began to fall ill and die. The priest prayed to his god, went to the city, and begged high-ranking priests to save the villagers. But no one did anything. The man tried very hard for his flock. He ignored the persecution and insults. He simply wanted someone to extend a helping hand to his people. But those priests refused to help and wouldn't even set foot in the village, believing that the lives of these simple people were worthless. Finally, the priest found a solution. He returned to the village and announced to the people that they were saved. The man held the holy cross in his hands and began to place it on the body of a person sick with the plague. But it turned out that the cross was fake and nothing helped. People were still dying from their illnesses, and God did not want to save them. The priest hated his own powerlessness. He could not help the villagers who were growing weaker by the day, and their cries still echo in his head. And then at some point, just as the priest was in despair, a mysterious power suddenly called to him. The man drew upon this power, and the disease vanished. The villagers were freed from their suffering, and even the dead came back to life. Smiles appeared on the streets. The priest was certain he had made the right choice. His current form was merely a small price to pay, but it was worth it. And it all worked out because Exia had chosen the priest, and he must carry her light forward so that more people could receive her blessing. Zhou Yi was tired of listening to this nonsense. He realized that the priest was beyond saving, and that it was no longer possible to learn anything useful from him. The priest called out to his beloved Exia, who was supposed to show her power, save her faithful servant, and destroy this enemy. Zhou Yi merely smiled in response, amazed that the priest was still praying to his evil god. But it seemed that this god had long since abandoned the priest, and today he would finally meet his end. The priest continued to shout that one must not insult the great Exia, for if they did, he would take the player with him. The young man activated the holy cross, which illuminated everything around him and was meant to destroy all these monsters. The priest continued to call out to Exia until the very last moment, begging her for help, but there was no answer. The zombie bishop was killed. Zhou Yi was able to remove all his skills, and a huge chest containing rewards for completing the dungeon appeared before him. The young man received experience points, a health potion, a mana restoration crystal, defensive armor, and defensive boots. The loot was pretty good, though the experience wasn't enough to level up. The young man was about to leave the dungeon when he noticed a strange, crooked mural on the wall. Zhou Yi drew his sword and activated Light Strike, shattering the statue of the evil god. He received additional rewards for destroying the statue. It was a sacred crystal created in ancient times by powerful gods who had imbued a special substance with their power. With this crystal, it was possible to reawaken the holy classes, and Zhou Yi realized he would have to run this dungeon a couple more times. Mims Wei Ning praised the young man for clearing the dungeon quickly, doing so on his first attempt and now ranking among the top 20. The young man handed the manager the rewards he had received for clearing the dungeon and said he wanted to go back in again. The woman thought it was dangerous and would drain a lot of energy, but Zhou Yi said that the first run had just been a reconnaissance mission. This time, he wanted to complete it as fast as possible and hoped to take first place. Wei Ning knew that all the players in the top 10 were at least level 30, and the boy would need to be at least level 27 to compete with them properly. Zhou Yi knew all this, but he was confident he could handle it. Wei Ning had no choice but to let him go. Besides, she had already declined the reward and told him to keep it just in case. At that moment, Miss Wei's nephew, who had just returned from a long trip, approached them. He told his aunt that he had been fighting hideous creatures from another world for the past couple of months and was completely exhausted. Zhou Yi thought this was related to interdimensional rifts. Pondering medium-sized interdimensional rifts, Zhou Yi went back to the plague epidemic dungeon. He realized that the country hadn't just moved to the 3rd level of combat readiness, but was now engaging in targeted battles against creatures that had infiltrated the human world. The young man explained that, in fact, there had been many casualties, even with the Legion protecting them. More than half of his team hadn't returned. Wei Ning was deeply upset because losing so many kindred spirits is always excruciatingly painful and difficult. The young man asked his aunt not to tell his mother about the mission he'd been on, because his mother would definitely not let him go next time and would scold him. Zhe Ming began begging his beloved aunt not to betray her favorite nephew. But at that moment, Wei Ning's attention was drawn away from him. Her gaze was fixed on something unusual. Zhou Yi was standing near the entrance to the dungeon, but it turned out he wasn't standing at the entrance. He was at the exit. He had already cleared the dungeon. And just at that moment, the information on the scoreboard updated. In the plague epidemic dungeon, Zhou Yi had cleared the nightmarish difficulty level in less than 2 minutes. Wei Ning couldn't believe her eyes. This guy, who was only at level 23, had cleared a dungeon of nightmare difficulty in less than 2 minutes, and now he was asking to be allowed to proceed to the abyss level. Wei Ning was practically in a state of shock. She gave him permission to take her card and use it as much as he wanted. At that moment, the woman's nephew recognized the young man. It was Zhou Yi, a freshman at Suheng University and the #1 player in the country. 2 months later, Zhou Yi once again broke the records for clearing the plague epidemic dungeon at the abyss level. He did it in less than a minute and a half, which was absolutely insane. People couldn't understand how such a young hero could possess such power. The whole city was abuzz with talk of this record breaker, since even Second Awakening professionals couldn't clear this dungeon that quickly. Zhou Yi had once again improved his time on the nightmare level, and now finished in under a minute. The past 2 months had been incredibly productive. When Mentor Wang found out that the young man was venturing into the guild's dungeons, he handed him his personal card, and since the boy had no point restrictions, he began to level up rapidly. He had now reached level 29 and he could accept the Awakening quest. He also needed to ask his mentor where to get the Paladin's book. Just then, a message arrived from Mr. Wang Hui, who had scheduled a meeting with his student. He began by praising his student, who had risen 6 levels over the past 2 months, a very good result. The mentor could have taken the young man on a special hunt for magical beasts, and then he would have reached level 40 much faster. However, the mentor does not do this because such awakened individuals would have only 1 level and very little experience. They would be unable to fully unleash their power. Only those who hone their mastery and skills on the brink of life and death become the strongest. The mentor was very pleased that the young man understood this so well. In the world of the strong, there are a few talentless heirs who have raised their levels by relying on their family's resources. But even when they reach their 2nd or 3rd awakening, they remain the weakest among their peers. Since Zhou Yi has already reached level 29, it's time to prepare for his 2nd awakening. After the 2nd awakening, the Paladin class evolves into the Apocalypse class, gaining enhanced control over Holy Light, and their offensive power will also increase. But this applies to ordinary Paladins. Zhou Yi already possessed incredible power. The mentor handed the young man the book Apocalypse and urged him to mentally consult it to familiarize himself with the requirements for class awakening. He needed to have obtained the Paladin class after his 1st awakening, reach level 29, collect 100 sacred crystals, and accumulate 100 points of the will to repentance. Zhou Yi didn't understand what will to repentance meant. Did it refer to the repentance of cultists who worshipped evil gods? The mentor reminded him of the repentance skill he'd acquired in the Plague Dungeon. To extract the will to repent, one must use it on the corpses of enemies within half an hour of their death. Zhou Yi didn't understand how his mentor knew he already possessed the repentance skill, but the man replied that he was certain. If the boy had ventured into the plague epidemic dungeon, he would definitely have acquired that skill. Furthermore, Mentor Wang was certain that the young man had already gathered the required number of crystals and that his student was prepared for the 2nd awakening. All that remained was to fulfill the 4th condition, and Zhou Yi would undergo the 2nd awakening. There was a task in the university system related to cultists. Zhou Yi might be able to elicit their willingness to repent. He needed to go and check it out. Zhou Yi first said about his research. Although Suhang University was one of the best, it didn't have that many students. In total, there were just over 5,000 students across all 4 academic years, less than a third of the student body at other universities. This is because the university invests in the quality of its students' education. Zhou Yi searched the university system for assignments where he might find traces of cultists, and soon the young man found several suitable ones. It turned out that traces of cultists had been discovered in the city of Longfeng. He needed to conduct an investigation and report on it, which meant he could try to elicit a willingness to repent from them. Zhou Yi chose this quest, but immediately received a notification that it was particularly dangerous and that several people who had undertaken it had already gone missing. For particularly dangerous quests, the mortality rate exceeded 70%, so he needed to prepare thoroughly. Zhou Yi summoned a subordinate creature, a butterfly that was ready to serve him. The butterfly could use its own mana to create a magic circle, marking the coordinates of a location. The void beast, using its perception, would determine the butterfly's location, tear open space, and teleport to that spot. Zhou Yi was prepared. If he encountered a threat he couldn't handle, he would have a way to escape quickly. He also needed to stock up on mana restoration potions before heading to Longfeng City. As soon as the young man stepped out into the city, he immediately attracted attention, and all the students on the street were whispering about the new rising star and future leader of the era. In Dean Wu Man's private training hall, a full-scale battle was raging, and pieces of robots were flying in all directions. Wu Man learned that Zhou Yi had taken on a particularly dangerous mission and left the university. Professor Su Mei Su explained that the mission was located in the city of Longfeng and was connected to cultists. Wu Man realized that the young man was preparing for his second awakening. That was precisely why he needed this mission. Su Mei explained that the mission had initially been classified as routine in terms of difficulty, but after 2 students went missing, it was reclassified as extremely dangerous. Many professors consider this mission one of the most difficult and dangerous. Only a second-level awakened can handle it. Wu Man believed that while it was difficult for ordinary students, for Zhou Yili such an assignment was a piece of cake. The young man had been training in the guild's dungeons for the past couple of months. The dean felt there was no need to worry about him. They simply needed to mark his absence as excused and not worry about the rest. The dean promised that upon the young man's return, he would be sure to remind him that the procedure for requesting a leave of absence must be followed. Suhan and Chunshan were separated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers, with many unexplored and dangerous zones lying between them. The journey ahead was very long, involving numerous transfers and teleportations. Zhou Yi was dozing off in the train car, with several more hours of travel ahead of him. The young man was messaging Chu Zhan and promised to let her know when he arrived. A girl sitting in the seat next to him noticed a squeaker keychain. She assumed the young man was from the Nan'an region. The fact was that it was a magical beast native to that region. The girl said her grandmother lived there, and now she only visited during summer vacation. Since the stranger started asking why Zhou Yi was going to Longfeng City, the young man immediately activated his assessment to figure out who he was talking to. Bai Na and Liu Ji were friends who were both pharmacists. They were heading to Longfeng to visit the hot springs. Bai Na honestly admitted that her level was too low and she couldn't assess the young man's class. Zhou Yi confirmed that he was a combat class, and the girl admitted that she was very envious of him. After that, Bai Na asked to be added as a friend since they were both pharmacists. If he ever needed to buy potions to restore mana or heal wounds, they'd give him a good discount. Finally, the train arrived in Longfeng, and the young people stepped onto the platform. Soon the girls picked up their suitcases, said goodbye to their new acquaintance, and set off to relax. But they hadn't taken more than a few steps when a young man appeared before them. He suggested they visit the Church of the Holy Spirit, which was said to bestow boundless happiness on everyone. The stranger explained that they were holding a special event to demonstrate God's blessing and invited the girls to attend. Zhou Yilu was handed an identical promotional brochure. The stranger said that the young man had a unique aura and was probably blessed by God. However, unexpectedly, the promoter snatched the brochure from Zhou Yilu's hands, turned around, and walked away. Lu Ji hadn't even had time to properly read what was written in the brochure before her friend snatched it from her hands. Bai Na very decisively tossed the promotional brochure into the trash and said that her brother had told her, about a year ago, signs of religious activity had been spotted in the city. Some people received benefits after joining, such as improved attributes and levels, but later people discovered that those who had joined this religion had changed beyond recognition. Those who had been gentle and kind became cruel after joining the church, flying into a rage over the slightest thing which terrified their families and loved ones. Bai Na preferred to stay away from them because she wasn't sure they were up to anything good. Zhou Yi had once caught a glimpse of the god of light in the mountains and knew that miracles don't happen every day. Therefore, this church might be connected to cult activities, since masquerading as a mainstream religion is one of the common tactics used by cults. A large crowd gathered at the shopping center where they had been promised a miracle. People were talking about how their acquaintances' stats had improved after attending this performance. In just 1 year, this church had gathered a huge number of followers, something impossible without special skills, and now the young people wanted to expose their deception. Zhao Lin simply wanted to gather evidence because this mission was rated A+ and they could lose their lives. Guman promised that they would just collect evidence. The mechanic told them not to worry. He had the entire room under surveillance. But at that moment, the mage noticed a person she couldn't scan. Her gaze fell on Zhou Yil, who was also in the room, but it was impossible to assess him. Now the entire group was trying to determine the stranger's level and realized that he must be very powerful, since they couldn't identify him. The mage said that this man was surrounded by a sacred aura. He was probably a member of this church. But then Zhou Yi felt eyes on him and turned to face the group of strangers who were scrutinizing him intently. The girl immediately felt afraid. She thought this guy had already undergone his second awakening, and they'd be better off not drawing his attention. Zhou Yi, looking at these young men, realized they didn't look like ordinary parishioners, but that was none of his business. After all, his goal was the Church of the Holy Spirit. Soon the service began, a bell rang, silence fell, and several ministers appeared. The man greeted the congregation. He said that the people who had come here today were chosen by the Lord, and their fates were intertwined. The man introduced himself. His name was Father Li Xuanan. He said that their church worships God, that its teachings are the path leading to light and salvation, and that in the eyes of their Lord all beings are equal. As long as people remain faithful, the Holy Spirit bestows endless blessings upon them. They have a special dungeon for self-improvement, accessible to all church members. They also regularly provide valuable resources. You can find everything there, from potions to treasures, and as long as people remain faithful, the Holy Spirit will generously bless them. Every month, the church will allocate 8,000 to each parishioner as funding. With these free resources, you can change your life. No job will ever give them that many points, but if they join the church, they'll have more than enough. Moreover, the Lord is expressing his love for them, and they will no longer have to worry about anything. There will be no hardships in life, and they will be able to devote themselves entirely to their faith. The man also spoke of the Holy Spirit Almighty and wanted to demonstrate God's power to everyone. After that, Li Xuan pulled the veil off the statue and said that this was a precious opportunity granted to them by the Lord to behold him and witness a miracle. Zhou Yi was unable to appraise the statue or determine its level, but judging by the large amount of mana, one could assume that it was a magical item. A group of students gazed at the statue of the Holy Spirit, and now they were about to be shown something. The students hoped to gather evidence. The priest raised his hands before the statue and addressed it, asking the Holy Spirit to reveal its power to them. The priest asked that all these devout believers witness a great miracle, and the people, already listening intently, were ready to believe any nonsense. And then something unusual began to happen. It seemed as though the Holy Spirit had enveloped everyone present. People saw that some kind of miracle was taking place, and light filled them with power. Soon they heard this Holy Spirit uttering some words. It turned out that the miracle could speak. The mage tried with all her might to maintain her magical defense, but her friends had already been affected. One was boasting about his wealth and resources, while the mechanic was delighted. Now he would become the best mechanic in the country. It became clear that this was a high-level hypnotic spell. Zhou Yi possessed a pendant that granted immunity to mind control. He had to wait for the spell's effects to wear off, then snap his companions out of it and counterattack together. Zhou Yi soon realized that a hypnotic spell was at work. This was exactly how the church recruited its followers. This was exactly what one would expect from a sacred artifact bestowed by the bishop. Li Xuan told his assistants that it was time to begin. They had wasted time on the presentation, and the other side was probably already starting to get anxious. The young man rang a bell, and in an instant, dark magical energy filled the entire space. The bishop appeared before the group of believers, surrounded by his followers. Zhou Yi was very tense. He felt a sense of dread. Priest Li apologized to the bishop, explaining that they had needed some time to discuss matters of faith, which was why there had been a delay. But the bishop said that this was merely a minor detail. There was no need to waste time on it. This must not happen again. After the sacrificial ritual, Li Xuan will join the church and receive a blessing. Zhou Yi understood that cultists, when not drawing on the power of God, look just like ordinary priests. Ordinary people cannot tell them apart. But as a paladin, Zhou Yi could sense the evil aura emanating from this group of 5 clergymen. They stood out like ink on white paper. The bishop was only a level 27, so there must be someone stronger backing him. He needed to try to find more information. It was unlikely that there were only 5 cultists here. Meanwhile, the cultists continued to shout their prayers, invoking their god and engaging in other nonsense. As they repeated that the Holy Spirit is eternal and indestructible, the statue began to fill with energy and light. And it soon became clear that the statue was sucking out the souls of the people who had come to this gathering. The Holy Spirit is eternal and indestructible, and the souls of the young people rose and soared upward. Usually people's souls are too weak to manifest after death, but they are crucial for resurrection spells. Souls are important for both ordinary people and the powerful. As soon as this statue began to suck out people's souls, those who had joined the religion changed beyond recognition. They became harsh, rude, and devoid of compassion and love. Most likely this change in people was linked to the loss of their souls. Now they had to figure out exactly what this statue intended to do with the souls it had collected. If nothing was done, everyone would die. They couldn't just stand by and wait for death. The young mage tried to bring her friend back with the power of her mind. Yun Hol summoned the spirits of ice and asked them to freeze Zhao Lin. Perhaps that would save her. It worked for a while, but literally a few moments later, the ice magic dissipated. The priest noticed that one of those present had not succumbed to the hypnosis. The man began to activate the black flame, which was supposed to strike the defiant person. Lu Zhan tried to resist. The girl used her magic again and created a radiant light around herself. Soon the priest realized that she was a girl from the Brotherhood of Light. Lu Zhan couldn't understand how this was possible. She had leveled up her skill and was already capable of defeating level 26 monsters, but here her magic wasn't working. The cultist blocked her skill with a single wave of his hand. They were much stronger than she had expected, and now she urgently needed to use a teleportation scroll. But the priest was already nearby. This insolent girl had dared to disrupt the ritual, and now she was even trying to escape. But this wasn't a place you could come and go as you pleased. Lu Zhan summoned the power of light to concentrate around her and create an impenetrable shield. But the cultists had already cast spells at her, a swamp, a wind blade, and a fireball. The girl felt she was losing. She didn't have enough strength to tear open the teleportation scroll. She had to fight, and she summoned the sacred power to merge with the light and purge the evil. Lu Zhan knew that if a melee fighter got close to her, she would die. She had trained in the Brotherhood of Light and awakened the hidden class of Light Mage. She desperately wanted to complete this mission and destroy the enemy, but it seemed she was going to die right here. Zhou Yi, who had been pretending all this time that nothing was happening, summoned the Hammer of Retribution. There was such an explosion and roar that the building where the meeting was taking place literally shook like a house of cards. The priest lay on the ground with his head shattered, and everything around him lay in ruins. A representative of the cult said that there were intruders among the people, someone with a powerful presence of holy light. Zhou Yi now stood with a sword in his hands, and his opponents thought he was an elite knight of the Brotherhood of Light. Lu Zhan was still trembling from what had happened. She looked at the stranger who had saved her life. With a single blow, he had killed 2 mages and warriors with active shields. The bishop ordered his minions to deal with this arrogant upstart. The cult minions themselves couldn't understand how their comrades had been killed with a single blow. Li Xuan realized he needed to flee immediately to save his life. Zhou Yi took out his pet, a butterfly, and sent it to follow the fleeing priest. At that moment, a terrified Liu Zhan approached the young man. She believed she was standing before a high-ranking priest. The girl introduced herself and said she was a mage of light, the chosen one of light. As she drew closer, she sensed that she was standing before the embodiment of the holy light. Zhou Yi realized that Liu Zhan was from Modu University. The girl said she had come to complete a mission and gain experience. She thanked him for saving her life, and now wanted to know what position the young man held in the Brotherhood of Light. She had never seen such a powerful sacred aura. Zhou Yi replied that he was not from the Brotherhood of Light, and the girl could not understand who, other than a representative of the Brotherhood of Light, could possess such a powerful sacred aura. She then surmised that this young man was a holy son. Such titles were bestowed upon the Brotherhood's most gifted geniuses. It was a kind of privilege that allowed them to receive more resources for self-improvement. Only high-ranking priests of the Brotherhood know about such people. Usually the holy sons and daughters conceal their identities. Zhou Yi decided to wait for the Public Safety Service to arrive. After all, they'd caused a commotion, and the police would be here soon. If he woke these people up now, it would cause a panic. The Public Security Service has experience handling unusual situations. They are better prepared for this. You can't just pull people out of hypnosis like that. Zhou Yi approached the murdered priest and began to activate the soul's repentance. He wanted to awaken the soul's conscience, and thanks to the sacred light, little flowers began to bloom where the deceased had lain. Soon, the soul admitted that it had sinned and repented of all the sins it had committed. In this way, the young man gathered 4 wills for repentance. That wasn't enough. Zhou Yi deliberately let the bishop escape and sent a butterfly after him to track down more cultists. Now he had to go after him. Lu Zhan also possessed the skill of repentance, but it wasn't as powerful as this young man's. His connection to the element of light was simply incredible. The girl really wanted to work under the guidance of such a professional. Finally, the public security officers arrived. They demanded that everyone drop their weapons and raise their hands. The captain of the task force, along with his subordinates, stormed into the room and demanded silence and that everyone raise their hands. He saw a young girl standing with her hands raised, while the rest of the people were in a hypnotic trance and showed no reaction. Lu Zhan explained that the Church of the Holy Spirit is a cult. They use various methods to lure ordinary citizens and take their souls for sacrifice. The young woman also said that a young man had been there, but she didn't know where he had gone. Captain Wang Hao ordered his men to evacuate these people to a safe place. They must proceed cautiously so as not to cause panic. The second team should investigate the scene and collect evidence. The third team must immediately begin treating the victims. First and foremost, they must attend to the seriously injured and ensure their safety. Soon, people gradually began to come to. They didn't understand what had happened or where they were. The victims suffered from excruciating headaches and had no memory of the events that had taken place. The mechanic approached his friends. He thought they had accomplished what they'd come for, but it turned out that everyone had been hypnotized. The mage explained that she'd only survived thanks to her magical pendant. Then 5 very high-level cultists arrived, but just then, a man killed them all with a single blow. The mechanic was very pleased. Probably a priest of the Second Awakening had saved them, and the robots must have recorded the fight. Now they'd upload it, and it would go viral. Jiang Qiang took out his cameras, but just then space began to shake, and everything around them trembled. The chandeliers swayed violently. The windows in the building cracked and shattered, and everything was bathed in red light. At that very moment, black energy was gathering. She sensed that people were beginning to snap out of their trance. The priest didn't understand who this man was or how he had ended up in Lunfen. Could he be someone from the Brotherhood of Light? The man knew he'd been lying low and couldn't have caught the attention of anyone powerful. Last time, all the representatives of the Brotherhood of Light had been hypnotized. The ritual had been completely disrupted. The cultists had lost 4 believers, and the leader must be in a rage right now. The butterfly had been following the bishop the whole time, scattering its pollen all around. Zhou Yi summoned the beast of the void, commanding it to use its perception to pinpoint the location and teleport there. The black servants were lined up in rows when Bishop Feng returned to them. The Lord felt the loss of 4 precious believers and now wanted to hear from the bishop what had happened. The bishop explained that an accident had occurred. A man possessing a powerful element of light had intervened. He had disrupted the ritual and killed the believers. He was too strong, and even the bishop himself was no match for him. Bishop Feng admitted that it was his fault. He was ready to atone for his sins and find more new victims to make up for the loss. The chief cultist said that the bishop was a useless idiot who had failed to deal with the mysterious man. Zhou Yi was also present at this gathering. He sensed that the black orb was radiating powerful, malevolent energy. It seemed to be a real core. The black orb announced that it no longer wished to hear any excuses. The sacrifice had been interrupted, but the ritual itself was complete and their plans remained unchanged. The bishop could not understand how this had happened, and then the black orb ordered Bishop Su to explain everything that was going on. Bishop Su said that their master was preparing a special plan capable of turning the entire world upside down. Over the past year, the church had performed numerous sacrifices, each location chosen with particular care. If you connect all these points, you get a magic circle encompassing the entire city. It is called the Circle of Infernal Chaos. To carry out this plan, the cultists have already infiltrated all levels of society. Since the cultists attracted people with a strong desire to join the church, expanding their influence became very easy. They have also infiltrated the city's water supply system, into which they have already introduced a special, colorless, tasteless potion, one that weakens both body and mind. Zhou Yi now understood why people had succumbed to hypnosis so easily. Furthermore, the cultists have dug countless secret tunnels connecting the sacrificial sites. They are filled with runes and magic circles that channel and concentrate energy. The main magic circle was activated that night. The souls and life energy of the entire city are being continuously extracted and channeled to the place where the Lord of Chaos is imprisoned. The souls and lives of an entire city's people have been sacrificed. The Lord of Chaos will soon awaken. He will bring with him endless darkness and chaos and transform this world. The great Lord of Chaos will soon appear on earth and rule over it. Zhou Yi could not allow the Lord of Chaos to awaken in the city, so the young man began to activate his power. The Dark Lord called Bishop Feng a worthless fool. He regretted entrusting him with such a task, but suddenly sensed that something was happening at their gathering. Zhou Yi could no longer conceal his presence. He activated Sacred Thunder, the Apocalypse form, and with a flash of his sword dealt with some of the priests. Priest Feng recognized the man who had disrupted his ritual, and Priest Su rushed to attack the young man. Feng told his master that it was this very man who had interfered with the ritual, and now he had dared to show up at their headquarters. But the priest swore that the young man would not leave here alive. But then the master realized that Feng had committed an unforgivable act of negligence. They had managed to track him down, and now he would kill that brainless idiot with his own hands. The master was furious. After all, this dimwit was only capable of making foolish promises, and he had become a bishop solely thanks to his family connections. But it seemed that Feng himself wouldn't walk away from this place alive today. At that moment, Zhou Yi was fighting Bishop Su, who possessed 43rd level power. Zhou Yi parried his opponent's attack and leaped back a short distance. He needed to plan his next move. At the moment, the young man couldn't accurately gauge his opponent's level, but he understood that this bishop had definitely undergone the second awakening. This time, he was facing a serious opponent. Bishop Su wielded his shadow scythe. He swung it, unleashing several black crescent-shaped blades that could attack his opponent from different directions. But soon the priest was surprised to find that this 29th level paladin had managed to parry all three of his attacks. It was simply unbelievable. The bishop spun a dark vortex in his hands, concentrating dark energy, and declared that this would all end right here. Zhou Yi activated the sacred light shield and dispelled the dark vortex. The bishop knew that his dark vortex could even absorb light, so resistance was futile, although this paladin didn't seem like a weakling from the first awakening. But the difference between the first and second awakenings is like night and day, not to mention the gulf in their levels. Perhaps the protection of a holy angel could have neutralized most of the darkness, but now the dark vortex was draining Zhou Yi's mana and strength. The bishop wanted to know how long this feeble light could withstand his power. Zhou Yi realized there was no point in wasting mana and strength. He needed to end this battle as quickly as possible. The priest noted that the purity of this holy light was far greater than that of an ordinary paladin. Could this be the Brotherhood of Light's secret weapon? At that moment, the Lord ordered Priest Su to stop this man and to do it quickly. Zhou Yi activated the skills: Halo of Sacred Flame, Aura of Concentration, and Divine Body of an Angel. And in a few moments, the bishop couldn't fathom how it was possible. The dark vortex contained an element of chaos, yet this young man had destroyed it so easily. At that moment, the Lord ordered all the priests to kill the man, and they began to act simultaneously, draining Zhou Yi's strength and mana. One of them cast shackles of darkness and chains of pain on the paladin's arms and legs. He activated his ice abilities to deflect the attack and reduce the pain. There were too many opponents, so Zhou Yi decided to clear the area first. The young man used the double shield of holy light, and the ordinary cultists were destroyed by it. Bishop Su knew he couldn't let his guard down and activated the triple shadow strike. In response, Zhou Yi delivered a powerful strike with the cross of holy light. And now the Lord was looking down on the useless minions who couldn't handle an ordinary paladin, while the bishops no longer knew how to fight such a monster. Thanks to all the buffs in the angel's body, Zhou Yi's power was close to level 40. One also had to take into account the holy light's natural advantage over the forces of evil. Perhaps victory was possible, but the dark force considered humans to be worthless trash. As soon as the ritual was complete, they would all pay for this. Bishop Feng tried to figure out exactly what level this man was at. He had to come up with something, anything, just to save his own life. The Dark Lord demanded that Feng immediately begin fighting the stranger, but the bishop said he was waiting for the right moment to attack. The Dark Lord grabbed the bishop by the head, preventing him from escaping, for this coward dreamed only of hiding from his enemy. It soon became clear that Bishop Feng was the son of the dark forces, who believed that nothing, not even his own children, should be spared for the sake of the Lord of Chaos. The Dark Lord said that Zhou Yi was no match for him and that the young man shouldn't sacrifice his life for a city that was doomed. It turned out that the Dark Lord knew the young man very well. At that moment, Bishop Su reappeared, and the battle continued. Zhou Yi noticed some movement on the magic circle, and a tremendous force was swirling into a vortex. Zhou Yi instantly used the Void Beast to teleport. However, once he was safe, he heard the Lord's laughter. The Lord had realized exactly who had taken the Void Beast. Zhou Yi realized that his opponent knew everything about him, even that he had tamed the Void Beast. With an opponent like this, he couldn't rely on luck. Zhou Yi surmised that the master was Dean Feng He, that very same mad traitor. And indeed, Feng He soon emerged from the Red Void and declared that he would become one of the lords. If the ritual hadn't been interrupted during the national competition, the Lord of Chaos would have awakened several months ago. Today, Feng He would claim Zhou Yi and the Beast of the Void for himself. Faith in the evil god increased his power, and now Feng He was extremely powerful. Even with buffs in the angel's body, it was extremely difficult to stand up to him. Suddenly, stone spikes began to burst out of the ground. Zhou Yi was forced to move quickly and chop them down. With every minute of delay, 500 new souls became food for the Lord of Chaos. Feng He unleashed a barrage of magical spikes at the young man. The sacred light's protection helped the young man avoid instant death, but the battle was becoming one-sided. The protection failed, and soon the young man felt excruciating pain. His arm was severely injured. This was no ordinary corrosion, but the embodiment of God's power, so healing proved ineffective. Feng He continued to unleash his might, and it already seemed as though all his strength was concentrated in a single strike. Feng He was uncomfortable. He had to dodge the Holy Light's attacks. On top of that, at one point, his arm had been severely injured. Feng He realized that the young man wanted to restrict his movements and deliver a fatal blow. Punishment of light. This was a standard tactic, because Feng He had once been the dean of the military faculty and had personally taught his students such maneuvers. The moment the young man closed in directly behind Feng He, powerful chains were thrown over him. Feng He had taught his students this way of thinking, and now the shackles of the abyss, forged from the forces of chaos and designed to suppress the element of light, held the young man firmly in place. The young man lay crucified on a stone slab, while the chains drained his life force and prevented him from moving. Dean Feng admitted that he had always admired the young man and his extraordinary abilities. If the young man were not a saint, he would have earned the favor of the Lord of Chaos. Flowers blessed by angels can hear the moans of souls, so Zhou Yi would soon be able to enjoy the magnificent symphony played by the city's souls. Gradually, screaming souls began to rise from all around, emitting loud moans and cries. It was impossible to just stand by and listen to this, but Dean Feng reveled in these sounds and called them the footsteps of the Lord of Chaos. A terrifying demonic energy began to fill the city streets, and the people now resembled nothing so much as marionettes. Zhou Yi looked back at these enslaved souls. He recognized the girls he had met on the train. They too had fallen victim to the dark forces. Feng He believed these people were necessary sacrifices, but fools like Zhou Yi would never understand that. The young man knew he could ask the Beast of the Void to take him away from here, but then all the inhabitants of Longfeng would perish. That couldn't be allowed to happen. He had to stop it all. Zhou Yi summoned the primordial milk, a potion that boosted resistance and accelerated recovery. The young man took out a vial of the potion and began to drink it, even though the dean was certain it would be useless. As soon as his strength was restored, Zhou Yi proclaimed, "In the name of all that is holy, awaken the conscience of the soul." Feng He didn't understand what the young man was doing and looked at him in surprise. Zhou Yi shouted, "Repent!" And immediately the souls of the slain repented, and their wills were gathered. This was the final step required for the second awakening, and now two energies were merging and transforming within the young man. The icy bloodline and the sacred light filled the young man's body, amplifying his powers and abilities. Feng, he couldn't fathom exactly what the young man was trying to break through. His power was extraordinary, and then it became clear this was the second awakening. The former dean clutched his head. Zhou Yi had forcibly triggered the second awakening. It was immediately clear that the young man was overcome by despair. Usually the second awakening requires a vast amount of resources, physical fortification, and increased strength. Protection from powerful masters is also needed to prevent chaos during the process. Right now, Zhou Yi is immobilized by the shackles of the abyss, which suppress the element of light. The young man is deprived of any source of energy. The power within his body will soon spiral out of control and tear him to pieces. Feng He understood that, at best, Zhou Yi's level would drop significantly. At worst, he would be completely destroyed. But on the other hand, Zhou Yi is a very strange young man, and even if there is the slightest chance of success, he cannot be allowed to undergo the second awakening. But before Feng He could do anything, the second awakening was complete. The young man had attained the judge class, and his level had reached 30. Zhou Yi acquired the judge's special skills: judgment, divine summoning, divine resurrection, and a single shout from him was enough to knock Feng He aside. After that, the young man delivered just one strike, which sliced Feng He in half. The servant of the dark forces stared in astonishment at the remaining half of his body. Then he began to laugh and said it was useless, because a second awakening paladin couldn't harm him. Feng He began to rise above the ground now. Instead of his legs, there was a black demonic mass, for he had eaten so many people that he had lost count. Zhou Yilu was already tired of listening to all this, so he told Feng He to shut up because he was making too much noise. The young man used the judgment, which allowed him to summon divine punishment and create a sacred field that dealt massive damage to dark creatures. Zhou Yi raised his hand and declared that he was sentencing this sinner to death. Sacred light rained down on Feng He, who writhed like a snake in a frying pan, claiming that his master would soon arrive and that he had enough power. Zhou Yi suddenly saw the silhouette of a man in a suit entering the epicenter of the dark force. Everything around him began to demand submission in order to unite. The dark forces called out for others to join them, for pain is the only truth, and they would destroy everything around them. Zhou Yi felt as if he were being enveloped by shackles. It seemed as though he had been caught in a fist that was gradually closing in on him. But the young man managed to shake off those enticing cries and moans. He drew his sword, realizing that an advanced form of hypnosis was now being used against him. It was a corruption of his mind, but he would not yield. His opponent had clearly chosen the wrong methods. The dark force could not understand how this young man dared to disobey it. Paladins were created to deal with the rebellious. Zhou Yi continued his battle against the dark force. It seemed the odds were stacked against him, and he took several powerful blows. The Lord of Chaos said that he really liked Zhou Yi. Although the outcome of this duel had been decided from the very beginning, a god cannot be killed by a human, and now the young man must become the Lord of Chaos's servant and gain the power of a demigod. Zhou Yi quickly regained his health. He didn't want the power of a demigod, because now he was going to use the Lord of Chaos as a punching bag. The Lord of Chaos was, at best, a fragment of some evil god, so a mere mortal could kill him. The Lord of Chaos could not bear to hear such terrible words, and he was literally torn apart by indignation. Zhou Yi was restoring his health once again, but in reality the young man understood. His body would not be able to hold out for more than a couple of minutes. There was too little time, so he had to begin the divine summoning. The flood of holy light was so intense that it illuminated the entire area as if a nuclear explosion had occurred. Angelic legions answered the divine summoning. As a result of the contract, the human sacrificed his health and expended mental energy. In exchange, he received a battle angel capable of fighting at a very high level. The Lord of Chaos shouted that there was no point in even hoping anyone would stop him, because these pathetic creatures were incapable of harming him. When this terrifying duel came to an end, the young man could barely stand. His body had sustained significant damage. Zhou Yi collapsed face down onto the ground. He couldn't even rejoice in his victory. For this duel, the young man received a crystal of the evil god's power. It was impossible to assess its quality. Quite some time passed before he regained consciousness. However, the young man received a warning that his vital signs were unstable and required immediate medical attention. Warnings about the need for immediate treatment and medical advice came one after another, yet the young man could not even move. Finally, mustering what little strength he had left, he raised his hands and invoked divine resurrection. Lu Zi was very worried about her friend, who still hadn't woken up. Finally, Bai Na came to. She remembered that they were in a hot spring, but now everything felt somehow strange. A divine miracle swept over the entire city, showering everything with sacred light. Souls returned to people's bodies, and they gradually began to come to their senses. Divine resurrection is a wave of sacred energy that engulfed the entire city, cleansed it of corruption, and revived all the souls that had not yet dissipated. The person who summoned this skill suffers exhaustion, and their stats are reset to 0 for 10 days. The Void Beast couldn't understand why its master hadn't summoned it earlier, and now had hastened its awakening, destroyed its meridians, and activated the resurrection skill. It was a miracle that Zhou Yi had survived all of this at all. Zhou Yi told the Void Beast that before deciding on his second awakening, he recalled the day of his first awakening, when he chose the Paladin skill. Its core traits are humility, honesty, bravery, empathy, responsibility, and righteous deeds. He strives for justice and what is right. That is what it means to be a holy knight. If the young man feared death and clung too tightly to life, he would have betrayed his principles. And then what would be the point of strength? Zhou Yi enlisted the help of the Beast of the Void and teleported to Suheng University. As soon as the young man finished teleporting, he heard the voices of people who didn't understand what had happened there. The military concluded that a battle of such magnitude had taken place here, one they could not have handled, and that today, some mighty warrior had given his life defending Longfeng. Zhou Yi lay in his room, reading a warning that damage had been detected in his soul. His vital signs were at a critical level, and all his attributes had been reset to 0. When the young man woke up, he realized he was in some kind of body of water. Emerging from the liquid, he saw that all sorts of tubes were connected to him. It turned out he had been unconscious for 2 days. And now, finally, he had woken up and could describe what it was like to stand on the brink of death. Zhou Yi single-handedly put an end to the evil god's sacrificial ceremony, and now his mentor didn't know whether to call his student a hero or a madman. Zhou Yi's meridians were torn apart like a fishing net. Ordinary healing spells could only restore his body, so the master placed the young man in a healing spring. At the bottom of this spring lie 5 dragon beads, rare sacred artifacts which he must absorb and under no circumstances lose. Zhou Yi didn't know how he was supposed to drink the water, since his mentor was washing his feet in it. But the man advised him not to worry about the details. The young man was alive, and that was all that mattered. Now Wang Hui could explain what had happened while the boy was unconscious. The Public Security Service Task Force had completely preserved the battlefield and even collected samples of the remaining sacred light. The frequency of the oscillation peaks exactly matched Zhou Yi's power, and if anyone set out to find him, they would locate the young man immediately. The public was told that the incident in Longfeng was the work of Wang Hui. The mentor said that as long as Zhou Yi was young and his cultivation level was low, the cultists would start hunting him down. They would leave nothing alive that threatened them. This incident was classified at the highest level of secrecy. As soon as Zhou Yi completes his third awakening, all honors will return to their rightful owner. Zhou Yi recalled the evil god's power crystal, which he had received after his victory. It turned out that this god was nothing more than a power crystal. The mentor said that the true form of the evil god is a stone containing a vast number of lives. All these lives, having fallen under the power of the dark force, are now hidden within the crystal. Of course, it's astonishing that a mere fragment dared to sow chaos. Wang Hui turned the crystal over in his hands a few more times, then activated the sealing process. This mass of pure negative energy emitted peculiar mental vibrations. This energy constantly spreads imperceptibly, warping the minds of those who come into contact with it. For example, Dean Feng, he and his followers became puppets after their very first encounter. This crystal cannot be left with Zhou Yi. It will be kept by the military, but for now, the young man is not yet ready and has sustained severe injuries. On the Zhou family's estate lies the Ice Dragon Abyss Dungeon. Zhou Yi must merge his soul with the Ice Dragon, and only then will he be able to fully recover and complete his second awakening. The mentor said that as soon as Zhou Yi's condition stabilizes, representatives of the family will arrive and take him back to their estate. Zhu Zhan was walking through the corridors conversing with her husband, who accused her of weakness, low cultivation level, and mediocre skills. If that's the case, how does Zhu Zhan even plan to protect her Zhou Yi? After all, she's essentially just a burden inhabiting a gorgeous human body. So perhaps it would be better for her to return this body to the succubus, and then the succubus could make proper use of it and protect Zhou Yil. At that moment, Zhou Yil appeared in the hallway, unable to figure out exactly who the girl had been talking to. Chu Zhan smiled and said she had simply been talking to herself. The bishop was informed that the base in Longfeng had been destroyed and that Feng He was dead. The bishop wanted to know who had done it. Upon hearing the answer, the bishop couldn't understand why Wang Hui had needed to go there. Rumor had it that the mentor's apprentice was on the mission and had summoned Wang Hui. If Wang Hui was involved, the situation would become much more complicated. All units must lie low and try to avoid the military. For some reason, the bishop felt that the name Zhou Yi sounded familiar, and he was reminded that this guy had ruined Feng He's plans during the freshman competition. Now the bishop remembered that this guy had some skills. He needed to teach him a lesson he would never forget. The young man stood in the pouring rain, gazing at the apartment windows. Zhou Yi lived in this poor neighborhood. It was a mystery how he'd managed to develop his power without the backing of a powerful clan. Suddenly, the young man saw some kind of magical energy fly toward the house. It was the dark force, which claimed to love women and children most of all because their fear smelled delightful. And Zhou Yun was both a woman and a child, a true double delight, and now he was certain to savor the process. And the stranger unleashed his dark energy. But suddenly, a powerful descendant of the fire dragon lineage appeared between him and the girl. The stranger realized that this guy probably wanted to die right there. Zhou Yi, still soaking in the spring, sensed the danger. He summoned the beast of the void and the butterfly. And in the very next moment, he used a spatial leap to reach his sister. The young man sensed that the health of the wolf cub he had tamed was rapidly depleting, which meant his younger sister was in danger. The beast of the void promised to do everything possible to protect her body during teleportation, but he could not promise that Zhou Yi would emerge safe and sound. Be that as it may, the young man immediately rushed to his sister's aid as soon as he realized where she was. Zhou Yi was very surprised to see how one of his main rivals, Li Feng, practically gave his life to protect Zhou Yun. 2 enormous spears pierced his body. Li Feng turned to the girl and asked her to summon her brother here immediately. The villain couldn't understand why this red dragon was meddling. Why would he risk his life for some girl? She wasn't worth it. Li Feng replied, "Whether she's worth it or not is none of his business," and then he unleashed a fire breath on his opponent. Li Feng looked with satisfaction at the charred remains of the villain. He'd done an excellent job and was pleased with himself. As soon as Zhou Yi appeared, the girl immediately rushed to her brother and told him that this man was very scary. He'd wounded the wolf cub. Zhou Yi stared at his worst enemy from college and couldn't figure out what exactly this guy was doing here. Li Feng said that the older brother had been irresponsible since his sister had nearly been roasted to a crisp. The young man could barely breathe. The huge steak was still sticking out of his body. Zhou Yun said she was very grateful to the guy for saving her and would definitely repay him, but she wouldn't let anyone say she had a bad brother. Li Feng already realized that his younger sister knew how to be grateful, but now he wanted to know if Zhou Yi would be able to thank him. Zhou Yi first calmed his sister down, saying that Li Feng was actually just upset that he didn't have such a wonderful little sister. Zhou Yi, of course, acknowledged that Li Feng had saved his sister today, but it could very well have been a ploy. Li Feng was literally seething with anger and resentment. How dare this guy call it a ploy and assume he was jealous of him? After that, Li Feng finally lost consciousness and fell to the ground, and the huge stick passed through his body again, drenching everything in blood. Zhou Yi continued to watch without intervening. Li Feng turned to him and begged him to save him and stop fooling around. But Zhou Yi didn't move. If the young man could still speak despite the heavy bleeding, then perhaps his wounds weren't as serious as they appeared. Before helping him, Zhou Yi wanted to know why Li Feng was in his house and why the attack on Zhao Yun had happened at that exact moment. Li Feng couldn't say anything in response to these questions. He began to recall how it all started. Recently, the students at the university had been discussing a new trend called Follow in the Hero's Footsteps. The idea was to visit the old homes of influential figures. They do this to trace the footsteps of a celebrity's growth and development, and if they're lucky, to learn something along the way. Of course, it sounded like a bit of nonsense. Li Feng couldn't bring himself to tell the truth because he was so ashamed. He started saying that he was just passing by and that the whole world doesn't revolve around Zhou Yi. Suddenly, Zhou Yi felt sick. He turned pale and blood rushed to his face. His little sister rushed to support her brother, but his body literally began to tear apart and bleed. Eventually, he lost consciousness and collapsed. Xiao Yun didn't know what to do, so she rushed to the phone. But before the girl could reach anyone, she heard a voice say that Zhou Yi's house was livelier than a battlefield. Master Wang took the phone from the girl and said he would take care of everything. Zhu Zhan was there as well. She lifted the young man's head and began pouring a potion into his mouth. "I hope he gets better." The mentor activated the healing process and remarked that his student sure knew how to get into trouble. They'd only just snatched him from the jaws of death, and he'd already thrown himself into the space-time stream. It was a miracle he'd survived it all. Wang Hui wasn't a healer. He could only stabilize injuries. The young man came to and wanted to know how Chu Zhan and the mentor had ended up here. The Void Beast knew that its master was seriously wounded. After bringing Zhou Yili to this place, it immediately set out in search of Wang Hui. The aura left behind after the battle was identical to that of the cultists. Instead of looking for Zhou Yili, they attacked his younger sister. Most likely, they don't know the whole truth and simply decided to take their anger out on the girl. A nationwide crackdown against the Holy Spirit cult has already begun, but it's now clear that Zhou Yi cannot stay here. He and his younger sister need to be sent to the Zhou family residence, where they'll be completely safe. The mentor said that the boy's injuries are too severe to use teleportation, so he'll travel to the Zhou family's estate on the nearest public ship. This ship has a high level of security, is equipped with armed guards, and will be able to reach the family's territory in 2 days. Zhu Zhan will protect and accompany Zhou Yili. It is still unknown how far the Holy Spirit cult has infiltrated, so they must travel disguised as ordinary passengers. The more inconspicuous, the better. Li Feng was still bleeding profusely. Could he have vanished, or had he become invisible to them? After all, he was wounded too, and no one was treating him. The dean said he was experiencing age-related memory issues and that he would definitely examine Li Feng's wounds and help the young man. The dean recognized the young man who had lost to Zhou Yilu in the freshman competition, and so a rather interesting group gathered at the transfer hub shortly thereafter. Zhou Yilu in a wheelchair with his little sister and the wolf cub by his side, along with Chu Zhan and Li Feng. Li Feng didn't agree with the way things were. He didn't understand why Zhou Yi was sitting in a wheelchair, pretending to be a young master, while he, the heir to the fire dragons, was playing the role of a servant. Zhu Zhan said that from the very beginning she hadn't wanted to take Li Feng with her, because having one more person along was a big risk. Besides, he was always whining. Li Feng replied that the rector had been summoned urgently and had ordered him to take part in this operation. After all, he had the noble lineage of the fire dragon. Finally, the ship's arrival interrupted the argument, and everyone looked up at the sky in amazement. The ship looked very futuristic. It resembled a melon or an onion. But Zhou Yun said it was a giant flying octopus and ran to greet it. The girls stood on the tentacles extending from the ship. They served as a gangway and glowed at the same time. This light comes from mana charging. The ship docks for this purpose, since it can only fly with a sufficient amount of mana. These tentacles are multifunctional. They can transform into protective shields and become cannons. Inside, the ship looked like a typical hotel or a huge intercontinental liner. Everyone looked around in amazement, and the passengers had to board the ship and check in immediately. Zhou Yan leaned toward the young man and suggested he go to his room to rest. The ship's operation could cause discomfort, so the room was equipped with special reinforced insulation. Zhou Yilu, of course, was pleased to feel such care. The girl was behaving like a truly caring lady. Chu Zhan blushed and added that she was simply worried he might feel worse during the journey. But it turned out she was already worrying that he might get hungry, get sunburned, miss a dose of his medication, become dehydrated, or not drink enough water. Zhu Yilu tried to reassure her, saying that he knew his own body and felt she no longer needed to worry about him so much. The girl walked through the ship's main hall, gazing in awe at the beauty she saw. She leaned toward Zhou Yi and began to admire his fair skin. After that, the stranger suggested he come with her, saying that her heart ached with love and pity, and that she would find the best priest to heal the young man's ailing body. The next moment, the inevitable happened. Chu Zhan, like a mother eagle protecting her chick, grabbed her sword and flung the stranger aside. Chu Zhan demanded that the girl get out of there and keep her filthy hands off the young man, or else she would chop those hands off. The stranger remarked that the handsome young man had a very serious little bodyguard. But the woman simply wanted to invite the handsome young man for a cup of tea and have a heart-to-heart chat with him. Besides, the young man hadn't even given her an answer yet, and the bodyguard was acting as if she were his mistress. If that's the case, it's no wonder the girl is ready to kill for even the slightest touch of her man. Zhu Zhan was already ready to pounce on the stranger, but Zhou Yi grabbed her by the hand, saying that this girl was just trying to provoke her. Fights are forbidden on the ship. Doing so will result in one's magical power being sealed away. Zhou Yi turned to the stranger and said that his body couldn't handle her passion. She'd be better off going to the third-class deck, where she could find some entertainment. The third deck was full of unremarkable workers, and their mood immediately soured, and their interest vanished. But the woman said her name was the Red Lady, and that there was nothing in this world she couldn't get. And before long, the handsome young man would come to her of his own free will to serve her. After that, the woman turned and walked away, while the staff bowed deeply to her. On this woman's wrist was a very unusual bracelet, and it gave off a somewhat damp odor. Li Feng said that it was the symbol of the Mermaid Trading Guild. The Mermaid Trading Guild is a conglomerate that has grown wealthy in recent years. At first glance, they run a legitimate business. But in reality, these people are secretly involved in illegal dealings. These people hunt down beautiful people with distinguished family backgrounds, capture them, and sell them as playthings or hold them captive for depraved nobles. Their boss has incredibly powerful connections. Even Li Feng's father had warned his son not to provoke them over trivial matters and to avoid them whenever possible. 3 years ago, the head of the Chamber of Commerce got into a conflict with the Zhou family, and the family lost. Li Feng wasn't sure if he should mention this. The Red Lady's barbs were intended to gauge Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had asked Li Feng to stay close to his sister at all times during their trip and ensure her safety. The Red Lady had been refused and would most likely want to cause some kind of trouble. Zhou Yun was the weakest link among them, and Li Feng had promised he could keep an eye on one little girl. The maid was walking down the ship's corridor, pushing a cart loaded with clean bedding. Her red energy gradually seeped in and made its way into the room where Chu Zhan and Zhou Yun were resting. In the midst of the argument, the Red Lady materialized right inside the room. She pressed her cane against the girl's head and said she had immediately sensed the succubus's rare blood, so the beauty could be sold for a decent sum. The young man had a strong, handsome body that would allow him to work in the mines for about 10 years, though his face was rather unattractive. At that moment, Li Feng leaped up and kicked the Red Lady in midair, but she parried his attack with a light flick of her fingers. Li Feng was furious, for this lady had just called him unattractive. The young man tried to strike, but the Red Lady instantly dodged to the side. The mystical wolf lunged at the uninvited guest. He was still a weak pup, so the woman quickly overpowered him. Now the Red Lady realized that this group had been deceiving her all along, pretending to be mere travelers. The woman saw the fire dragon's family tree, the succubus's family tree, and that of the mystical beast. It was immediately clear that this group was not so simple after all. Zhou Yi thanked the Red Lady for her device, which prevented the ship's security system from detecting what was happening inside. After all, now they could act without restrictions, without fear of being punished for it. But the Red Lady said they were just a bunch of kids, and today as their elder, she would show him what absolute annihilation meant. The Red Lady summoned puppets made of blood-red silk, and they were to attack the fire dragon. Li Feng was furious. He said that the mermaid had crossed all boundaries, and now he would teach them a lesson. Zhu Zhan drew her sword, ready to deliver a series of phantom strikes. But the enveloping silk was used against her sword, and the girl's blade was completely immobilized. After that, the puppets bound Chu Zhan's hands and began striking her. The Red Lady turned to the handsome man in the wheelchair and told him to play his trump cards, because he had truly angered her, and she was going to turn him into a prototype. Zhou Yi could see that each attack by the silk puppets forced the mermaid to expend her magical power, and she was quickly depleting her mana reserves. Zhou Yi knew that the items his mentor had given him before the trip could destroy the space created by the Red Lady, but doing so would cause the entire floor to explode and alert the guards. Meanwhile, Chu Zhan was fighting the puppets, but her succubus suggested she stop resisting and harness her power, since they were one and the same. Zhou Yi was seriously injured, and Li Feng was simply a failure. So it turned out that Chu Zhan was the only one who could protect and help everyone. Zhou Yi was waiting for the Red Lady to approach him, so he could use a certain item. But then a powerful explosion rang out, and everything around them turned red, while the silk puppets were scattered in all directions. The succubus merged with Chu Zhan, and now the girl would quickly deal with her opponent. The young man realized that a strange aura was now before him, one that constantly enveloped Chu Zhan's body. The Red Lady looked at the pure-blooded succubus with satisfaction. She was first-rate material. The succubus realized she was facing an ordinary level 30 puppeteer, who on top of that wanted to harm her beloved Zhou Yi. The Red Lady said she was facing a weak opponent, and although she had a succubus lineage, that alone wasn't enough to defeat her. The Mermaid Trading Guild has enough succubi to fill a cold storage warehouse. Zhou Yi watched in horror as Chu Zhan was unable to put up any resistance against the Red Lady. But then, completely unexpectedly for everyone, the succubus shattered all the points that had previously been holding the space together. And now the entire space was bathed in a special light, brighter than anything else that could be seen here. This demonic space, the purple abyss, weakened all of her opponent's combat skills and was created by the innate ability of a pure-blooded succubus. Zhou Yi realized that this aura was now at least 10 times stronger than before. Chu Zhan reached out toward her opponent and began to draw energy from her from a distance. The Red Lady didn't understand what was happening to her, but suddenly all her victims flashed before her eyes, and soon she felt life leaving her body. The succubus said she was simply reminding the woman of what a sweetheart she once was. It was a shadow flashback that materialized negative memory fragments and caused psychological shock. The Red Lady experienced a mental burn that tore her brain to pieces. The woman screamed that there was no need to pretend to be innocent, for pure-blooded succubi were the most terrifying monsters of all. Zhu Zhan activated the purple abyss, the boundary of her demonic sword to silence her rival. The girl said there was no point in trying to provoke her any further. Within her domain, she would always have the final say. The red lady was sitting near her figurines when suddenly one of them fell and shattered. The girl thought about the fire dragon succubus and the surname Zhou. She needed to find out if this could be connected to the Zhou family. The red lady decided to do the job and then demand a hefty tribute for it. And now the succubus was looking at her beloved Zhou Yili. Xiao Yun thought something strange was going on, but Li Feng told her not to approach Chu Zhan because she was dangerous right now. The succubus said she had waited a very long time for the young man to come and find her. The girl bent down very low, covered the young man's mouth with her finger, and said that he would soon remember everything. Zhou Yi did indeed remember how the succubus had breathed life into him so that he could use the forbidden technique and subdue the beast of the void. At that moment, Li Feng lunged at the succubus and demanded that she get away from Zhou Yi. The girl didn't understand why this little fire dragon was so hot-headed. After all, they were on the same team. But Li Feng told her not to play dumb, because she wasn't Chu Zhan. Although she also possessed the power of her lineage, she was actually a monster. The succubus immediately lunged at him and said she was going to rip out his tongue and make a snack out of it. Zhou Yi called out to the succubus, and Li Feng seized the moment to jump out of the way. But in the very next instant, a powerful blow caught up with the guy, and he smashed through several walls with his back. Li Feng saw that the succubus had become angry with him because of the word monster, and now the young man began repeating over and over, monster, 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 monster. Meanwhile, the succubus kept striking the young man, striking him without stopping. But suddenly she stopped, not understanding what was happening, because the fire dragon's claws hadn't even managed to scratch the red lady. So what was he hoping for now? But Zhou Yi finally seized the moment and threw an object toward the succubus. It was the shield of holy power. The moment he threw it, it created a barrier of holy power capable of withstanding both magical and physical attacks. Zhou Yi turned to the succubus and asked her not to harm Li Feng. Li Feng said he would do anything to save Zhou Yi. If he were enchanted by the succubus, the young man would fail the mission the dean had given him. But in reality, the succubus was not Chu Zhan. Her symbiotic consciousness had taken over, and if the succubus did not disappear, Chu Zhan would be in mortal danger. The succubus confirmed that she truly was not that worthless girl, Chu Zhan, who couldn't even protect her loved ones. Zhou Yi took the succubus by the hand and said that Chu Zhan had used the power of her lineage to save him. She was the strongest girl he had ever met. Zhou Yi thanked her for all 3 times she had saved him. The first time was in the dungeon, the second time was in the secret realm during the freshman competition, and the third time was just now. And if given the chance, Zhou Yi would definitely repay the succubus 3-fold. But for now, the young man asked her to return Chu Zhan to him and tell him what he needed to do to send the succubus back. The succubus kissed the young man and said he was lucky. This kiss was the first time he was repaying his debt to her. Afterward, the succubus admitted that the cost of summoning her was very high, and Chu Zhan couldn't afford it. Zhou Yi understood that she had protected him every time she lost control, but it had cost her dearly. Zhou Yi wanted to know exactly what the symbiotic consciousness was that Li Feng had spoken of. High-ranking bloodlines are like ancient monsters sealed away in a dungeon. If the host is strong, the bloodline will become their ally, but if they are weak, it will become a demon trying to take over their body. Some believe that the symbiotic consciousness is a second personality that emerges when a person goes mad. Others believe it is the dormant soul of an ancient ancestor. It's hard to say what the situation really is. Often the use of the symbiotic consciousness either drives a person mad or transforms them into a different person. There is also a possibility that conflicting forces within the body could lead to self-destruction. Now it was clear why the girl had been so distracted lately. She couldn't suppress the symbiotic consciousness. Li Feng honestly admitted that he didn't know how to solve the problem with the symbiotic consciousness. Zhou Yun really hoped the guys would help save Chu Zhan's life. The girl was very worried about her. Li Feng thought they should ask the Zhou family elders. They were very old and had seen many strange things. If they didn't know, then they should turn to the Jiang family, and then this little problem would be solved. At that moment, the door burst open, and a ship's guard rushed in, wanting to know who was disturbing the peace. Security demanded that they tell the truth, because this wasn't the kind of place where rich kids could do whatever they wanted. And right away, the Zhou siblings found a scapegoat, Shen Li Feng. He threw a tantrum, saying they had no conscience, since he hadn't broken any rules. Within a few minutes, the young man was sitting on the lower deck of the ship, locked in a cell. After a while, the ship arrived at the docking station, and the passengers lined up in front of the exit. A huge bail had been posted for Li Feng, and now looking at the representative of the Zhou family who had come to meet him, he realized that Zhou Yi was indeed a very important figure. Zhou Heng ordered them not to draw attention to themselves, because the rector had instructed them to keep this matter under the strictest secrecy. As soon as the young people stepped off the ship, they were immediately greeted and urged to get into the car right away. Zhou Yi thanked them for their concern. He had just been called son, and it seemed very intimate. Everyone quickly got into the car, but before it drove off, it was thoroughly scanned. It soon became clear that the Zhou family had been hiding a genius like Zhou Yi, and if they could take advantage of this, their standing in the Merchants Guild would definitely rise to a new level. Zuzhan noticed that there was an icy web inside the car. Mr. Zhou explained that, at the rector's request, they could only discuss the body inside this barrier. It blocked mental interference. The young man thanked his relatives for being willing to take care of him and his sister. Xiaobai greeted her cousin and said she had prepared a gift for her in anticipation of their first meeting. Zhou Heng decided they needed to win over the younger Zhou, and then after some time Zhou Yi would join them as well. The girl opened the box and found a fur coat inside. Zhou Heng thought about these relatives, thanks to whom he would be able to regain his former power. Power within the Zhou family is divided mainly between the head of the family and the Council of Elders. The head of the family leads the Ice Dragon Tower, controls the family's inheritance, and manages its primary resources. The Council of Elders, led by Zhou Feng, manages resources for disciples outside the family. They often don't get along with one another. Therefore, the rector informed only Zhou Heng and Xiao Bai that Zhou Yi was coming and that they would even enter the city through a secret passage. Zhou Yi immediately wanted to know what kind of place the Abyss of the Ice Dragon, which his mentor had mentioned, was. Zhou Heng replied that it was the place where the ancestor of the Ice Fang Earth clan was buried. In his youth, their ancestor had encountered an ice dragon nicknamed Ice Fang in the far north. Ice Fang's scales were harder than iron, and with a single breath, he could form an entire glacier. Zhou's ancestor spent an entire year in the north, battling the dragon 49 times. Eventually, he signed a contract, sealing it with the blood of his heart, and managed to make the dragon his mount. Later, when the demon race attacked the family, the ancestor fought on the front lines atop Icy Fang. In the final battle against the snow demons, Icy Fang blocked the entrance to the demonic cave with his body to protect the retreating family members. By the time the ancestor returned with reinforcements, Ice Fang's body was dead, but his soul was still there. The ancestor feared that the dragon's soul would dissipate, so he used a sword made from a dragon's fang to seal Ice Fang's soul within his own body. Originally, the ancestor intended to find a way to resurrect the dragon, but who could have known that he would vanish without a trace in the chaos that erupted later? Eventually, the body and soul of Ice Fang transformed into a secret dungeon. At that moment, the car drove into a snowy area and was now moving through the ice. The current abyss of the ice dragon consists of icy walls. On the surface are the scales of the Ice Fang. The ice pillars in the middle are its bones, and the icy lake is its blood. The secret dungeon has 3 levels. Whoever manages to reach the core of the 3rd level will be able to join the family. Every year, the Zhou family's disciples go to the Ice Dragon Abyss for training. However, due to the insufficient concentration of their icy bloodline, they can only enter the 1st level. Zhou Heng once entered the 3rd level, but the remnants of the Ice Fang's soul flung him out, breaking his bones, and after that, the concentration of his bloodline increased. Simply reaching the 3rd level is enough to ensure that Zhou Yi will gain enormous advantages. However, this comes with a risk. The Ice Fang no longer recognizes the Zhou family's bloodline. Zhou Heng wanted the young man to reach the 3rd level and display desperate ferocity. Only then would the Ice Fang submit to him. Near the dungeon is a secret base where they can stop and rest before entering the abyss of the Ice Dragon. However, the young man said he didn't need to rest and could head into the dungeon right away. Zhu Zhan wanted to go inside the dungeon with him, but he asked her to trust him and wait outside. Li Feng didn't need to be asked twice. He immediately assured her that he would keep an eye on her. Zhou Yi checked his stats. He was a judge class at level 30, with all his attributes fully restored. The young man grabbed his sword and headed into the dungeon to find his true self. It had been a long time since the young man had felt this good and confident. This was the first time since his illness that he would be able to test himself. In the dungeon, he encountered ice serpents that attacked using ice breath. Zhou Yi was absolutely thrilled. He hadn't been able to move properly for 10 days, and he felt like he'd gotten rusty. Now, however, he could use these serpents to get a good warm-up. The sacred storm he unleashed against the giant ice reptiles helped him immensely. After that, the young man encountered the serpentine dragon of the icy abyss, a level 55 creature. Against such an opponent, Zhou Yi used the punishment of light. He had no intention of swinging his sword for long. There wasn't much point in it, and the significant loss of time did not please the young man at all. Zhou Yi felt as if he had been in this place before, but the Beast of the Void explained that this was due to his icy lineage. Any other person would have already turned into an ice sculpture. Zhou Yi greeted the Beast of the Void. He hadn't seen him in a long time, and besides, he hadn't had a chance to thank him for summoning his mentor to his aid. He said there was no need to go to the trouble of helping him next time. If he died, the annual agreement would be nullified. While the two were talking, a small flock of snakes appeared around them. The Beast of the Void used the slash of the void. It was just a worm, he said, continuing his serious conversation with his master, who needed to take care of his life, since the Beast of the Void wanted to return to its own realm. Then something interesting caught the young man's attention, and he rushed down to take a closer look. Suddenly, the young man saw a large crowd of people somewhere deep within the icy caves. Looking more closely, he realized they were demons who were absolutely at home there. And soon, a legendary rank Icebone demon stood before him. It belonged to the remnants of the great demon army that had been slain by the Ice Fang. Zhou Yi estimated that there were at least 200,000 demons here, and fighting them would be tantamount to suicide. But the young man activated the Blessing of Dawn and the Gift of God. The concentration of the ice element here was higher, and that was enough to wipe out the demons. The Icebone demon ordered his subordinates to watch the sky. But at that moment, a divine hand descended from above, ready to block the passage the demons were using. Zhou Yi lowered his hand, then activated a freeze spell against the demon army. Next, the young man unleashed the sacred storm, and in an instant the demons were blown to pieces, as if they'd been put through a meat grinder. The bone demon called these weaklings worthless rats, cowardly and good for nothing. It was completely baffling how these weaklings had dared to challenge the demons. Zhou Yi continued to cast his skills and couldn't understand what was happening to these demons. Soon, a bone symbiotic entity appeared before him. An army of demons that had died many years ago had independently formed a skill that transferred energy to their fallen comrades. This symbiosis would break apart and immediately reassemble. It turned out that the bone demons were impossible to kill, and indeed there were no notifications in the dungeon about gaining experience for killing them. That bone symbiosis noticed the man and stared at him in surprise. Zhou Yi knew that a legendary rank monster was no ordinary foe, but he didn't want to dwell on it. He simply acted. Even if the bone symbiote couldn't be killed, he could at least give it a good thrashing and rattle its nerves. Whenever lone bone demons appeared nearby, Zhou Yi simply cut them down with his sword. At one point, the young man saw that the bone symbiote had swallowed some kind of magic stone and would apparently soon become stronger. Zhou Yi heard a voice saying that the left flank needed reinforcing. The demons were about to break through the defenses, and reinforcements had to be sent quickly. The young man turned his head and saw strangers, mages and warriors. One of the strangers approached the young man and said, "Zhou Yi, hold on by Ice Fang sometime." After that, Zhou Yi looked around and realized that this was an interdimensional portal for the demons. Their numbers continued to grow as they poured in. The man gave an order to the disciples of the Zhou family to fight to the death. They must not allow the demon race to escape from this land. The people fought with great self-sacrifice. They were ready to give their lives to the very end. The dragon fought just as selflessly alongside them. He was trying to use ice to freeze the entrance to the portal. The people were overjoyed when they saw that Ice Fang was fighting alongside them. It meant they would be saved. Zhou Yi realized he had found himself on the battlefield where the demons had invaded 100 years ago. Icy Fang never left the battlefield for a single moment. He understood the importance of his mission. But the demons were very strong, and their sheer numbers were gradually pushing the people back. The demons attacked with all their might, and the humans and the ice dragon stood against them. At one point, the dragon rushed toward the portal, realizing that the problem could only be solved by stopping the demons from coming through. The intelligent creature understood that if the demons broke through, the entire territory would become their realm, and all living humans would become their prey. The dragon knew he could not allow this to happen, but the wave of demons was impossible to stop. He would have to sacrifice his own dragon's body. And so this brave creature charged at the enormous demon that was trying to emerge from the portal. A powerful explosion rang out where the giant demon was supposed to appear. It did not appear, but the intelligent creature gave its life for this cause.